And we're back to the day 9 of the war in Iran. We have a little bit more news, a few segments as well. And of course, the big story from yesterday is that America and Israel started attacking the oil sites in Iran. We might even have some footage later on, but for those who saw the pictures, those are huge explosions, and this is a necessary thing that I think had to have happened eventually, and it's great to see, especially since this was one of the things that was, in a sense, forbidden during the 12-day war, at least my understanding, and also during the Biden administration, that basically, even if you attack Iran, no attacking of the oil sites, just air defense systems or the missile facilities or the missile launchers. So it's a great step of the war. Then separately, very unfortunate news, two combat engineering soldiers were killed when a D9 bulldozer dispatched to rescue a stranded armored vehicle at a newly established IDF post along the Lebanese border came under fire. A third officer was slightly wounded in the incident, so this is a very unfortunate news. Two soldiers have been killed in Lebanon and one has been injured. And then UAE is joining the war. Now, we already had, or at least Iran was claiming a few days ago that UAE has been bombing the desalination plants of Iran. I don't think, I'm not sure if we ever got a confirmation for it, but now it looks like UAE is indeed joining this war. They also said this morning that UAE said that Iran launched a new attack against it, including firing 16 ballistic missiles and 117 drones. So definitely not, nothing easy to deal with. And sort of separate news that I'm not sure we've mentioned, but it looks like Trump or America has been asking Ukraine to help the Gulf states with the interception of the Iranian Fahid drones, since Ukraine had a lot of time to figure how to destroy them, and has actually managed to intercept the sort of low flying, hard to detect drones with their own interception drones. So a lot of experience in that regard. I'm Daniel. We are joined by Alejandro. Alejandro, do you have any thoughts to bring up to the start?
Well, I think as you said, probably the biggest news is the targeting of the oil facilities. I think, uh, as we have said, probably the best thing that could happen here is a regime change. But if that isn't achievable for whatever reason, you have your backup plan, and that's that Iran has a very difficult capacity to ramp up again. So if you leave the economy and the facilities infrastructure as troubled as possible, so that's their main preoccupation over the next years, I think that's very good news. So I think that's um, pretty good. Something that hopefully we'll see more about that going forward, and hopefully, if there's a regime change, like you could condition support and rebuilding from a better government. So another leverage tool that could arise going forward.
Yeah, and just a reminder, even when it comes to attacking oil sites, now I don't know which specifically were attacked as of now, but a lot of oil sites are owned directly by IRGC. Apparently, IRGC has a lot of the handle of the economy, like straight up the organization itself, not like as a state, but as the organization. So they are in many ways outside of the state and benefit from oil sites or the oil revenue. So this is a great sign. Um, so yeah, and I'm sure we'll bring that up again several times. I should just say we'll be going live now. We should be joined by Razi in like I think 2 hours, and we should also be joined by James in a little bit. Um, well, with that, I think we should start a little bit lightly today. I mean, I do have some clips from some people, but I think the longer we wait, probably the better. So let's start with this one. This has been an article published on the Times of Israel, I think a few days ago, or maybe even during the middle or start of the week, and it talks about the new apps that have been created during the war, and I think it's a lot of interesting things, and I think it shows the ingenuity and the adaptability of free people when it comes to whatever comes their way. So let's take a look of the apps. So Alejandro, first app is of course something simple like bomb shelter locator, which basically it's sort of like Google Maps, but it shows all the official bomb shelters. It shows the walking routes, how far you are from it, and how quickly you can access it. And it also, I believe, generates or tells you basically how far away you are from a closest bomb shelter. So I think this is again, neat app, again, that was created like within days of this war starting, basically to allow people to more easily, or rather, be more careful and be more what would be the word, less afraid of going out and just being stuck at home, and being able to get out and still enjoy life even during war, and be able to access these bomb shelters at all times. So I have like 5 or 6 apps or something. I don't know if Alejandro, you'll have like,
That doesn't
something to
present
say on. Yeah.
like a security risk. Like I don't know how well known those shelters are for enemy countries. Wouldn't that tell them, hey, you can strike here and here and here?
I mean, one thing is that probably that all shelters, well, I mean, the biggest thing would probably be they strike anyway, right? It's not like Iran is not striking civilian sites, and the whole purpose of a bomb shelter is probably that, if it does get bombed, uh, uh, it's not that easy to get rid of it. It's an interesting question though, but assuming this is up and nobody's taking it down, I assume. And again, it's probably I'm thinking like Iran would know anyway. Like generally, at least when I've been in Israel, it's like it's not a insane. Like every building has a bomb shelter. At least every building like I've been at, I know where the bomb shelter of the building was. So it's probably not like information they have to keep secret. Would be my assumption. All right, should we move on to the next one? Or do you have any more? All right, the second one is Purple Vest. A vest. Basically, if you are disabled or if you are an older person, you can register on this app in advance. And when there is a siren or when the siren might come, you people, the volunteers on this app who can also sign up, who are in the area, can come and help you. Basically help you get in the shelter or help you in any way you need. So this doesn't leave, again, the most vulnerable at the fate of, where you close at a bomb shelter or where you're doing something particular, but you might actually get somebody to help and, again, get random people to come and help you in very difficult situations. So another example of, I think, very nice and kind app that was, again, created just although maybe some of these were sort of in the works just to be ready, but again, published very soon after this war has started, and again, great help to people. We're joined by James. I don't know if James, you heard what segment we are doing right now, but we are going through newly created Israeli apps of the startup nation that were created specifically for this war. And as I said, the Purple West one is the one where if you're disabled or old person that needs help to get into bomb shelter, you can sign up for an app and get volunteers to your location as soon as sirens start or whenever you need. Any thoughts on this, James, or anything you'd like to bring up for the start?
Well, first, let me just comment on the technology. It's wonderful that we can use apps and our phones to alert people like this. I mean, technology has made the world a safer place, even in times of war. I just thought I'd give a plug to technology and capitalism there, but it's unfortunate that we need to still have that, but it's a price that Israelis appear willing to endure. They've been enduring it for many years. Hopefully, this is the time they endure it so that it can come to an end. I was saddened to hear of more Israeli casualties. I was thrilled to hear that we're systematically going after their economic infrastructure now, including oil sites. I think that's all good news. But what astonishes me too is the United Arab Emirates have endured more attacks than Israel has. I mean, I guess I can understand what went into that quote logic, but it can only be alienating to Iran and counterproductive to their purposes. But nonetheless, when the leadership gets taken out right away, and all the top leaders, obviously they have plans set in place. These are your autopilot. When we go on autopilot, these are your orders. Various commanders of different missile, launch sites. These are your orders, and those apparently were the preset orders. But I would just say those are the preset orders of apocalypse, when things go really south for us, really badly for us, and the apocalyptic desperation orders of religious theocrats. Promise vaguely to end. This will cause a regional war, so they have to cause a regional war, even if it means negative things, I think, for the regime.
Yeah, and we'll talk about that. Although I'd like to finish the app segment. It looks like we will be joined by more people. No worries. I mean, I asked you for some opening thoughts.
Those are my opening thoughts for the day.
Alejandro, any more thoughts on this latest app?
I mean, I think it's great as well. The idea of being able to, certainly it's something that sometimes crosses my mind. Like, what happens when you are being bombarded and you cannot move because you can literally not move? What are your options? It reminds me that tragic story of that girl in Ukraine that was on chemotherapy and was tragically killed with her mom. Yeah. Anyway. Hopefully, this can avoid that kind of situations.
Yeah.
Well,
make it count, please, leaders. Make it count when your people are dying. The dying with Iran has been going on for 47 years. They've been killing people, and we know there's a 100% chance that the killing will continue if we do not bring an end to this regime. So this time, let's make the dying matter. Let these people not have died in vain, as Lincoln might have said. I'm glad to hear language like unconditional surrender coming from Mr. Trump. Whatever his motives and whatever you think about the guy, let us hope that he means it, that they're going to follow through, and that this really does mean the end of the Islamic Republic.
Okay, you guys make it really hard to transition to the next app. All right, James, you've been happily married for a long time. But maybe you guys swing or something. There is a new app in Israel called the Hooked app. Basically, if you go to a bomb shelter, there is a QR code in front of the bomb shelter where you can scan it, and you can see who in the bomb shelter is single. And you can chat them up. You can see, you have time to spare.
I'm afraid I've been married for so long that I have lost complete touch with all of the technology of socializing and hooking up. I'm afraid, so I'm a complete boomer when it comes to being out of the technology loop of hooking up with people. And I see that as a good sign for the state of my marriage. Thank you very much. I'm completely out of it when it comes to things like that.
Basically the purpose of this app is again to sort of break the ice. You don't know, you probably never didn't meet some of these people before, and you can look up the profile.
But you want a psychological kind of statement about that? Life goes on. life is about living, you know? We can't let the monsters completely stop young people from living, you know? We have to go on. And that kind of courage, and I mean, that is a statement about life. That is a statement about what makes life worth living and the kind of things we live for. So again, 3 cheers for the technology, and for those, you know, still in the market, you know, go for it, and know that for most of us, life will go on, and that's what this is all about: protecting life and making life and happiness still possible. So I guess that would be my general comment about dating apps and bomb shelters. I mean, that's what an extraordinary kind of comment it is about the courage and determination to go on living.
Yeah, I should mention.
That's
So
what I'd say.
apparently, this app was originally built for speed dating at events, but now it basically expanded. Or I mean, in a sense, the same principle applies. You have certain people at certain location, so and you can find out more about them very quickly. I just generally. Alex said she will join us. I'm not sure how soon, but I'll mention something she mentioned to me when it comes to, you know, the fact that the war in Gaza has been happening for 2.5 years. Of course, many people lost their loved ones, and I have been seeing a lot of stories from Times of Israel or everywhere of people getting in relationships again, even the people who lost their loved ones on October 7th or their significant others. And in a sense, at least Alex told me, this is the sort of life-affirming culture in Israel. The fact that, you know, oftentimes, I mean, especially to me in Catholicism, it's like, you know, if you lose somebody, it's like that's it. You never can have anybody else again. And this doesn't seem to be true in Israel culture. It's very, like I said, lives goes on in a good way, right? Like we enjoyed great moments with that person. Now they're gone. At some point, you have to move on and, you know, still enjoy life. And yeah, the fact that you know, apparently with this app, also Mike Huckabee commented on it, who also has been apparently happily married since high school. He said someday they will tell their kids, "We met on a dating app in a shelter while dodging ballistic missiles." So, and this was the comment on X. I think, yeah, on X from the ambassador to Israel. Alejandro,
Yeah.
any?
How did mom, how did you meet dad? Like, well, it all goes back to 1979. Really bad man. Yeah, I think it's a great idea. Certainly something that could ease your time during the bad times.
Ginger in the chat is asking, Alejandro, would you use the singles app?
Well, I'm not single, but I would consider it if I had been.
Recently married man.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah. 1 year.
Great to hear. All right, let's do. Okay, we have at least a few more. There is an app. You know, I've been thinking about something, and I've seen this. I've been watching a lot of reels, and I've been getting a lot of Israelis. You know, I had this one guy who's like cooking something, and he's like, "Oh," and he hears the sign. "Oh, I'm cooking something. I'm not going out when this is happening." Then he walks out and he sees it's the cluster bomb, and he's like, "Oh, oh, it's this one. Let me put it away. I'm going to bomb shelter." So there's a lot of humor. And one thing I've also seen is a guy having to leave shower because he hears a siren. So what app gets created? Well, it's called Best Shower Time. It's an app that analyzes examines the time of day, when usually rockets hit, when usually sirens are coming, gets all of that data and gives you a percentage of chance of what is the chance right now to take a shower. So it could be, okay, you have 50% chance, take a short shower, or you know, it's 5% chance you can like get the longer one where you also you know, wash your hair. Apparently this was a big help to one particular woman that was mentioned on the Times of Israel, basically letting her know when is it you know, being able to take the important parts of life without the stress of having to, clean yourself up. Like I've seen the one reel where like two guys were like just in the what you call them, in the, what do you clean yourself with? Towels, just with the towels in a bomb shelter. So yeah, another great idea for an app.
You never know when it's going to hit. And my gosh, what an amazing, I mean, I do have to comment on capitalism and technology here. There's an app for everything. And we live in extraordinary times in both the danger that is going on in the world today, especially in Israel, but that they would have an app for seemingly everything is kind of mind-blowing. We live when I hate to sound like the old guy here with gray hair. When I was a kid, it would have just been absolutely astonishing to be able to just look at your phone and have applications like that. Hey, this is the safest time to take a shower. My God, what extraordinary times we live in.
Alejandro?
I agree. It's something that I would have never even thought about it. I remember back in the day in probability classes about that kind of stuff, and it's certainly one of the worst things to think about. The like the craziest results that you can ever think about. You will get them in statistics and specifically in probability. Like thinking about the probability of catching a lift, of catching a train, all that kind of, of stuff was like mind-boggling, like extremely difficult to arrive at uh, uh, common sense um, answer. So better to rely on an app for that.
And so this was an app developed by Ben Greenberg, and apparently he also launched a new app with a similar principle called Best Walking Time, which basically is the same thing. When can you go out and walk? And apparently it also doubles down as a sort of shelter locator, because it also can tell you, hey, take a walk in this route, because this is actually where you'll have close by shelters at all time. And apparently this is very important, especially because going anywhere by car at this moment is a bit scary. I think also Alex told me once that she had to go hide during because she was driving during one of the sirens, and that basically means you just lie down on the road and hope it doesn't hit anywhere close to you.
But by the way, how family friendly are we, Daniel? Because I know of a story. It's not related to war, but it's related to showering, and I think
I think you can
it's
do it.
very funny.
Not,
It
don't be
didn't
too
happen to
profane,
me.
I guess.
It happened,
Sure.
but it was a friend. Um, she was living in Mexico City, and Mexico City is quite earthquake prone. And and she was in the shower with her companion, and it was in the middle of the earthquake. So you can imagine what kind of if you want to be um, enjoying life and then suffering and claiming for and really like being clearly afraid of your life in 1 second. That's the perfect experience about that, because she was also living in the part where the lake was. So, literally the worst experience you can have ever. Anyway, and you
Well,
cannot have any app for that.
there's an idiom in American English when you make love and you say the earth moved, it means, boy, that was really something.
Yeah.
So in this case, literally the earth moved, and not in a good way.
Oh yeah.
But even with natural disasters, though, these apps seem useful. See, I live in a safe place in California. We have earthquakes for sure, but we are not experiencing war here. And I can take my morning walk. I enjoy my morning walks a great deal. I love dawn, but I get to pick the time of day that I want, and I get to feel secure when I'm doing my long morning walk. So I just have to express some sympathy for those who are unable to, take a walk outside when they want to take their walk outside. I'm, to all of those to all of those living in much more dangerous circumstances from someone living in a much safer circumstance, I get to pick when I do my daily walk. I salute you for your courage. You're taking it for civilization. You're on the front line of the battle for civilization itself. So let me thank you on behalf of all of those behind the war lines here. It is a noble and heroic thing that Israel does just in surviving. I know they're surviving for their sake, and that's the way it ought to be. But I am a beneficiary, in effect, that they are the ones taking it on the front line. They're the ones unable to take walks when and where they want to, so that people like me can take walks when, I want to.
Yeah, so these were the apps of the startup nation, the apps that were created or repurposed during the start of the war to again enable an actual life for Israelis, not simply wait out until this war ends, but also live through war. I've been always thinking about like what is it to actually live through war. I know a couple Ukrainians that had to deal with it. And yeah, it's, can go for several years. You can have to deal with it for a long time. It's not easy to go through. So you have to find a way to keep your spirits up. You have to find a way to keep the morale up and to keep going and keep attaining values even during, during a moment where somebody would really like to take away any values from you. So okay, that's this segment. We'll see if we can make a video out of it. It was pretty interesting. All right, and as Alejandro reminds me, we've been doing these live streams for a little bit. They're long, 7, 8, 9 hours long, and we started putting ads, mid-roll ads during some of them. People started commenting on this. These ads help us keep this going. Help us, as Jonathan says, keep the lights up. Or lights on. But we have also been getting a lot of super chats, which we are very grateful for. So we talked about, trying to combine it. And we are coming up with right now a super chat goal of £100. And if we reach that, we'll turn off the ads for the rest of the live stream. So here is your opportunity. We haven't had any super chats yet today, so please support us if you enjoy this and if you value and want to support our work. And the sooner we get there, the less interruptions you'll get, the less ads you'll be getting. But as we said, we need to find a way to keep this going. Since we are enjoying it, we find it valuable, and we hope you do as well. So again, £100 super chat goal, and then we turn off the ads for the rest of the live stream.
Some people watch stuff just for the ads. My wife will watch, maybe in Britain, people aren't aware, there's this thing called the Super Bowl in America, and something we call American football. And I'll be watching the football game, and my wife will watch just simply for the ads. So we can't dismiss the idea that there are people who may be watching. I think it's probably a smaller group, but some people might be watching just for the ads. If you're not watching just for the ads, though, ladies and gentlemen, on a more serious note, you are getting a viewpoint here you're probably not hearing anywhere else. I just think of the debate the other day. Dr. Michael Kaufman, Dr. Nikos Soterakopoulos, and others were debating the future and things that can go wrong, or is it going well? So you'll get a variety of viewpoints, but you'll get a viewpoint here that you will not get anywhere else, informed by the ideas of the philosopher Ayn Rand, but applying it to current events. And there's no more important current event than what's going on right here with the war with Iran. And so if you value this programming and you are getting a perspective you're probably not hearing anywhere else, we're one of the few places with a few corners of sanity when it comes to issues like this in the world. Please, I encourage the super chats. I encourage becoming a member of Ayn Rand Center UK. You are getting here a perspective you're not likely to get elsewhere.
We have a super chat from Jonathan. Thank you so much. He says thanks for all your coverage. And we have a super chat from Deeper with Diego for $135. Thank you so much. He said, converted to cover £100. I'm not F your ads. You're welcome, chatters. No, you can all okay. That's a lot of
Diego, my gosh, thank you so much, Diego. Oh wow.
Let me turn them off for the people. Let me just finish the super chat. So converted to cover £100. F your ads. You're welcome, chatters. No, you all can poop while watching the stream live without any interruptions. So yeah, no interruptions anymore. James or Alejandro or James, any thoughts? And thank you, Alejandro, for reminding me, because he's the one who reminded me.
Well,
all right, any thoughts from either of?
Thank you. I mean, I'm a supporter of ARCUK myself. So
all right, we were actually, me and Razi were thinking about what more super. Actually, okay, let me ask the people in the chat. I'm gonna put up a Q&A. What super chat goals would you like? What let's say for 150 or 200 pounds, what would you like to see? We haven't come up with anything specific with me and Razi yet, but if you have any suggestions, maybe reaction to something specific you'd like to see, or anything that in that regard, you can let us know. Or if you guys have any suggestions, James or Alejandro, you can let me know. But Bonnie asked, did you do that on purpose, lol? Just as Daniel started telling us about the goal, 2 more ads came up. Yes, I put in. I can also insert myself ad during. So yeah, I purposefully put them right after saying that. But no more ads for this live stream, as we did reach the goal. Okay, I do have, of course, Tucker, if you guys want to go into that, or if you guys.
Does one ever want to go into Tucker? Honestly, that guy is such a. Anyway, yes, let's hear what the enemies of reason and freedom have to say.
So Tucker has recently been going after Chabad, of course. It's a Jewish, or rather Hasidic Jewish organization. I think they mainly deal with like charitable things and sort of helping other Jews sort of be more akin with their religion. And of course, that makes Tucker very angry. So recently,
there was one guy who was associated with the organization who did say something about the destruction of the Temple Mount, and Tucker took that into.
Wait, you mean recently, or?
Oh, didn't we have the
I don't think he was part of Chabad.
Oh, really?
Well, I think it was just a guy. Like I looked him up. Apparently, he was like he was to some extent like a COVID conspiracist. I don't think he had anything to do with.
Well,
Chabad.
somehow Tucker put the pieces together to think that this.
Well, he's a Jew.
Of course, Tucker somehow collected the evidence together to make it seem like the whole point of this war. The whole point of this war, ladies and gentlemen, was to destroy the Temple Mount so that a third Jewish temple could be built there in Jerusalem. Can you imagine being that mentally twisted, though, that you would put I know it's tenuous, perhaps, Daniel, but that you would put the pieces together like that to suggest such a thing. It really, and yesterday we heard the clip where Tucker was saying how the Jews are opposed to beauty as such. I mean, the man is a vile anti-Semite. And so just to lay the table a little bit here for this, just context here, Tucker has really in recent days revealed the depths of his own ugly anti-Semitism. That's all I can say.
Alejandro, any thoughts before we go into it?
I hate Tucker Carlson. Even when he was on Fox, I thought he was an idiot. But I think the most depressing part of Tucker Carlson is not that he exists, but that he is a phenomenon, which means that people believe what he says, that even if he doesn't believe it and he just pandering to to very specific segments of the population, that's actually even more alarming, because it means that people want to hear that type of thing. And yeah, as a phenomenon, is horrendous, horrendous.
By the way, somebody in the chat is asking about Hasidic Jews. Now, we should say this is not like a defense of Hasidic Jews. I had a story when I was in Jerusalem. Me and Alex wanted to go up to the Knesset, and apparently it was shut down for the day. I don't know if because of the protests that were happening, or just for some other reason. But we went like down the street, and you have a bunch of like leftists like protesting with like fake money, like fake dollars. I actually have one of the fake dollars that were throwing around. I kept it, and just that. So we went away from that. Then we went up top, and then a bunch of Hasidic Jews shut down like the whole traffic. So it's like I don't have really love for like either of those groups. We also went through the neighborhood, but again, like trying to accuse them of some nefarious thing. Trying to what was the again, and I don't know if that guy was joking, but it's like, yeah, let's intercept a rocket above the Dome of the Rock so it like destroys the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and something like that. And it's like, okay, like he's joking, or again, he's taking one rabbi and somehow who has no position in the government, no position anywhere, and saying that he represents the whole religion. But somehow Ali Khomeini, who is the actual head of the Shiite sect, somehow he's not representative of the Islamic people, or at the very least the Shiite sect. But let's take a look at what else he had to say.
So it's a big deal to have a religious war. In some ways, this may turn out to be a religious war. In others, it's just inherently a religious war. So you should know. And at the center of that conflict is this thing called the Third Temple, which does not yet exist, but some people would like to rebuild. So we did a whole show on this, seemed important and true. And in the course of that show, we described patches that some soldiers in the Israeli military, the IDF, are wearing that show an image of a temple, the Third Temple. And we asked, where did these come from? And it seems like from accounts that we read from those soldiers online that they got these patches somehow from a group called Chabad. In the United States, it's a global group, but it's headquartered here in New York and Brooklyn. And we said, and you can check the tape, it was like, Chabad, they seem like really nice people. Met a bunch of people in Chabad over the years. They do a bunch of charitable enterprises. But apparently these patches came from Chabad. And Chabad, check their website, is in favor of rebuilding the Third Temple. Said, I will issue a statement disavowing violence against innocents in tandem with Chabad's statement disavowing violence against innocents. Knowing, of course, Chabad does not disavow violence against innocents, of course, Gaza. And they can't, because they don't believe that. I think, I would be surprised if Chabad issued a statement disavowing all violence against all innocents. And of course, if they do, I will join them for dinner to celebrate, because and I will praise them for doing that. And anyone who does that will get praise from me, heartfelt, but I doubt they're going to do that.
Okay, but by the way, Tucker, Chabad, it's not her. But I understand Americans or English people don't have her in the language. My language does, as the more developed language. But so I can excuse that. But again, like, what is this like assumption? Chabad doesn't disavow violence against innocents because they didn't say so. So like, unless you explicitly state that you like stand against something, you don't.
Well, let me just say that I cannot be against all violence against innocents. In a state of war, innocents will die. That is the nature of warfare. If you are approaching warfare in such a delicate way that you refuse to endanger even people who might be innocent, you cannot be prosecuting the war in a proper fashion. The death of innocents, if in Iran today, if there are innocents who get killed in Israeli and American bombs, and there are lots of people in Iran who want something better than their Islamic government, it is the fault of the aggression of that Islamic government. We cannot, in defeating, taking down a totalitarian theocracy like Iran, pick and choose and be 100% accurate in not attacking civilian sites. But as in World War II, for example, all kinds of, quote, innocents, no doubt, in Germany and Japan were killed. But that does not mean we'd stop the war effort because we're trying to stop the killing from the aggressor. And that is just an inevitable part of war. So first, Mr. Carlson, define what you mean. Do you mean that we can't engage in rational self-defensive warfare if it ever risks a single, quote, innocent civilian's life? That would be absolute madness. But perhaps he is influenced by the perverse and anti-life Christian doctrines that say, turn the other cheek, submit to the evildoer. You know, and if you're taught that turn the other cheek and submit to the evildoer is the correct morality, then you are paralyzed from acting in self-defense. I mean, take literally what Jesus is quoted as saying in the New Testament. If someone strikes you, you can't run away, you can't block the punch, you certainly cannot fight back, even if you think you might win and disable the aggressor. You've got to say, okay, hit me over here. Submit to yet more violence and punishment. That is the only, and submit to the evildoer, Jesus says. What could that possibly mean other than knuckle under and submit to aggression every time? And what is that but a sanction of aggression? So Tucker Carlson is philosophically way off base and using language quite vaguely. If there were innocents who were killed on October 7th, now, in Gaza, it's pretty straightforward because apart from the children there, it's hard for me to even identify innocents because the population is almost exclusively divided up between supporters of terrorism who want nothing but their own genocide of the Jewish people. I mean, that's their explicit goal. And the atrocities that we saw on October 7th, where rape was systematically used, where babies were intentionally slaughtered, where old people were taken hostage, okay? No response, turn the other cheek there. And consider the way Israel has done its war in Gaza, warning people to get out of buildings before they're bombed, moving populations to reduce this, feeding, attempting to get food and medical supplies into the enemy population. Israel has taken unprecedented steps in the face of explicitly genocidal enemies who do not hesitate to commit atrocities against children and women. And so I don't want to hear it from Mr. Tucker Carlson. When it comes to Iran, obviously there's a slightly different context. There is a large portion, probably a big majority of the population, that doesn't want to be ruled by these theocratic totalitarians anymore. So should we take that into account? We absolutely should. Will innocent Iranians be killed, though? Yes, that is an inevitable part of ending the long-term killing and suffering of. Look, just a few weeks ago, tens of thousands of Iranians were slaughtered by their own government. Women have disappeared in Iranian prisons to be tortured and raped and killed. I mean, to end, what needs to happen is the end of that violence. And any civilians who die, so long as we're engaged in the war rationally, that is the fault of the Islamic Republic. That is not the fault of Americans or Israelis. Mr. Tucker Carlson is deeply morally confused. I suspect it's on purpose, the way he phrases it here. But it could be that he's and he's certainly appealing to the attitude of many Christian pacifists out there who think that any act of self-defense, if it might hurt a, quote, innocent bystander or have what they call collateral damage, is immoral. But that is wrong. What you do is, look, Gandhi and Martin Luther King engaged in nonviolent resistance, and it worked, but it only worked because it was the British and American populations they were appealing to. If Gandhi had faced Adolf Hitler, he would have disappeared into a concentration camp, been gassed, and...
Although it should be said, that's what he thought that Jews should do.
Right, right.
He said they should just follow whatever... You know, they shouldn't resist. They shouldn't resist. So Gandhi was somebody saying you shouldn't resist even against the violence.
And guess what? I think that is an incorrect strategy when you're facing Adolf Hitler. It might work when it's the British or American population and newspaper headlines you're appealing to, Mr. Gandhi, but it will not work when you're faced with Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler would have put you into a concentration camp early on, and people might never have heard of Gandhi and the nonviolent resistance movement. Okay? You do not, that is a sanction of evil. That is the perpetuation of evil. As I say, it only works when you have a population like the British or the American population to whom you can appeal and to whom it would make a difference. When you're facing a totalitarian like Adolf Hitler or the Islamic Republic of Iran, let me suggest that this policy only encourages sanctions and perpetuates that evil. But this is a kind of evil that Tucker Carlson has sympathy for. So as far as he's concerned, the perpetuation of the Islamic Republic, I guess, would be a better outcome forever. A forever war with Iran attacking innocent people and supporting terrorism for decades endlessly going on into the future, I guess would be a preferable future than taking care of it once and for all. You know, many civilians were killed in World War II, Japanese and German, but it is the overthrow of the regimes that pulled off World War II that was the best thing, not just for the West, but the best thing that ever happened to the Japanese and German populations, by the way.
Alejandro?
Let's continue.
I mean,
Or-
we covered this specific
Oh.
clip. Let me just
was it.
see what exactly he said. I mean, he also talked about like religious war. Again, this is not like a religious war. There's no indication, and just
In a way
generally,
it is. In a
No,
way,
well,
it is motivated
uh,
by the Islamic religion as understood by these jihadist monsters. Unfortunately, this view is ideological in origin. If you are a mystic who believes in a supernatural dimension, you're going to hold this life in contempt. You're going to turn out to be a suicide bomber who has no problem living in misery and have your whole cause of existence the destruction of some enemy population who believes differently than you. When you've set aside reason, the means of peaceful engagement and persuasion, then the only thing left is force and violence. And so mysticism goes with physical violence. Collectivism is a kind of mysticism. And so it is, read a great article by Ayn Rand, Faith and Force, Destroyers of the Modern World. I think it may be an essay that Alejandro and I have discussed in the past. Check out the ARCUK video on that. But reason and freedom are natural allies. Faith and force are also natural allies. And if Israel and America represent reason, modernity, freedom, at least in contrast to the theocratic totalitarianism of Iran, I would say yes, in a sense it is. You know, I am an atheist, but I do regard certain things as worthy of reverence. I might even use words like sacred and holy. So if the Ayatollahs and the mullahs would like me to phrase it that, or Mr. Tucker Carlson would like me to phrase it this way, this is civilization's holy war against your mysticism and savagery. Would you like me to put it that way? No, I don't think we need to take on all Muslims in the world. No, I don't. Okay, there are lots of it's not a question of what your ethnicity is or what tribe you come from. It's the tribe. It's not the tribe. It's the tribalism, as I often say. But the tribalism based in such deeply rooted mysticism in Iran is the enemy. Mysticism, in effect, is the motivating force here. And mysticism is the enemy. So if you want me to say that it's a religious war, in one sense, it clearly is. It's a war between religiosity and reason. It's a war between civilization and savagery. I cannot imagine a more sacred, holy war to engage in.
Yeah, although in that regard, like I think almost like every war would be religious war to some extent by that standard. So when I hear religious war, I think usually means like war over religion, like that it like in a sense to decide some kind of thing. Which again, I think both sides would have to, in a sense, engage with it. And again, Israel
What's
is
motivating
completely
Israel is
secular.
not their Judaism per se,
Yeah,
but the
it's
discrimination,
secular.
the existence of Israel is itself caused by a mystic collectivist hatred of the Jews. I mean, in the middle of the 20th century, Adolf Hitler slaughtered millions of Jewish civilians in Europe precisely for religious reasons, in effect. Okay, all dictators are mystics, and all mystics are potential dictators. Another lift from Ayn Rand. Let me put it that way. Israel exists because of the bigoted collectivist hatred rooted in mysticism that has existed in both the Christian and Muslim worlds for many centuries. Even in the 20th century, it didn't reach its real climax until the technology of the 20th century could give a dictator like Hitler the chance to kill millions of them at a time. So in one sense, you're right. All wars are, faith and force versus comparative reason and freedom. I would include the conflict, the Cold War that the United States in effect waged with the Soviet Union. They were officially atheistic. Americans were, largely Christian, but guess who was on the side of reason and freedom there? It is the Bolshevik Marxism that is the kind of neo-mysticism that must rely on force in order to survive. Whereas America, whatever the superficial appearances might have been on that conflict, were the defenders of reason and freedom.
Alejandro, any thoughts, or we can move on to the next topic?
Just to remember Voltaire's quote, like, those who make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. That's faith and force are corollaries. That's Ayn Rand's phrasing. I really like Voltaire's as well.
So something we didn't get a chance to cover yesterday, but we started at the pro-Iranian protest, the pro-IRGC protest, the protest to stop the war in Iran. We covered the London one. We covered the New York one. We saw the speech. We could probably listen to it again because we didn't do the whole thing. But of course, the big one was London. Between 5,000 to 6,000 people turned out for the Hands Off Iran march. The Metropolitan Police said, with demonstrators chanting, "Stop the bombing now, now, now." Of course, your party's MP Zara Sultana was speaking there at the demonstration at the US Embassy in London. Anything else I can? And we also have a video, so let's play it. So yeah, again, do not attack my precious dictatorship is the stance these people are basically taking. Alejandro, have you seen these protests? Because I know
not personally, thank God, but certainly I think it's depressing to see this kind of people taking over the streets. I wouldn't have any sympathy or have sympathy for them if they had done anything when Iran was literally butchering and killing its own people just a few days ago. But these are the very same people who were guarding any silence for this. They just want whenever the time comes up for the real truth and to show their cards, they only show them when this is a good excuse to blame the West. So I think it's horrendous, literally horrendous to know that something like that is happening.
Yeah, and this is gonna be interesting because you have to think about the way this goes down, right? Like in this, it's some organizations basing it. So I think some people, some members of those organizations are probably still not fully understanding of what the organizations stand for. So you probably saw messages, hey, IRGC is killing tens of thousands of Iranians in their country. Are we going to the streets? And like nobody answers in the group chat, right? Because like nobody's gonna do anything. Like this has to have happened. Like this type of. I mean, James, what?
Well,
Or
just
Alejandro?
sorry, just one more thing. Yesterday you talked about you played a video by Owen Jones and someone else, and I think it's been quite depressing as well to see the whole reaction of this war from right and left. The right has been trying to say that this war shouldn't be happening because it's not in our self-interest, and that's really bad, and reveals how the lack of leadership and capacity to think about geopolitical issues that there exist in the right. But on the left, what's interesting is that they always pose themselves as being on the side of the needy, of the poor, of the people who are victims. And who else has been more a victim in the past few months, if anyone, that the heroic Iranian individuals who have been going to the streets to claim for their freedom. And that poses themselves as a very bad contradiction to themselves. Like, hey, why shouldn't we be at least supporting some degree of this action in Iran? Say the people on the left, like we are on the side of the vulnerable. And what you played yesterday is an entire rationalization of why you shouldn't be. And the entire rationalization poses itself in just one single pinpoint. It's more a war in the self-interest of the West than on Iranians. And to some extent, that is true. Usually, the left is when it's honest, it's better, but the bad thing is their evaluation of the things, and that's really sad, because yeah, sometimes and most of the times of your life, you will do some things that are better for you, but that doesn't mean that it's worse for the other. And what you're seeing here, and this movement is an anti-Western movement, and that's what this protest means.
Yeah, and for that, I made this point several times, and I think it's ought to be repeated. James, I don't know. Have you ever taken Harvard Ethics 101 is actually available on YouTube. I don't know if you've ever seen that. How
No.
would you? Yeah.
I do have a degree in philosophy, but from New York University, where they were protesting the other day in favor of the Ayatollah, having a memorial where they were shedding tears and naming the leadership of Iran and praising them.
And we'll go into that as well. I just want to.
I have. It is exactly my experience with academic philosophy that makes me leery to get into that. But I cannot imagine any sensible look. If your approach to ethics.
And I want to build upon that. Basically, like, how would you expect an ethics class, and ethics 101 should start proper one? Well, Harvard starts it with a trolley problem. Says, you have a guy here and a guy here, and you make a decision. This is the ethics by Harvard. And I think this is like a conventional approach to ethics. It's always about someone is going to suffer and someone might benefit, or two people might suffer. It's never about, and I always say, that's not what ethics is about. Ayn Rand took that whole approach to ethics and put it into one essay, The Ethics of Emergencies, because that's the only way you can talk about it, because the actual ethics, one, as Alejandro said, almost always when you take a decision, or generally, it's going to be towards something positive for multiple people. You will not, I make the comment like that people think that integrity is about, at some point your boss will ask to have sex with your wife to like raise your salary or something like that. And it's like, no, that's not what integrity or any ethics is about. It's usually about, you've promised yourself to eat one muffin. Are you going to hold yourself to that promise? That's what 99.99% of ethics and integrity is actually about. It's about everyday decisions. And I think this approach to ethics leads us to this terrible idea where it's like, if we want to do something about Iran, well, that's bad because it's bound to hurt somebody else, and we simply have to, we have to reduce the suffering. Like we have to turn the knobs exactly so the suffering is the lowest, and that's the approach to ethics that has been, told us to by humanities, and that basically everybody is taking. James.
When a killer kills, he will go. Let me tell you, I was a public prosecutor in my country for almost 18 years, and when there was a killer or a rapist on the loose, we understood why we were trying to catch him as soon as possible, because killers will continue. They have set the terms on which you have to deal with them. And when you're talking about a mass killer, it only becomes many times more important than when you're trying to track down and stop a single killer. But the thing is that you can't let killers get away with it. That will only encourage them, think they can get away with more, and they will go on to become serial killers. And rapists will go on to become serial rapists. And with governments, it's very similar. They engage in mass murder and mass rape. And I'm not making those details up. We have seen it in recent years. We've seen women get tortured and disappeared in Iranian prisons to God knows what fate. We've seen rape used systematically by Hamas on October 7th in various places. No, serial murderers and serial rapists must be dealt with decisively by force. They're the ones who have set the terms on which we have to deal with them. When human beings are left free, when human beings do not face the fear of physical coercion, the mind is liberated, and there's a harmony of interests that economists like Alejandro have for centuries been pointing out. When human beings are voluntarily interacting and voluntarily trading, it's a win-win situation where everyone advances and everyone gains. And the proper way to look at a decent, civilized human relationship is one in which voluntary trade rules, and therefore reason will tend to win, and both people perceive that they're ahead in the game from the transaction. You go to that store, and I go to the store and I buy something, and I hand the money to the clerk, and the clerk hands me the product, and they say thank you, and I say thank you. It's thank you, because we've both perceived an advantage to us. This harmony of interests it's not just on economics. It's in the personal
Do you think, well, I was about to say, do you think the Marx did the same thing, but then I realized he never got a job. It's like, because because if you work with somebody, he would call it extraction of labor, right? He's benefiting from your surplus value. So he would tell you to say F you.
But he
to
would
the
say
boss.
his own ideas, of course, are just a cultural effusion, I suppose. But he's not, of course, he's an exception to his own rules. His understanding was the correct understanding. Any other culture is just, sort of the product of economic forces working out in history. But he himself, of course, was, yes, a parasite. But the point is, Marxism is exactly wrong in that regard. It did not understand the harmony of interests that exists when people are free, left free to pursue their own lives and interests. And it isn't just on the economic level, although Marx did try to reduce everything to material forces and the economic level. It is on the personal level, and every other thing, every other value that you can imagine, whether it's personal, economic. When human beings are left free, when human interaction must be voluntary, reason will win. It's the faith and force versus reason and freedom corollaries that we were just talking about. But when someone does use force, when someone has initiated violence, there is only one way to respond, and that is with violence. They cannot be reasoned with. They cannot be persuaded with. They have reduced themselves to the level of the subhuman in very important sense. There is only one way to respond to aggressive force, and that is with defensive force. That is the only moral use of force, is in response or retaliation to those who have initiated physical force. But when physical force is initiated, you must deliver disproportionate, overwhelming, and decisive physical force to reset the table so that human beings can live in a world of freedom and reason where there's a harmony of interests between people. In a world of freedom, in a world where people are free to act rationally and in their own self-interest, there is this harmony of interests. And that is really where human progress comes from. That is where decent life comes from. It is no accident that in Iran, they're slaughtering their own people, right? And you know, today I have to say it's very hard, this has been true for some time now, to overthrow a totalitarian dictator who rules over you. Technology has made it such that their surveillance and security and operations, the weapons they can use against you, make it very difficult for an oppressed people to liberate themselves. And anyone who is opposing what America and Israel wants to do here, they are demanding the continued slaughter of Iranian people if they want any freedom. They are demanding the continued oppression. You know, you say the left are on the side of oppressed people. No, they're not. The right, even look at the anti-Semitic right. They're not. Look, Tucker Carlson. Neither Tucker Carlson nor Owen Jones is defending. They'll give you their own philosophy of altruism. They're not defending oppressed people. They're demanding that the people of Iran remain oppressed forever and ever and ever. No, there is a harmony of interest between the rational and when you have people like this mouthing defenses for, you know, hands off Iran so that they can put their hands on tens of thousands of their own people whenever they decide to try and rise up and seek something better. You know, they're demanding that we remain in the dark ages in some medieval torture chamber. That's what these progressives talk about. Yeah. And if it's a religious war, Mr. Tucker Carlson doesn't mind if it's the kind of religion, as religions have, even in the West until the Enlightenment, tortured and killed as part of the policy of being mystic oppressors. No, it's funny too, because when you look back on the 20th century and totalitarianism, believe it or not, there were people in the 1930s defending Adolf Hitler. Believe it or not, there were leftists in the 40s, 50s, and 60s who were defending Bolshevik Soviet Union. There really were. It's hard for us to wrap our heads around it, but even totalitarians at the time had their defenders in the West, and we're just seeing it replayed again. I hope once more history will not be kind I hope the outcome is such that we survive to see a civilized day where history will not be kind to those who are defending murderous oppression as we see in Iran today.
So I have one more clip, but Alejandro, anything you'd like to say before?
No, I think James was more than good on that. So let's go ahead.
Let's take a look at one more clip from again from London. Yeah, so again, just more images. Apparently, they were also chanting a victory to Iran, and Keir Starmer is a war criminal. David Lammy is a war criminal. Keir Starmer is not doing anything here. Just like, it's insane how the standard is for the left. Like, I always say, like, Genocide Joe and Genocide Harris was the nickname given to the past presidency by the left, right? That they are too supportive of Israel. And the same thing with Keir Starmer. One, Keir Starmer failed to send HMS Dragon into Cyprus that he promised. One of 8 destroyers, apparently it couldn't leave the port. Greece had to send fleet instead. Apparently, I've heard that maybe the 2 aircraft carriers might go in the region, or at least something. Trump alluded to something like that. But again, nothing. Like at the most you might get like just a reminder, UK was attacked. Like UK was dragged into this war. A UK base in Cyprus was attacked by Iran, and we're still acting Although, if you listen to some conspiracies, that was actually Israel using Fahid drones to send into Cyprus to drag UK into war. You cannot drag UK into war. UK doesn't defend itself. It's impossible. Like, you could take, I feel like you could take out, we do not live in the Falklands War era, where it's like UK would defend every single thing. I mean, Alejandro, is Keir Starmer this like warmonger, just cannot wait to go war with Iran?
Well, it's intention what counts, right? Um, no, I think it's been actually horrendous the way that the UK has uh, behaved itself in regards to this thing. Because if any country from all the West has any qualms, any recent developments against Iran, it has been the UK. And let's remember, let's go back to May of last year. There were two attempts. One of them, which had ties to the IRGC, where essentially there were some targets against a newspaper which is based here in the UK. Um, and but I think the MI5 stopped the attempt. But there was another one the very same day where the allegation where essentially there was a target to attack the Israel embassy, and which was also stopped by the MI5. That second one has been denied by the Iranian government to be funded or um, backed by them in some sort of way. But I mean, what are the chances? So, I mean, if any country has had any attacks provoked, sponsored, nudged, anything by Iran recently, it has been the UK. But what has been the UK's response? In the 12-day war, they raised their hand, said, "This isn't me. This is me. Please don't touch me." And then
Well, in this one they did.
and yeah,
We're-
in this one they were like, no, we won't help you. We won't do anything. This we will stay in our houses. We will close our shelters. That's the opposite of, we will fight on the beaches, whatever. This is, oh, we will close our homes. We will pray for the Lord. We will cry in our beds. That's essentially Keir Starmer's position on this regard.
Yeah, as we did several times, we shall de-escalate on the beaches. We shall de-escalate on the landing grounds. We shall de-escalate on the fields and in the streets. We
The
shall
spirit
surrender.
defeated Hitler is not, it's sad. I laugh, but how sad it is, because the English people were so courageous in standing up to Adolf Hitler, you know, and now look at the situation. There's really nothing funny about it. How the courageous people who stood up to Adolf Hitler during World War II have now been reduced to this when it comes to a Hitler slaughtering, a Hitlerian government slaughtering its own people in Iran. That kind of courage apparently is hard to find these days. But I don't care if it's planned by the Iranian government or it's Iranian sympathizers out there acting independently. In my country, in Austin, Texas, the other day, there was a shooter, who was wearing a sweatshirt that said "Property of Allah," and underneath he had a shirt with the Iranian flag, and he just started shooting innocent people, killed 3 of them. Those people had nothing to do. As far as I know, they weren't connected to Israel or the war effort or anything else. Just innocent civilians, and I don't even know what their opinion on the war is. And he was a Senegalese immigrant who'd already obtained citizenship, mind you. So I don't care what it is, whether it's an independent lone actor acting on behalf of the Iranian regime or something planned nefariously in some conspiracy in Tehran. It does not matter. The killing is ideological in its origin, and it will not stop until we stop the Iranian regime. And all those cowering like Keir Starmer right now under their desks are, again, I hope the situation is such that in the future we can look back and we can denounce the cowardice of the current British Prime Minister, just as we look back at the courage and heroism of the British people, taking defense against V2 rockets inside tube stations, and Winston Churchill with his courageous, brave call to arms for the civilized world to go to war against Adolf Hitler. Boy, how the mighty have fallen. I'm sad to say that because I love Britain, and I love English people in general. I can point to many times in their history where they have been pioneers of freedom, pioneers of the market economy, pioneers of individual
For most
rights.
of that history, I think you could even make the case.
All I can say is that I enjoy studying the history of Britain precisely because they have been foundational over the last millennia in creating a rule of law, advancing the concept of individual rights. It is because of my country's inheritance from Great Britain that we got off to such a grand and glorious start in that respect ourselves. But to see them cringing and crawling away from the fight for civilization and individual liberty now is very, very sad and disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, you could make the case from like the 13th century until probably the 19th century. It was like the pinnacle of civilization, the pinnacle of parliamentarism, of even understanding of rights, of philosophy, of free market to some extent even. So yeah, how. Just quickly, somebody in the chat says, what was it? In 10 years, there will be no more Israel, Henry Kissinger quote. Yeah, and where is Henry Kissinger now? Yeah, so let's talk about
well, probably 10 years earlier, before Henry Kissinger's passing away. No, the real politic of a Machiavellian pragmatist like Henry Kissinger, I think, has been proved wrong again and again and again. It is our attempt to have détente with the Soviets that was problematic. It was our supporting Germany before World War II. America has created its own enemies through, quote, pragmatic foreign policy again and again and again and again. And those who've attempted to appease Islamists are the ones who've created the enemy here before us now. Evil can only exist through the sanction of the good, But America spends its time, certainly over the last century, creating the very enemy that it will eventually have to fight, whether it's Germany, Russia, China, and now the jihadist world. All those, what was it? Barack Obama, just a few years ago, sending billions of dollars, pallets of cash to Iran, promising that they would use this money to the economic benefit of their people and not use it to, well, what did they do recently? Well, they were the main supporters of Hamas who pulled off the atrocities of October 7th. And so October 7th, brought to you by billions of American dollars sent voluntarily by an American president. Every time America creates and subsidizes, often materially sanctions, its own enemy that it will end up having to fight. Iran is just the latest case in point. First, we support them, in effect, try and appease them with billions of dollars. And what do we get for it? Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis getting funded, and more Americans getting attacked and killed, more Israelis getting attacked and killed. And when there's any kind of pushback, like the 12-day war, we see them turning on their own population and killing them in the tens of thousands. So yeah, and just one more lesson to America and how it helps to create the very enemy it will end up having to fight. This is just another example.
Yeah, and I actually, okay, I think I lost it because Razi messaged me and I wanted to say something, but now I don't. Alejandro, any thoughts? Oh, I know what sorry, I won't know.
Go ahead.
Because James, I mean, come on, realpolitik has been dead by Henry Kissinger. Now it's the offensive realism by Mersheimer. That's what we have to, which is completely different than realpolitik and completely not.
But you notice how realism means conceding the legitimacy and continued existence
well, you have to compromise.
The worst dictatorships in human history.
But
You
we
know,
have to compromise in life,
oh
James.
yeah, right. But Hitler and Stalin and Mao and now the regime in Iran. I mean, again and again and again, realism and pragmatism means America morally sanctions and frequently materially supports the worst dictators in human history, only to have to end up fighting them in a war, or a Cold War, or a series of wars, you name it. But we do it every time to ourselves. Um, it's as much America's fault as anything else. But it's the fault of all those people who were saying that the realistic, practical thing to do would be to compromise with, morally sanction, and materially support dictators. That's never right. Acting on principle, ladies and gentlemen, is key here. If we've learned, if looking at history and the history of American foreign policy over the last century has taught us anything, it is you cannot morally support, sanction, materially support, sanction dictatorship ever, ever. You are taking your own liberty and life into your own hands every time you squeak a moral justification for the continued existence of some dictatorship, much less send them pallets of cash or material support or aid during, World War II, even with Stalin. It ended up a huge mistake for America as we signed over a third of the world to the Soviet Empire for decades. No, it is this realism and pragmatism that turns out to be the least practical policy at the end of the day, and will end up just killing more people and creating another enemy for America to have to fight in some war.
We have
So
a
much
super
for the
chat.
realists and pragmatists.
We have a super chat from Bonnie. Thank you so much, and one more super chat from Bonnie. Thank you so much. We have some guy in the chat talking about some of the founders in Israel and putting their original Polish, Ukrainian, and Belarusian names, which I don't think people understand that this is not making your argument. I mean, this is making the argument for the chosen people more than anything. Like, oh yeah, a bunch of people, bunch of Ukrainians, bunch of Poles, bunch of Belarusians or Russians were sent into a desert and in 20 years became a regional power. I'm supposed to take that as something negative? I'm supposed to take that as something like, oh, whoa, whoa, this is a bad thing. Like, Jews started immigrating into the land of Palestine, during the end of 19th century, and the big one was in the 20s and 30s, right? And then after Holocaust, of course. And then, like, in one war, became a regional superpower and were pretty much never beat since. And even right now, can take on in 12-day war, can take on Iran alone and all its proxies. A population 8 times higher than Israel. How am I ever supposed to take that as something negative? Why would I ever take that as something? This is like the original immigration story. Like it's the same for again, like even if you take like the last presidents, right? Like Biden, isn't he Irish? Like imagine like as Irish, like immigrating into America, being discriminated against, and then one of your people just becomes president a little bit later. I don't know. Does Donald Trump have some immigration ancestry? I feel like yes,
Donald
but
Trump, I think, is of Scottish and German descent.
although yeah,
Yeah,
you could say
but
that was a bit
we had an Irish Catholic president in John F. Kennedy back more than 60
which is
years
even
ago.
more recent,
Yeah.
right?
Well, exactly.
So
Yeah.
so it's like you're talking like I don't understand people who say that like what I mean I know what it is. They are collectivists. They just because you stay in your mom's basement your whole life doesn't mean like people should never like move around and try to found a greater state or found look for more in their lives outside of their mom's basement. This is like a good way to talk to people or talk to trolls rather.
Well, look at Israel. When you look at Israel's success and their success militarily, I mean, it really does eloquently show the difference between a culture of reason and a politics of comparative freedom versus the mystic, savage dictatorships that surround them. They have a culture, a medieval culture of anti-reason. They don't have political and economic freedom, at least comparatively. I mean, none at all. Individual rights are simply not respected. But you see in Israel, even though greatly outnumbered, a small piece of land surrounded by hostile enemies, and yet they can take on groups of their enemies at the same time. Their history shows. When the rational and the free stand up, I was talking about sanction of evil dictatorships, but when the comparatively rational and free stand up against mysticism and dictatorship, they will tend to win even if they're outnumbered, because they have reason and reality on their side, and they have a motive to fight for their freedom and happiness, chance of success in this world. Yeah, how eloquently history tells us again and again and again that it is faith and force that are corollaries, and reason and freedom that are corollaries. And it also eloquently tells us which is the one that is pro-life and pro-success, and which is just nihilism.
Somebody says Zionism was created in Europe in the 19th century. Yeah, and so was like the Enlightenment, and so was American Revolution created in yeah, ideas, objectivism was created in America in the middle of 20s. Like, just because you state you take a noun, you put when the date it was created and a location where it was created, is not an argument. I don't know what you're like trying to say, but
Palestinianism was created after
Yeah.
the creation of Israel. I mean, it was a region that included both, believe it or not, back when it was called, the British Mandate or Transjordan or whatever, when they used the term Palestine in those days, they meant both Jews and Muslims. It is only after the creation of Israel that an ethnic group, now ethnicity is a slippery concept in itself, but these are Arab Muslims, okay? And their ethnicity as Palestinians did not even come into being until the creation of Israel. Let me just remind everyone.
Alejandro, any thoughts?
I don't know. The conspiracy just shook my head. I don't know. I have no opinions on that.
Well, not all bad is in the land of London. So let's take a look at the different kind of protest.
Last one, ladies and gentlemen, Ayatollah Khomeini is dead.
How nice to see all the pro-Western people united. I saw Israel flag, USA. I saw a British flag. I'm seeing Persian flag, of course, and I saw even Ukrainian flag. Funnily enough, and what a drop! Ali Khamenei is dead. Alejandro, does this make you feel better about living in London?
Partially. I'm not a huge fan of any kind of demonstrations. I think you get prone to having a very slanted message.
Sure.
If it's a way of celebrating, I saw Venezuelans celebrating that Maduro was gone, and I think that's a good way of making catharsis. But to the extent that I'm with them.
Yeah, I mean, how can you? I mean, I agree. I mean, demonstration. I don't think that history is generally made on the streets. I think history is made in the minds of people. But we see all these ugly demonstrations on behalf of Hamas back for the last 2 years, and we've seen. You just showed us the demonstrations that were mourning a vicious, theocratic, totalitarian dictator. So in that context, let me just say it is wonderful to see. And just to, give people a little addendum to the NYU protest you showed earlier, where they were having a memorial for the Ayatollah.
I think we'll watch it again. Yeah.
That did stimulate a counter demonstration In fact, the larger counter demonstration was on the other side, were people saying, denouncing what those people mourning the Ayatollah were doing. And it did cause people to bring out old Iranian, like you say, Persian flags, American flags, Israeli flags, waving all at once. And when you're, all these people who aren't Iranians and who are out there, and that's the other thing I noticed, that when it's the pro, let's mourn Ayatollah, I don't hear an Iranian accent. I'm hearing like New York accent when I see the Washington Square protest. But the good news is that still bigger demonstration was denouncing that demonstration. And when we see that in London or New York, boy, isn't that a sharp contrast to most of the protests we've seen over the last 2.5 years in places like London and New York.
Well, let's take a look at the New York one again.
We mourn Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
We mourn Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
We mourn IRGC General.
We mourn IRGC General
Qasem Soleimani.
Qasem Soleimani.
And we mourn.
And we mourn
President Ibrahim Raisi.
President Ibrahim Raisi.
As Iranian leaders who represented resistance.
Represented resistance.
Resistance to Zionism.
Resistance to Zionism.
Resistance to colonial domination. We stand with the Islamic Republic of Iran.
The Islamic Republic of Iran.
We stand with the Iranian people. Defending their sovereignty. And their revolution. And the right to determine their own future. Without any interference from the United States or any other Western power. The supreme leader of Iran.
By the way, I still have to point out the George Floyd picture in the back, which again, just so people don't take it the wrong way, that was like a murder that happened and a bad thing, right? But it's like that it's all connected, right? It's you are behind the Palestinian people, and somehow you also support the Ali Khamenei, the brutal dictator of Iran, and also you support BLM. It always has to come all together. It cannot just be one thing. It's always everything. And again, just what they say, we mourn Ali Khamenei, Qasem Soleimani, and Ibrahim Raisi. Wait, like those people died like a while ago. We couldn't get, according to Islam, you should put bodies rest as soon as possible. You don't wait, until a bunch of them die and then try to mourn them. But again, this is this is disgusting. Like those people are murderers responsible for a crazy amount of deaths, and we're mourning them? Like we hate America so much that we'll like these people would make a funeral for Hitler. Like there's no doubt, because he's fighting against the West. Alejandro?
Yeah, anyone that was in that altar that wasn't on the RGC, like poor George Floyd. I mean, but this is something that has been brewing up for a while, and I think that's one of the things that I admired most by Dr. Peikoff in his way of analyzing the culture. Some of that is that ever since people were toddlers, they were taught that things didn't have to be joined. They didn't have to be presented as a united front or as a united thing that should be swallowed, digested, thought about. So that's a reason why you can claim anyone to be part of your ideology without any glue in that. And in fact, I think that's the type of mentality that is just waiting in line to become religious, because religion is essentially the magic glue that unites and binds any type of ideology without any real claim or way of thinking about things in reality. Now, just to see this in New York, it's really depressing as well. Probably even worse, and especially the way that they're repeating this. This isn't. They're reciting it just in the way that I would recite allegiance to the flag when I was a kid. It's such a boring,
Oh,
heartless way of saying things that I just was falling asleep. So
for a second, I thought you had to pledge allegiance to the UK flag, and then I realized you
no,
didn't
no,
grow up in the UK.
yeah.
Just quickly, someone in the chat says, if when you are young, you do not have liberal tendencies, you have no heart. If as you grow older and wiser, you don't turn your back. Oh, no, that's not good. I thought it's like, do not turn back to those liberal tendencies, you have
No, I
no
think it's
brain.
based on a quote from Winston Churchill,
Yeah, but
who
I thought
actually
thought he's flipping it.
descriptive in his own
Yeah.
autobiography, right? His political career moved him from left to right, and it sort of makes an assumption about altruism, doesn't it? When you're young and you're an altruist and you think self-sacrifice is the way to go, you tend to favor socialist kind of responses. As what did William Buckley once say? A conservative is a leftist who'd been mugged by reality. And in a way, after you go out and you try and start a business, or you try and get a job and earn your own living, and you have a family to support or something, reality will often mug you along the way and tell you, okay, socialism really doesn't work. And so, although you haven't changed your altruistic, so I think the typical way that quote is put is, if you aren't a liberal when you're young, you're heartless. If you're not conservative when you're older, you're brainless. I mean, there's something to that, in the sense that socialism doesn't work, ladies and gentlemen. It is actually opposed to reality. But what's wrong about it is that it assumes that having a heart means being in favor of forcing people into some kind of economic, a program like socialism. No, it is
Although,
not.
yeah,
It is not. If you have a heart and if you have a brain, they should work in coordination, and both should tell you that socialism is wrong. And that's part of the problem of conservatism in the Western world. So many of the intellectuals in the right, from the right, have come from the left, often from the radical left. It's been commented on by many intellectual historians. It really has. But what they do when they go from communist to conservative in my country's recent history, they tend to keep their altruist tendencies, and they never end up, and that disarms them from being consistent advocates of freedom when they do get burned by socialism. Indeed, being burned by socialism, oftentimes, as with F.A. Hayek, they'll thereafter be skeptical of ideologies as such. Well, I got burned. It's like ex-Christians. They get burned by the ideology, and therefore what characterizes them thereafter is being overwhelmingly against that ideology, but also smuggling in premises that they never questioned from that earlier ideology. And you've got to that's why philosophy is so important. You've got to question the premises all the way down. So if you're a young idealistic socialist who gets burned by it, check your premises all the way down to the ground, including ethics and epistemology. Go all the way to the level of philosophy. It was altruism that screwed you up. It was altruism that screwed you up. Otherwise, you're going to just end up like one of these mealy-mouthed, me-tooing conservatives when reality mugs you. Or if you're burned by religion, and you see how religion has had a negative impact, say, on your family or something, or on the way you're thinking. You use philosophy to question it all the way down. It's reason that got you out of that problem, and it was reason that got you into the problem of it was an opposition to reason that got you into the problem in the first place. Mysticism. So philosophy is what I would point people to. Don't reject philosophy if you get burned by your previous allegiance to some ideology, whether it's religion or socialism or anything else that a young idealist might get burned by being associated with. The answer is not to reject philosophy, but to find better philosophical roots.
Although I think if you take liberal meaning in the actual sense of being pro-freedom, being pro-individual rights,
Yeah,
being pro-free market, I would say if you're not a liberal when you're young, you have no heart. And if you're not a liberal when you are older, you have no brain, because that is the superior. And that, I think, should be the most inspiring ideology. And I think always was to me, at the very least. So, yeah.
How is it that the liberals took over that word from the advocates of individualism and freedom?
I don't know too much about like the development in America, but couldn't be more that just the right abandoned it and just left it, because for a long time, in America it was the Republican Party that was the liberal party, right?
I would say it's a little more complex than that. In the 1920s, you began to see intellectual periodicals like The Nation magazine literally move from a laissez-faire stance, or at least a more economically liberal stance in the correct sense of the term, to a socialist stance. And at the same time, American leftists wanted to say, well, we can have our civil liberties and eat them too, if you will, by rejecting economic liberties. So this dichotomy between economic and civil liberties is really that you can really see beginning in a pronounced way in the 1920s, 100 years ago in my country, where there was this division. You can see it in the development of the New Republic magazine or the Nation magazine changing its editorial policy to be more pro-socialist in its economic outlook, because they pretended, for a long time at least, now I think the pretense is off, the left is advocating censorship and oppression and violence overtly. Leftist intellectuals in my country are now opposed to free speech. But 100 years ago, they pulled off this theft of the word liberal by saying, oh, well, we're still in favor of free speech and civil liberties, but we're now in favor of more socialist economic policies. And that lie, that contradiction could not live forever. And so today in the 21st century, the left is far more consistent in their, and it's still in some places called progressive. I mean, that's the word they use, progressive or liberal.
Liberal is an ugly word right now. I mean, when I listen to leftist commentators, liberal is not a good word. That's you're either neoliberal or
neoliberal. Right. So let's take it back. So let's take back the word they stole 100 years ago, because now they're being very direct in their opposition to free speech and their promotion of violence. So they've lost
also opposition to general American constitutionalism, which is the part of liberal.
They've lost any connection to anything that might vaguely be called liberal anymore.
Somebody in the chat says Alejandro playing Black Ops 7.
What is that? Sorry.
I don't know. Maybe it's just you look.
I'm a loudmouth. I'm sorry. I don't mean to talk so much.
Alejandro, any thoughts? We could also go back to the video.
Yes. Maybe one comment is that, and that's as well a bit depressing, that conservatives over they always get the waves of what was the progressive movement a generation before, and the conservative becomes therefore a mixed bag of what was in vogue the previous generation, but as well and generations before and before that. So it's really like a really odd puree of ideas which don't have anything gluing them together. One of the things that it's interesting today is that, especially in the U.S., the right and the more talking right sounds a lot like the hard left of 20 years ago, like that hatred of neoliberals, that hatred of international trade. That's the things that I would hear from the left when I was a kid. But now the left has moved towards the cultural stream and the entire critical racism theory, the left has turned more to the right, and they haven't really changed their ideas. They just moved towards a different political party.
Yeah, I remember when this was a few years ago when I was still at high school. And somebody tried to explain to me what neoliberalism is, and when I'm listening to them, I'm like, that sounds based. That sounds like good. But that was specifically just because of the words to describe they used. Basically, they used the distinction between like free marketers, that you're like libertarian who thinks a state is an unnecessary evil. You are a minarchist who thinks the state is is a necessary evil, or you're a neoliberal who thinks that a state is a necessary good. And I'm like, that sounds like me. I think we need a state for the good. So I just found it pretty funny.
Well, now you've got major intellectuals in America, like Professor Deneen, who is so loved by our vice president, for example, a friend of our vice president, who's explicitly an opponent of liberalism, the Enlightenment, individualism, and that is more and more characterizing the American right. And the policies that the American right have embraced in recent years, one would have, when I was a child, you would have associated with, trade union sort of leftists. It was the labor unions in my country that opposed immigration and free trade and wanted tariffs, and yet those are the very economic nationalism, interventionism and mercantilism that once advocated by American trade unions is now embraced by the Trump Republican Party as the correct economic policy. At one time, it was the tribalist left from unions in my country that advocated the very policies that are being emphasized on the American right today. No question about what Alejandro is saying. It's true. And if you really want to see the ugliest parts of the right, check out that Deneen creature that I just mentioned, and all these advocates of heritage Americans, as though the immigrants or children of immigrants are lesser Americans than Americans whose ancestors have, like J.D. Vance, have been buried in the Appalachian Hills for multiple generations. That is pure tribalist bigotry. And as I say, when the right abandons any kind of defense of the free market, even nominally, and when the left abandons any kind of defense of free speech, even nominally, what's left of America? So I myself am, as each decade passes, I have to mourn the passing of the original American ideals, true liberalism.
Just quickly, somebody asked, what do objectivists think about anarchism? Well, just quickly, when it comes to what do objectivists think, the only person you should be really concerned with is Ayn Rand, and she talks about it in The Nature of Government, an essay or a chapter in The Virtue of Selfishness. So that's where I would mainly point you when your idea is what is the objectivist stance on this. But I don't know, maybe one of you guys want to comment on it? Alejandro?
Just searched the nature of government and quote, I'm quoting Ayn Rand. She says, anarchy as a political concept is a naive floating abstraction. For all the reasons discussed above, the essay, a society without an organized government would be at the mercy of the first criminal who came along and who would precipitate it into the chaos of a gang warfare. But the possibility of human immorality is not only objection to anarchy. Even a society whose every member were fully rational and faultless morally could not function in a state of anarchy because it is the need of because they would need objective laws of an arbiter for honest disagreement amongst men that necessitates the establishment of a government, unquote.
Force, the initiation of force by one human against another is always wrong. It neutralizes our basic tool of survival, our faculty of reason. When I point a gun at you guys, I neutralize the effect of your judgment, your tool of survival. You're now obeying my orders. and the only one whose judgment matters is mine. Force and mind are opposites, connected to what we were saying before about faith and force. When someone uses force, they must be dealt with by force. Everything that makes the initiation of force morally wrong makes the use of force in response or retaliation good and necessary. But in order to protect ourselves from criminals and aggressive dictators abroad, we need a government. And that government, if we have laws to protect me from violence from criminals, we need a constitution. We need a rule of law that protects us from the tyranny of governments. And so government is necessary. It's a necessary good because, as Ayn Rand, just as Alejandro quoted there, thinking is a function of the individual. There will be differences of judgment and we need a neutral arbiter to decide our disputes in a peaceful way. And so even the most rational society will need a government. But government must be constrained to the use of force in a responsive way and the enforcement of objective law. That is what individual liberty requires. That's what liberates the human mind and opens up unlimited vistas for the human progress in the future.
Yeah, and I would make the main case when it comes to even things like rights. Oftentimes, either when I encounter libertarians and my sort of defense of state, or even some leftists when it comes to my, for example, the intellectual property, and they try to put me on a spot where it's like, well, what exactly should be the copyright length? How long should it be? And it kind of reminds me of the way like Christians talk to atheists, like unless you can explain every single thing about the world, that means, and if you cannot, God exists. So, and the reason why, because like rights are an achievement. It's not intrinsic. It's our understanding of human interactions, our understanding of what a human or what an individual needs when it comes to realizing his his reason, when it comes to protecting his ability to think in the real world, when it comes to human interaction, is an achievement that takes time. Similar to science, takes time to understand everything, to explain everything, and that's why you need, I think at the end of the day, you need a state to be able to enforce this, because again, disagreements on a free market. James doesn't want to sell me his what example did I lose last? Some book, I cannot remember what it was, but like doesn't want to tell me, well, that disagreement is easily solvable, but by either me convincing him or him not convincing, or me not convincing him, and I can just move on. But if we have a disagreement over law, but the only solution is for somebody to enforce it, right? So again, you would fundamentally find yourself in anarchist society, in war with almost everybody, or in potential conflict with everybody, because there would always be disagreements. And again, disagreements are common, even when it comes to, again, civil societies. Like I mean, James was a prosecutor, right? This is lot of disagreements that can happen, even or even in the civil courts, right? There's a lot of
Civil courts, you'll find two reasonable people just simply will have a disagreement over what a contract meant, what the terms of a contract meant. Typically, with what I did, criminal law, it was a clear case of a much clearer moral case. Let me put it that way. But I knew and studied from, this was more than 40 years ago. I knew and studied under Murray Rothbard, who was an anarchist, who believed that there could be a market for government services. No, a free market presupposes the banning of force. There can be no market in force. That's why there needs to be a single monopoly of legitimate force users, and the only legitimate use of force is in response or in retaliation to its use. But what is coercion in the context of, say, a contract dispute? Reason is a faculty of the individual, and people will have even honest disagreements in any legal system. That's why we need a court system. And I'd rather have a court system that would rule against me in a contract case than live in an anarchistic world where there are competing governments, which are just basically organized gangs, like organized crime mobs in competition. What we mean by with those anarcho-capitalists mean by competing governments is generally would in effect mean mob rule at the end of the day.
Yeah, and again, just to point this out, that's why oftentimes you find that anarchists, what they hate the most, it's not authoritarian states, it's actually a successful states like America. And that's why I mean I pointed this out yesterday, right? That Rothbard was supportive of the Viet Cong. Maybe James can tell us a little
Well,
bit
he
more
compared
about
them to George Washington. And so, I mean, he didn't join the Viet Cong, but I mean, he was sympathetic to them.
Yeah, I didn't say he joined. I don't know, like people brought it up as a race. It's like Murray Rothbard is in the jungle, like yeah, but I think that's why fundamentally they find themselves in opposition to free states, because they show that governments can be successful. Which again, the successful governments just mean governments that recognize the rights of their people and leave them alone to their devices to achieve
I'm
greatness
just
in their
thankful
life.
there was no anarchistic America when World War II happened. I'm thankful that the United States had a coherent response to the aggression of Hitler in Europe and Japan in Asia. We require a government to protect us against those kind of sinister forces. If someone can't see that civilization and freedom requires some kind of government to protect us against the savage totalitarian forces of aggressors, they are not a student of history. We're living right now through a kind of history of that. There is an aggressive dictator in the Middle East, and they have been developing ballistic missiles, the widest ranging and ballistic missile program in the region is that of Iran. They have missiles that can reach Europe now. They will soon have ballistic missiles that can reach North America. They have been enriching uranium well past the point of what is needed for energy production or medical uses. And it's clear that we cannot wait for a dictator that could slaughter tens of thousands of their own people on the street. We cannot wait for a government that anti-life, vicious, and totalitarian to achieve ballistic missiles that could put a nuclear bomb on tip one of these ballistic missiles with a nuclear bomb that could reach Great Britain or the United States. It would be too late at that point, and these people would not hesitate from using them. They have not only been the world's leading sponsor of terrorism for many decades now, they've not only killed hundreds of Americans in each of the last, several decades, but they have much more aggressive ambitions with their ballistic missile program, with their nuclear weapon program. They would not hesitate to use those weapons, and we cannot wait for them to perfect those weapons. Iran is a classic example, just as Adolf Hitler's Germany was a classic example of why we need so urgently governments to protect us from the aggression of dictators like Hitler and the Islamic Republic of Iran.
And okay, quick news update. There's a message from the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. I really need to find out how to pronounce his name. Who said the cooperation between Iran and Russia is no secret. They are helping us in many ways, but I don't have the exact details. So they are open, but I'm wondering why they would even state this. Maybe they think, oh, Trump likes Putin. If we say he works with us, he'll like step away or something. Like
Fear of a wider war, the fear of this becoming a wider war. We don't want it to become World War III. I mean, so much of the excuses of the people.
Yeah. But by the way, and that somehow is like our problem. It's not for Iran for bringing Russia into this conflict that's starting World War II. It's us actually doing something about that that's starting World War III.
Right. That's the escalation. Now, Iran has been supplying Russia with military drones in their war with Ukraine. the bad guys have a harmony of interests, if you will, as well. Now, if there were no civilization, would they be at each other's throats? Of course they would. But in the meantime, the one thing that unifies dictators of the world is the existence of civilization, so that they can get away with their aggression. And so it's hardly surprising that they're sharing intelligence, but let me suggest there's little more than that Russia can do to help Iran. I'm not afraid of this escalating into World War III. Russia is not about to use its nukes, say, against America or Europe in response to this. They can't. First of all, they've got their own hands full with their own war in Ukraine. But secondly, the Russians have never been 10 foot tall here. There's little they can do to come in. And look at all those Chinese defensive weapons that they send to places like Iran and Venezuela. They've proven not to be terribly effective. No, if Iran falls, this would be a body blow to Russia and China both. Another good reason to be cheering on Israel and America in their effort to take out the Islamic Republic is that it would represent a significant body blow to the world's most dangerous evil dictatorships.
We have a super chat from Jonathan. Thank you so much. All right, we still have the video. Alejandro, any thoughts?
No, I think I agree that literally Russia is completely incapable of helping any people that it had pledged to help, and that's a really good development. And as well, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering who reads Russian literature, who reads Dostoevsky and thinks, oh, that nation must have a really good military, I think. From what I'm reading here, that must be really good. It's yeah.
It was their dismal, entry into World War I that sort of set off revolution and brought about the Bolsheviks. And before that, they couldn't win against Japan. I mean, poor Russia. As Ayn Rand pointed out, early on in World War II, little Finland was able to repulse the mighty Russians multiple times. The Russians have never been 10 foot tall, ladies and gentlemen. Finland has proven too much for the Russians on more than one occasion. So do not be afraid of the, quote, escalation that is involved in Iran saying, hey, the Russians are helping us, because there's little Russia can do here. And it will not be World War III, unless something very dramatically changes that I'm unaware of.
Okay,
The
let's
time
take
to pounce. Let me put it that way.
Alejandro, any more thoughts? All right, let's take a look a little bit more. I mean, I don't know how much, if it's just the same thing, but let's see.
The supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was assassinated by the U.S. government in a terrorist attack on March 1st. And to mourn alongside the Iranian people. From CIA and Mossad, sponsored terrorism. We defend our right to resist. By any means necessary. Our responsibility here. As internally colonized people. Living inside the empire. Is not to lecture Iran. Or any other global South nation. While our government wages war against them. With the IRGC.
Okay, I just want to bring up, because he said internally colonized people, I suppose referring to them. Aren't they immigrant? I mean, I don't want to be racist and say all brown people are immigrants, but there's no, they have to be, right? There's no native, Middle Easterners in like, what's happening here? What? You can leave America. I'm not telling you to leave. I
They
think
can
America is
engage
the
in
land of
demonstrations like this. They have free speech. If you were to think of the fate of the Iranians who got slaughtered in early January by their own government. Tens of thousands of them resisting their own government. There are no freedoms in Iran, and that's what this guy, he's exploiting the freedoms that you enjoy in the United States to defend and support people literally murdering thousands of people, suppressing their freedom and their freedom of speech. And he has the nerve to think that he is the one supporting, opposing empires and oppression of some kind. But look at the mindless dronery here. I mean, he reads from his prepared script, and they chant exactly the same thing in response.
By the way, Ali
There's-
Khamenei was killed on February 28th,
Yes.
not March 1st.
Yes, and Soleimani, exactly. I mean, but look how they're reviewing the recent historical bidding here on who their heroes are. Okay, I mean, they're going down the list of the people they admire, mind you, over any Western government. I mean, wow, including and especially Israel and America, these evil colonialist powers, right? But consider the mindless dronery. He'll read out his thing, and they will chant in unison. It is religiosity at the highest level. Talk about mystics and collectivists. These people can't think for themselves. I mean, it's like a scene from that Monty Python movie, The Life of Brian, where Brian will say something, and they
We
will
are
all
all
in unison, we're all individuals. These people are chanting like religious
I'm not.
drones at some mystic ceremony because they're simply unable to think for themselves. And so they chant agreement in defense, mind you, using the freedoms of the West, freedom of speech, because I mean, Washington Square Park is a public park, and there he is under the arch dedicated to George Washington, no less, denouncing the United States, using freedom of speech in his defense against a government that has slaughtered tens of thousands of their own people for daring to resist the theocratic totalitarian state that they live under. I mean, as I say, it's like clockwork. There'll be people who'll defend Nazi Germany in the 30s. There'll be people who defend Stalin's Russia. There'll be people who defend Mao's China. And there'll be people every time. And we look back on it and we ignore it. And there are people who don't want us to see that and remember that. But they were there. And here today, they're there, defenders of the most evil, murderous, totalitarian regime on the planet, and they're out there chanting in support of it. Talk about the screaming need for philosophy, right?
Yeah, and what else did he say? Yeah, talking about like right to resist, right to resist by blowing up UAE hotels apparently.
Apparently.
And not to lecture. And he says the global south. Global South is probably my favorite like concepts of all time because it includes like the technically it should include like nations south of the equator, but no, it's like every nation in the Middle East but Israel. It's
Australia, New Zealand.
yeah. I mean, like I love the concept because what they just mean is like third world nations for the most part, or like second world nations. But yeah, it's like we have to come up with a new term. So it's like it's basically just anti-West alliance for the most part. Although technically global north includes Russia.
Oh, these are nihilists who hate civilization itself. I mean, there's no other way of really looking at it. When, I mean, the cognitive dissonance, and we've noted it before many times, these leftist groups that claim to be supporters of women's rights or gay rights. I mean, and honestly, here they are defending the least liberal civilization on the planet today. I mean, medieval savages who would throw homosexuals off the roof and not permit women to show a lock of hair, or they get disappeared into prisons to be tortured and killed. And that's what they're defending. There's no free speech, ladies and gentlemen, in Iran. If you do protest your government, expect to be killed, slaughtered in the tens of thousands, if necessary, by the Islamic regime. But that's what they're out there defending. That's what these, quote, progressives are out there actually defending. They're obviously haters of the good for being the good. They're obviously people who despise civilization, have contempt for freedom, human well-being. They're nihilists. And at some level, anyone who's even slightly informed has to really know that that's what's going on here. You begin to wonder, and of course, people that develop their own, maybe these are paid by some leftist organization or Islamic group, international Islamic group or something. No, this could actually be the product of American university education, because it's that kind of nihilism that they're taught routinely in the humanities departments in Western universities.
Alejandro?
Well, I think this guy was the discoverer of the Ring of Gyges, or I don't know, maybe he's the invisible man. If he has such horrible ideas, I would try to be invisible as well. And yeah, I think this guy is truly bad and so awful. My only hope is that this is not representative at all about the ideas of most of the U.S. citizens, and I really think it doesn't. But to the extent that someone says, "Oh, there's some reasoning there," that's a threat.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be said that the war in Iran is continuing, and as I've said, I think American government is generally very responsive towards the people. So I think if there was like a true like high end or really high opposition, I think you would very quickly either not see it happening at all or very quickly see it disappear.
Yeah, efforts to stop this war in Congress have been defeated.
What is Alejandro laughing at?
I remember someone commented in the chat saying like he's waiting for the masked man to say I have to go to the toilet, and then the rest are I want to go to the toilet. It reminded me of a video of something that happened once, like in this video of, are we either fools or not? And they say yes, because they are repeating everything that they're anyway. Very funny.
All right, let's switch a little bit more. I mean, it's just 3 more minutes of them chanting. But let's see if they. If not, we'll just cut it down.
We stand in full solidarity!
We stand in full solidarity
With the IRGC!
with the IRGC.
We stand in full solidarity!
We stand in full solidarity
With the Iranian Revolution!
with the Iranian Revolution.
We stand in full solidarity!
We stand in full solidarity
With the Islamic Revolution!
with the Islamic Revolution.
We stand in full solidarity!
We stand in full solidarity
With the people of Iran!
with the people of Iran.
Resisting Zionism!
Resisting Zionism. U.S. imperialists.
Number one terrorist!
Number one terrorist.
Fly!
Iran's missiles will reply.
U.S. drones in the sky!
U.S. drones in the sky.
Iran's missiles will reply!
Iran's missiles will reply.
U.S. drones in the sky!
Okay, I guess the round of things that are just repeating themselves. Yeah, and Iranian missiles will reply. Where? What did they hit? Oh, Kuwaiti airport. Oh, a hotel in United Arab Emirates. Oh, okay.
Or I mean, they have hit U.S. military bases as well. I think we talked about the reason for declaring war, and this is one of them. If you were declaring war, this would be actually an act of treason, asking for an enemy country to, and asking and celebrating an enemy country to hit your own country bases is, I would say, something punishable if you declare war, and that's one of the good reasons why it should have been declared.
James?
Well, I don't think you need a declaration of war to have treason charges. Treason is the one crime defined in the United States Constitution. And it's defined as taking up arms against the United States or providing material aid and comfort to those who do. And so technically you don't need a declaration of war to support an enemy. I mean, Iran has been at war with the United States for 47 years.
But how is enemy defined then?
I'm sorry?
How is enemy defined
someone who's engaged in combat with you, whether you recognize it or
Okay.
not. And there are also, by the way, there are also not, war, a declaration of war and not declaration of war is not the binary choice, even under our constitutional system. And so you'll have Thomas Jefferson, for example, waging war against the Barbary pirates in Tripoli. Their national allegiance was sometimes not easy to understand or define. So it was a kind of asymmetric warfare even then. And Thomas Jefferson went, in effect, to war against the Barbary pirates and only got congressional authorization, which, by the way, wasn't a declaration of war, just a congressional authorization of him to do that. So in a context, let's put it this way, a context, say, like Jefferson's war against the Barbary pirates, it might be, certainly would be treason if you were to give material aid or comfort to the enemy. Now, I agree that the enemy shouldn't be allowed to recruit during wartime, whether it's declared or not. And I think that would be sufficient to be aid and comfort to be treason. But treason in America is not because you have an opinion that opposes your government in time of war. Treason in America is actually helping out someone who's actively hurting America, I think is the one sort of generalized way of putting it. They have to be engaged in violence against the United States, some foreign entity, and you have to be supporting them in a material way or going to arms with them, doing violence against America. So America very narrowly defined, because treason laws have been used in very abusive ways by authoritarian governments. And so the founding fathers were very keen to have a very narrow definition of what treason consists of. And it means going to war against America or giving aid and comfort to those who are doing violence against America. Not to get technically pedantic about my lawyerly way.
Somebody asked what defines aiding or comfort? Is what they are doing not sufficient?
Speaking out, I'd make a distinction, for example. See, for example, during the Vietnam War, there were plenty of people who were protesting the Vietnam War in the 1960s, and from a communist perspective, no less. And from a communist perspective, there were people when the famous actress Jane Fonda went to Vietnam and was photographed on top of Viet Cong tanks. People said she's a traitor. And in one sense, she was materially, an argument could be made that those photographs, that propaganda that she was helping the Viet Cong with when America was in armed conflict with the communists in Vietnam, could be viewed as treason. She was never prosecuted. And now you might make a case, well, there's so much propaganda value that they're getting from it is providing material aid. The protesters, however, when they were saying, we support the Viet Cong, say, Murray Rothbard, when he came out in favor of the Viet Cong back in the 1960s, could America have prosecuted him for treason? If it's just words, I don't think so. That's protected by the First Amendment. Could they go out and recruit for the Viet Cong? I think that would be crossing the line. Could they engage in propaganda that would be used and multiplied like Jane Fonda did? I think it could be argued that she was a traitor, but it would have to be more than mere advocacy, more than mere words or an ideological position. It would have to be aid and comfort of some material kind, at least in terms of recruiting for the enemy, or in some way. I could see the argument stretching out to the point of, hey, well, your words have reached the point where you're now recruiting for the other side. Let me put it that way. But you'd really have to prove with our First Amendment that so strictly protects free speech and freedom of the mind, it would really have to be you'd have to show some kind of material benefit that the enemies that America was engaged in a violent conflict with were getting from that. Does that make sense?
Yep. Alejandro, any thoughts?
Yeah, just take back my comments. I still think it's important to declare war, but now that James has given these arguments, I don't think it's relevant to these.
I mean, you can make a new law.
Look, I have to, when it comes to policy, look, the Supreme Court, for example, is part of our constitutional system. And if I want to preserve the rule of law, that means I submit to the Supreme Court's decisions, even when I disagree with them. Right now, the world, both Congress and the United States, both Congress and the President of the United States, both parties are working in the box of the War Powers Act of 1973. That is their assumption on both sides. It is my opinion, reading the Federalist Papers and James Madison, that that is unconstitutional. But the funny thing is that that's the accepted context of our time. So I have to run two columns. One column is evaluating the merits of any particular policy within the current constitutional regime, even if I think that constitutional regime is the wrong interpretation of the Constitution, pernicious in some way, but it's within that context I have to evaluate policy. And then on the other side, remember that, oh, that's my view of the Constitution and the way it ought to read. So I have two basic analyses that I run side by side. Under the current regime of the War Powers Act, which, by the way, Trump is, on this occasion, Trump is acting within the confines of the War Powers Act. And given that, am I in favor of his policy? Yes, I'm in favor of his policy. Would I prefer it if the Congress in these kind of situations had to declare war? Yeah, that would make Congress do their job. It would make them, it might be very clarifying and helpful for many reasons, as Alejandro points out. The benefits of having a declaration of war are not to be discounted when you're fighting a truly evil, worthy enemy. But you see, I have to run this two-column analysis on every policy issue there is. For the last 100 years, the Supreme Court, for example, has distorted the true meaning of the Constitution out of all recognition, basically turning Congress into an economic dictator. So on any policy, the FBI is included in this, by the way. Our federal organized crime statutes or our kidnapping statutes are all predicated on a twisted view of the Commerce Clause of the Constitution, believe it or not. So am I in favor of going after the KKK or organized crime? Yes, I am. Is it a valid moral function of government to do so? Yes, it is. So I'm in favor of operations that I would consider unconstitutional if I had my way when it came to the federal government. Would I advocate an amendment to the Constitution that might change things? Well, I have to evaluate that separately, you see. Now, most of the time when they're doing something unconstitutional, they're doing something also that is morally wrong, But when those occasions like this happen, where the common understanding now of the Constitution is corrupted from what our founders actually thought it should be when it comes to declarations of war, I still have to evaluate the merits of going to war with Iran independently of that. And so long as Trump is operating within what both parties currently, for good or ill, regard as the constitutional approach, then I have to say, yeah, I'm in favor of what Trump is doing, and he's doing it within the confines of the current understanding of what the Constitution requires. As much as I disagree with the current understanding of what the Constitution requires. In fact, I would point out, like Alejandro just did, that there'd be great advantages to going to a better understanding of what the U.S. Constitution requires. But nonetheless, so I can appear here and cheer on the war at the Ayn Rand Center UK. I can also appear on a different podcast and join in with an analysis saying, boy, the Constitution ought to be interpreted in a different way. I can do both at the same time, ladies and gentlemen. Does that make my position nuanced or complex? No. I think there's a right and wrong, a black and white right and wrong in both columns, but I have to sort of run, as I've run as an attorney. I've been a government attorney for almost 18 years in this country, and I had to run a two-column analysis every time I considered the merits of a prosecution or a policy. That's just the unfortunate necessity when the Constitution becomes badly interpreted all out of whack. So I evaluate the constitutionality, keep that in mind, advocate for constitutional reforms very actively, but still I can evaluate the merits of a policy independently of that and say, so long as it's within the current confines of accepted constitutional analysis, the rule of law requires me to accept that that's the current constitutional analysis. I still will evaluate the merits or problems with the policy. I know that was a lot of words there, but I just wanted to stress and emphasize that one can both walk and chew gum at the same time. One doesn't have to say, well, to hell with the Constitution, because if it gets in the way of doing war with Iran, I'm in favor of doing war with Iran, or Constitution, do or die, no matter what happens on the other side. No, that is a theory-practice dichotomy that has been foisted on us by mostly by bad constitutional analysis, I grant you. But the Constitution is neither a suicide pact nor is it perfect. And the only way to square that is to submit, that is to say, to the current Supreme Court analysis, whether I agree with it or not, and try and define the best policy that moves us in the direction of liberty that I can within those confines, advocating all the time, a second advocacy all the time for a better interpretation of the Constitution.
So I know Alejandro might have to leave in a bit. Do you have time to do one more clip or? Yeah, all right. Let's do the great, well, I'll surprise you guys.
The most brain dead people, by the way, in the Arab world are definitely the Emiratis. Completely brain dead.
Wow, you hold on. By the way,
at Harvard University, the biggest defenders of the Jews who were opposed to the encampments, the biggest defenders were the Emiratis. You ever listen to them talk? I mean, they sound, I don't know, retarded. The most.
Dude, Norman Finkelstein is losing his mind. So just for people who don't know, this is Norman Finkelstein, a big historian on the Israel-Palestinian situation, who doesn't speak Hebrew or Arabic, but somehow is a historian on the region who doesn't even speak the language of either sides. And he says the most brain-dead people are Emiratis. Because, why? Well, because they defend the Jews. Alejandro.
It's always horrendous to see Finkelstein. I really breaks my heart that I have to leave with this low note. But yeah, I think this guy has proven what he's wants and desires are really. I think I have literally very few things to add. This guy is truly horrendous. And whenever times calls, he just shows his true nature.
Well, maybe to give a little bit a lighter note, going back to the news, Chief of Staff for the Iran's, who specifically? Chief of Staff to the Emergency Command has been eliminated yesterday, and now it has been confirmed. So at least something positive. James, any comments on Finkelstein?
Well, can you imagine the idea that a Muslim country in the region should find its interests coordinated with Israel doesn't give him any pause to think that, you know, maybe, just maybe, the Iranian regime are the bad guys here. Maybe, just maybe, Professor, you know, you're on the wrong side of history. And no, but it doesn't give him pause in any way, shape, or form to think that both Israel and a Muslim state in the region could find their interests ever coordinated. I mean, to him, that is obviously some kind of weird, perverse, unexplainable contradiction that he can't square in his own head, except by seeing some kind of corruption on either or both sides. Look, I'm not a big fan of the Emirati government, but on the other hand, they can see that they're threatened by the Islamic Republic of Iran, and that equal threat to all of their neighbors should emphasize, see, because if they were to admit that out loud, if they were to admit things like, well, look at how Iran is attacking all of their neighbors, that would sort of emphasize how moral and just and necessary this war is. Iran is a threat to everybody. If they were have to really put in context the thousands, the tens of thousands of Iranians who've lost their lives trying to rise up against their government, that would, again, it would emphasize the necessity, both the morality and the necessity of this war. They are a threat to everybody. If they can treat their people that way, and they're getting nukes, and they're getting complex ballistic missiles, they become a threat to everybody. An aggressive dictatorship, ladies and gentlemen, is a threat to everybody. When you add the ballistic missiles, when you add the getting nukes, when you add the slaughter of their own people, when you add the attack on how many of their neighbors now? A dozen or more of their neighbors they've attacked? It emphasizes the absolute necessity, both the moral justification and the absolute necessity of taking them out. They are a threat to everybody.
Alejandro, any last thoughts before you leave?
Just looking forward to the development of this war. Hopefully, we will have more good news going forward. And yeah, let's see if they elect a new supreme leader with soon expiration date.
Thank you, Alejandro, for joining us. It was great to have you.
Be safe, my brother.
Likewise.
Let's see if we can find any. Well, let me check the news first. Launches detected from Iran. Sirens possible in Beersheba, Dimona, and across Negev. I mentioned this. So yeah, people stay safe. Saudi Arabia says 2 people have been killed and 12 injured in direct hit on residential neighborhood. That's Saudi Arabia Civil Defense.
Yeah, if one stray missile might have caused harm to civilians on the part of Israelis or Americans in Iran, American Israelis are evil, evil, evil. But systematically, Iran is lashing out against civilians everywhere around them. And that's not, I mean, honestly, I can't fathom the Finkelsteins or the protesters in this world. They're morally perverse in their thinking. They've got it upside down. They're in favor of death, oppression, and there's no other way of looking at it. They're killing civilians in Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, killing civilians, trying to kill civilians everywhere from all the way up from Azerbaijan down to Oman. So you'd think that a situation like that, it would be a no-brainer, right? You'd think in a situation like that, most people would grasp who's the good guys, who's the bad guys, what the moral necessities here are in taking out this evil regime. But no, it's very hard to fathom, but it is the reality that we're living in. That level of perverse thinking from a Finkelstein or from those NYU protesters.
We have a super chat from Jonathan earlier. I'm not sure if I read it, but if I didn't, thank you. And if I did, thank you again. We have a super chat from Roman Viking who's asking, how can you combine transhumanism with objectivism? Transobjectivism. But seriously, I mean, I think the idea of transhumanism is simply, I don't know if it's like a full-on philosophy. It just talks about, I mean, I can quickly look it up, but what specifically like advocates for, but isn't it some idea of like developing human consciousness beyond the body that we have into some kind of...
Look, I already use my computer. I use my phone to enhance my intelligence, and yeah. But I mean, what do we call transhumanism? I guess the first human to use fire unlike any other animal. You know,
Yeah, just quickly, and again from Wikipedia, philosophical movement advocating enhancement of the human condition by developing and making widely available new and future technologies to enhance longevity, cognition, and well-being.
this
So
is
yeah,
what
I mean
humans do.
that
Humans
is human
use,
condition. Yeah.
yes, humans use their rational mind in creative ways. Okay, reason is our fundamental tool of survival, and we learn. You know, it's amazing all the things humans learn. Humans have learned the rules of logic. Humans have learned the scientific method. We learn how to get smarter. We've developed writing. We all the way back to the use of fire. We've been using technology to enhance our physical state of being. We're using medicine. I mean, the improvement of our bodies. I mean, I've had surgery on my eyes to correct myopia. I had orthodonture as a child to correct my teeth. I was sort of bionic man, you know, in that sense, that would have been unthinkable in generations earlier. Is technology going to improve us physically and mentally in the future? I have no doubt. That is what humans do. They apply reason to the problem of survival, and they come up with new technologies to improve their way of life. And I have no doubt one day to improve their lifespans, their bodies, even their ability to know and think and learn. That's what humans do. That's not transhuman in one sense. That's human in the literal sense. Well, but it does remind me of Friedrich Nietzsche's famous line, man is a thing to be over, mankind, I don't know if it's man or mankind, man is a thing to be overcome. He's looking for the next step in evolution, you see, beyond human. But the thing is, we never stop moving in the direction of better and better. That's for sure. But I wouldn't say it's man that we're overcoming. We're becoming men. We were savages, we were animals. And as we move in the direction of reason, using our technology to improve the world and improve ourselves, what we're doing is perfecting ourselves as humans. Now I'd steal the line from the movie Blade Runner. More human than human is what I wouldn't call it transhuman. I would call it ultimate human.
Bon is asking, does Wiki say how they want to make the advancements widely available? That might be the factor. So from what I'm seeing, there's like subsections of transhumanism, which include anything from like socialism to libertarianism. But yeah, it seems like I don't know why it has a unique name. It seems like this is just human condition, simply improving.
I'd reject any socialist or even libertarian approach thoroughly and completely. People have to be any use of.
So I guess in a sense, I would kind of disagree with it because it almost looks at it as like an end in itself without almost like any response to any values. Like, do you know the guy? What's his name? Brian Johnson. Do you know Brian Johnson?
Doesn't ring a bell.
He's like this guy who like he records everything about his body and he wants to like live forever, basically.
Right. The live forever guy. Right.
Yeah,
Right.
you might have seen him.
Right. He makes sure he gets a certain amount of sleep and he stops eating at a certain time and he monitors every little chemical that goes into his body because he wants to live forever. He's like a human experiment.
Yeah. So in a sense, like I don't think that's like an end in itself because you like prolonging human life. It should always be attainment of values, which can be, I'd say, smoking cigarettes. Maybe you can make a case that it's such a high value that you would take a risk.
I wouldn't, and it is for the individual to decide.
Yeah.
But the point is, I was once talking to Leonard Peikoff over dinner, mind you, a sumptuous dinner that we were having many, many years ago, by the way, many, many years ago. And I was making a comment about watching my weight, and he made a great comment. He said, do you live for your diet or your diet for your life? I mean, if someone were to say to me, eliminate all of these things that are so tasty in your life, or it'll cut off X amount of years, I might actually make the calculation. I'm sorry, I'll take that and have a decent, happy, food fulfilling life in the meantime. I don't exist simply to drag my bones.
I have to step away for a second. Keep talking. I can still hear you, so just keep
Sure.
talking.
The point of my actions and values is not to keep my bones dragging along as as many years as possible, but to enjoy my life and to maximize my life, to be the best me possible, to get the most out of life, to have the most success and happiness that I can possibly achieve. My goals are much more ambitious than mere physical survival. Don't get me wrong. I am all in favor of technologies that extend life and improve health and so forth. And we have to make a very if life is our standard of value, each of us, in applying that to our own lives, have to make very rational decisions about the risks we take, and the value we get from those risks. But taking calculated risks, enjoying your life along the way, are not optional things in my view. Pleasure is a necessity for survival and for having a decent life. And taking calculated risks is a necessity for getting the most out of life. But we have to calculate those based on a rational standard of value. So if it's a socialist foisted, if government is forcing us, or if anyone else is forcing me,
The great leap forward.
the greatly exactly, then I oppose it. Then I absolutely oppose anyone trying to force their cybernetic technology upon me or any other kind of technology upon me. If it is the product of human voluntary choices and voluntary interaction, then I think it's all to the good. Would I be concerned about AI being plugged into some machine that would, control all the bombs in the world? Sure, of course. I'm opposed to physical force and any direct or indirect means by which that might be initiated against me. But if, in my judgment, I'm taking, and the interaction is voluntary and free, and I'm acting on my own best interest, get out of my effing way. It's my life. And I think it can only be to the good. People have opposed, mystics have opposed so much that it was, there are people who opposed, Christians, who opposed giving in the course of childbirth, getting pain medication, because after all, that was the punishment of Eve, is labor pains. Consider the monstrous state of mind of people who think that women while delivering a baby should not be given pain medication. I mean, think about just how monstrously evil that kind of mentality is. So, the mystics will oppose, there'll be the Luddite mystics every time who'll want to use government force to stop human progress. But then there are, on the other side, I can easily imagine, I don't really even, in some cases, don't have to imagine, people who would want to use this arm of the state, the force of law, to foist technology on people. I oppose both.
We have a super chat from, I wanted to bring something. We have a super chat from Jonathan. Thank you so much. We have a super chat from Bonnie. Thank you so much. And again, when it comes to, I guess my issue with transhumanism was that if the advancement isn't like an end in itself, it should be towards human values. Even when it comes to, getting, making the healthy choices or healthy sacrifices. I think this is a easy compromise. I'm gonna drink Coke Zero and not Coke with sugar, because sugar, especially added sugars, are very bad for you long term. And
no sugar in my cup either.
what are you drinking?
Well, look, if you were to say, Jim, are you ever going to consume anything with sugar again? I will say, you're damn right I am. I'm not going
I think I would say I think it's specifically the added sugars that are usually a problem.
Sugar. Am I going to control the amount of sugar in my diet? Absolutely. Okay, I'm trying, but that maximized result that I'm looking for is up to the individual to decide. If you want to take risks and, overdo it in the sugar, I would say you're being irrational, and I can explain to you why you should probably, and take a policy that says, enjoy it when you're doing it. And, my wife has this calculation, she said, well, the occasional piece of cake beats the bran muffin every time, because if they have the same calories, I'm going to go for the taste when I do have my carbs, and maximize the pleasure I get from that. But on the other hand, am I going to just eat these useless carbs? just to abuse my body. No. So it requires reason, ladies and gentlemen, but each individual has to make that kind of judgment for themselves. When people are free, when human relationships are only voluntary, then then reason will tend to prevail. Reason, let me put it that way. Reason and reality is on the side of medicine, sound engineering, and sound ethics and politics. And basically for the same reason.
Bonnie's asking me what else is in that can. I mean, nothing. It's a 0-0. It's also zero coffee, and it's straight up like nothing.
Okay, I can't claim that there's zero caffeine here. There's some caffeine in here,
No,
but there's no sugar.
Somebody asked about the idea of transhumanism when it comes to sort of like completely separating outside of body, like, and if that like steers us away from individuality or from humanity. And again, you know, I guess you can make human a ship of Theseus argument. It's like how many body parts can you take away and you stop being human?
Look, there's no such thing. I think a lot of this is based on arbitrary view of consciousness. Consciousness has a certain means. There's no such thing as a causeless consciousness. Without my sensory apparatus, without my nervous system, my brain, I do not have consciousness. There's no free-floating consciousness. Okay, there, you know, people think of, you know, and thinking of God or, you know, angels or demons or gods gets people to think that there's this free-floating consciousness thing that can exist out there. And so science fiction plugs right on into that. We are nowhere near the point where my consciousness can exist, can be downloaded, let's say, in a continuous way, apart from my biological reality. That might happen one day, but as of now, that we are not there. Okay, I am therefore preserving my brain and my body as best I can, because that is me and what makes my consciousness possible. And my consciousness is merely a tool of the whole organism surviving. It's a means of consciousness is like my stomach is an evolved means of survival. It has to be understood that way for my whole being, and my whole being is a biological one right now. I have no problem with technological enhancements to mind or body. Okay, none whatever. That's what humans do. But as of now, there's no way yet to download my consciousness into an android that might go on living forever. Maybe that'll change. I don't know. But in my mind right now, it's still an arbitrary possibility until I see some better evidence for the body being transcended, because the body and the mind cannot be separated right now. Let me put it that way.
Again, if we are talking about like a brain in a vat like situation where it's like you have no means of perception even, I cannot even imagine what that is like, because even if you're like blind and deaf, if we are talking about like somebody like Helen Keller, right, you still have means of perception, you still have your touch. So if you have, let's say, android body, and you have, you know, you still have sight, that is you know, that you can rely on, you still have your hearing, or even let's say we come up with some kind of like body, the new means of perception, right? Technically, if we, you know, if we move beyond it, you know, there are many means of perceptions that humans don't have, that for example some animals have. Like some animals can see like ultraviolet light, they can see what is the other one, this ultraviolet, infrared. I believe there are some animals that can even see like infrared. Like there is many different means of perception, so we could move beyond in terms of like acquiring a new means of perception. But I think to be I don't know if like to be human or to be individual, I mean to live, like I don't know what it means to like
Well, I don't want to live in a
perception.
matrix.
Yeah,
I mean, it might be nice to use our sci-fi examples. I don't want to live in a matrix. I don't. It might be nice to vacation on a Star Trek holodeck, Okay, I mean, if they really could, give me any experience from any time and make it safe, I mean, that might be lovely. I mean, what are those
I mean,
games?
it would be like entertainment, right? The same way you do video games
Well,
or
exactly. They
like
have
watch
games
movies
now.
now, right?
I
It's
remember
like
when they first came out with, what was it, the Wii? They called it Wii, and you
yeah,
could play tennis,
yeah, yeah.
virtual tennis and stuff. What a fun thing that we're developing now that expands the possibilities for human consciousness and the experiences we can have. I'm all in favor of that. But please, I want to be an active agent that can take care of itself. I mean, I don't want my life to be dependent on someone else, because I'm plugged in reality in the matrix. That's a kind of dictatorship, isn't it? Where people are forcing you to live in this alternate dimension, and I don't want to not know my existential condition either. But
Yeah,
it's
I was about to
arbitrary.
say because you're seeming to sound a little bit like conservative. It's like, oh, YouTube forces you to like be because in some way I
YouTube
think
doesn't force me. No, no,
no, no,
no.
no. But I mean in the same way, right? Like we might get the virtual reality in the future where it's like it might be like $1 trillion business of like people have their own like
That's what I'm
entertainments.
saying. I love virtual reality and I want that voluntary option as it opens up. What I'm opposed to is the totalitarian force that's implied by a Matrix and the Matrix movies.
Oh, I sure, okay.
Yeah, exactly. See, I want to
I
know
thought you
what's
meant
going on.
Matrix just in
I
general,
want to
but
know
yeah,
what's going on.
Matrix
All
does
I'm
it well.
saying is I want to know what's going on. I'm all in favor of the technology advancing, but again, freedom is the key here. It's got to be voluntary and knowing every step of the way. And I mean, think about it. Think of people who have severe handicaps, for example. What that could do in terms of liberating their possibilities in life and their ability to be productive and just enjoy a life. That kind of virtual world, I think, has all kinds of wonderful possibilities, and I'm all in favor of that. But it has to be voluntary. It has to be in the context where individual rights and choice is respected, or we lose the entire value of it, in my view. Nor do I imagine a technologically sophisticated society that strays terribly far from freedom. It's not as though you can maintain high-tech civilization with totalitarianism. Those two things don't go together. This is the theme of the day, I guess, from the very first comments we were making here. Faith and force go together, reason and freedom go together. If you want progress and technological advancement, your best shot there, my friends, is to advocate for human freedom, because only that liberates the human mind and allows it to be applied to the problem of survival.
By the way, people are arguing hard in the comments. Bonnie said, to me, it's so zero that it seems like paying for water. Well, let me pay for my corporate water. And also,
Oh.
it's not. It's the flavor. I like the Coke flavor. Like for a long time it was like a great compromise of like getting the because to me Coke Zero like just tasted disgusting, and I don't know why, but like yeah, if you drink normal Coke and then try to drink Coke Zero, it tastes super bad. But then if you like drink it 2 or 3 times, you cannot tell the difference. It's like at some point you like get used to it. I don't know if it's just sort of like the shock of like going from the actual sugar to aspartame or like sweeteners or something. But yeah, you're paying for the experience. I mean, because you could say that about like anything. Like, what is the why would you pay to go to Disneyland, right? It's just 1 day experience, and that's it. But it's like you. Oh, I actually had like a really interesting idea. Like, yeah, would you go on a roller coaster if you would forget about it right when you step off it? And I'm wondering if you, James, have an answer.
How you mean the second I stepped off it?
Yeah, like you take it, then the second you step off it, you forget about it.
Oh no! See, I want everything. I want the anticipation and I want the memory. Please don't take any aspect of that, because all of those things are of value. If I get the
But
experience
the
at
reason
the
why,
time,
because you
I'm not
probably
denying.
don't. Yeah, yeah.
I'm not
Because you
denying that I
probably
might have
don't
fun.
remember like every single roller coaster you took, right?
No, the good ones I do. The good ones I do. I remember when I was a teenager, and this was what, 40 years ago or something, more than 40 years ago. And it's gotta be 45 years ago. And they had a roller coaster that for the first time did a complete loop to loop, sent you up and pulled you back down through the loop backwards, by means of gravity, and it was called Montezuma's Revenge or something at one of these amusement theme parks, and I just loved it. And I can remember the experience to this very day. I remember getting off the roller coaster, kind of falling to my knees, and the first thing I said to my friend is, "Let's do that again." And so the anticipation, the experience, and the memory are all part of it. Now, am I denying that any one of those is a separable value? No, of course not. But it's kind of sci-fi to separate those values out. Anticipation helps me do it. Memory helps me do it again if I want to, or reshape my future experience. So I want to really get all the benefits of the experience. I want the anticipation of it, the experience of the moment of it, and the memory of it, to take full advantage of all the values that might offer me.
Yeah, I mean, my thing was more of a, because there's so many things. I mean, you cannot remember every single thing that happened in life, so you forget a lot of things. You forget a lot of good things, and I'm still thinking like I still wanna, I will forget about this podcast probably, unless something unique happens. Although there were some fun things, so I might remember it for longer. But I'll probably forget about it. But I would never like not do it just because I'll forget about it at some point. I think attaining values is I think both the immediate and long term are part of it. So I think that connects to the Coke Zero. It's for the moment. I'll forget that I drank this, but
well, we always
in this
live in the
moment,
now,
it's so good.
right? I'm not living in a past where I have imperfect memories, nor am I living in a future that I can't even know exactly what it's going to be. I'm always living in the now, but that doesn't mean I don't plan and prepare. And planning for the future, I mean, this is, when those wide sages of the East say, live in the now, or if they're mean by that, at the expense of planning, at the expense of learning. No, I learn from the past and I plan for the future, and that maximizes each now. But I am living in the now each time. Now we've gotten pretty philosophical, and
Let's get to bombing the hell out of Iran.
yeah.
Bonnie's saying, so there's flavor and aspartame in the zero water. It's Coke Zero. It's not like it's still Coke. Do people not drink like Coke Zero in America or something?
No, they drink it here.
So and by the way, just since we are on this, anybody who drinks Diet Coke, I think your philosophical understanding of reality is problematic at the very least. But
Again, individuals have to be free to judge these.
I know, but with this particular thing, just like extra constitutional measures, this is
There are some things I can say are universal to all humans. Let me put it this way. You have to be rational, you have to have integrity, you have to be independent, you have to be productive. I understand these are rules that apply to all humans, and that's why we have a science called ethics, based on our shared human nature, right, as rational beings, at least potentially rational beings whose tool of survival is reason. And on the other hand, there are options and differences between us, not only in terms of our taste buds, but in terms of our more abstract values. One man becomes a doctor, another man becomes an engineer. They find those things most fulfilling. You don't have to like my friends, but let me suggest having friends is a good thing for everyone. So I can state a principle in principle, but the application to your life has to be your judgment. That doesn't make it subjective. It makes it objective for you within the framework of what's objective for all human beings.
Yeah, but in this, I am an intrinsicist. Linda in the chat says, a Diet Coke, quote, just for the taste of it, end of quote, that was the commercial. That's the only Coke I drink. I had Diet Coke. Yeah.
You are an intrinsicist if you push back on people and their individual choices on these things, Daniel.
I mean, some individual choices are wrong.
It would be wrong for you, Daniel. That I fully endorse, and I would never want anyone to force it on you. It is a matter of objectivity, even if it's individual. but there is some leeway of options when it comes to individual choices. People assess risks even differently, and that has to be permitted.
I would buy out Coca-Cola company just I could shut down the Diet Coke division. I had
Well,
Diet.
now you're taking it out on everyone else.
No, I'm pursuing my values. I think the world would be a better place for me if there would be less Diet Coke.
And the market would decide whether that was a profitable decision on your part, Mr. CEO.
Sometimes you have to take over, values that are more than just how much money you make.
Well, that with war, we see that though, don't we? We risk our lives and we pay a great financial price. So it's both in blood and treasure that we pay a price when we go to war against evil. But the long-term benefit, when it's a dictatorship like Iran threatening everybody in the world with its ballistic missiles and its terrorism and its evil ideology that could slaughter its own people, that's simply objective. And if you're a human being, if you have a drop of humanity in you, you'll see the necessity and morality of going after the Islamic Republic of Iran. Now, when it comes to Coke Zero, I'm afraid call me a subjectivist, Daniel. I'm going to leave that people's individual choice.
I will. I think I tried Diet Coke because the main thing is it's like a different recipe. Like Coke Zero is like Coke, actual Coke with like zero sugar, while Diet Coke is like a completely new recipe. And I tried it once. I took one sip and I threw it away. I just couldn't. I don't know why, but maybe you can get used to it similarly. And maybe that's like the same thing. You just have to get used to it, like drink it 2 or 3 times, and then you get used to it. But not me. And again, there's Coke Zero, so no reason to
to suffer through any of that nonsense as far as
like
that.
Coke Zero is not available in Slovakia. Like I think people are more rational here or something, but it's like
you can see the better cultural values.
sorry, Diet Coke. I understood Coke. Diet Coke is not available here.
Right.
All right, let's check back. By the way, we should have Razi coming back soon. But let's take a look at the news. So Homefront Command says residents in central Israel may leave protected areas, and MDA says one child was injured on the way to the shelter, but no other casualties known. And also people in the south may exit. And that looks like it for now, although there were also additional alerts in Jordan Valley and Samaria. But yeah, that's it for the most part. Let me take the chat. Linda says, Daniel, you're such a purist. I'm just being principled. Thank you very much. And somebody's who super chatted earlier is asking, are conscious AIs individuals? Ethics conclusions? Well, AIs are not even intelligence yet. And there is a question if that can ever be achieved. I don't know, James, you might have more thoughts on that.
Yeah, when we use words like intelligence or thinking, or what we're doing is, or even information, we're using it in
knowledge, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know, books aren't smart. Computers aren't smart. It takes smart humans to invent them, develop them, and extract any value, conscious value that we get from them. Now, can they imitate processes of human consciousness? Oh, they're getting better and better and better. You know, all the way back to the first adding machines and calculators, were they in effect imitating, giving us the results, if we were careful about inputting the data, that imitate a process of human consciousness, a mathematical calculation, accounting thing, but it's still the same thing. Metaphysically, things have not changed from the earliest calculating machines and adding machines. Metaphysically, these machines are no more conscious than those were. You know, the consciousness, this internal experience I have of the world, is I know it firsthand. I know it axiomatically and self-evidently from the inside out. But I infer that Daniel shares such a consciousness with me from my observation and my communication with him. There is no evidence yet that these machines are doing anything more than what we've programmed them to do. There is no evidence yet that they have any kind of internal conscious experience. That's not what they're designed to create or do. They're machines that give us results of processes that we've already ordered them to go through. They're not conscious entities. And I wait for, maybe one day humans will be able to create artificial consciousnesses. We have not done that yet. There's nothing theoretically that would stop us from being able to do that. I think that the emergence of consciousness is a totally natural phenomenon, a causal thing that science can understand. And one day maybe humans will create conscious entities, artificial conscious entities. But what we have today are data processing, and even their data. The data is information in a consciousness. These data processing has become so much more sophisticated and complex over my lifetime that we use words that are just analogies like intelligence, but they are just intelligence. There's no more information in a computer or than there is in a book, which is really just paper with ink squiggles on them. It still requires an actual consciousness to use them, to benefit from them, to retrieve information from them. Fundamentally, metaphysically, they're no different than books or old adding machines.
Yeah, and somebody says, assume it's possible. That's a lot of assumptions. But let's say we get, I guess we would call it like a synthetic something that is able to perceive, that has perception, and that is able to integrate the information into concepts and basically, synthetic human. Then they would be human. They would also require a recognition of their rights, because as humans, they would also need to protect their ability to think and to interact with the world. So they would need absolutely the same recognition of rights. And yeah, they would basically be humans. We would probably come up with a new concept, because right now we only have one species, humans, that are able to actually use their mind or have the ability to use reason. We have other consciousness.
Between objectivists on just this point, should we define human as the rational being or the rational animal? Interesting, because I think that
I think we would need a new concept
the real
that
relevance
encompasses.
Well, wouldn't this machine, this synthetic organism, in effect, that was conscious, it would have to be of a conceptual consciousness, a volitional conceptual consciousness. But if it had, like human beings, a volitional conceptual consciousness, more than, say, an insect's consciousness, then this being, as Daniel points out, would have rights. And we would have to respect that. And they would share all of the essential characteristics that make us different from the other animals. So when we say rational animal, and all we do is change the genus from animal to being, that all those essential features of being rational kick in. They'd have sense of humors, they'd have a need for art, the ability to make art, they'd be creative scientists, they'd be great conversationalists. As I say, they'd have sense
and also they would probably waste their lives. They would probably also have the ability to actually not attain values.
They would be just as subject to making big mistakes and have moral issues. They would need to be contained from initiating force against other rational agents.
And they would need philosophy.
They would need philosophy. They absolutely
Somebody says, actually, we won't even realize AI is conscious until it's already too late anyway. I don't know why people think about AI in this way. It's like, so if we won't realize a baby is going to be like evil, like anybody has capability to be evil. AI, like this is the same way where it's like people talk about aliens that they are going to come up and like eliminate us. I mean, unless we have a real gap in understanding of some, like straight up celestial beings that are sort of like transcended, or I mean, that would almost go against reality as we know it right now. But if they are also volitional beings, they would realize, they are in this stage. They are still developing their own philosophy. Like they would have the same understanding of us not as we have of animals, because again, we do not have volitional. And whenever we see like a gasp of like a volitional thing in like animals, we are always like, oh my God, is there something there? Can we like get something out of there? We are not like, okay, let's wipe it out before it becomes something bigger.
Well, and think of how reductionist it is. We'll go from
not to mention the aliens would be objectivist, because that's the actual that's actual if they want to space travel, they would need a philosophy that actually is sustainable for their own life.
But meanwhile, we won't detect them becoming conscious until it's too late and they become super geniuses. They'll leap from being totally unconscious mechanisms to being super geniuses that control the world and dominate the earth. No, let me suggest that when we do see signs of consciousness, those will be clear signs of independent consciousness. But in any case, I don't think of it as simply a matter of complexity. Machines that will be able to do all kinds of processing of data, as we call it, that are way beyond the human capacity, and still have nothing like what we call consciousness to them. Those are two completely separate things, ladies and gentlemen.
We have a super chat from Jonathan. Somebody says we already see signs of consciousness. I don't think anything in the AI world is anything close to consciousness.
I'd be interested to hear what he thinks is the sign of consciousness. It's funny, they had on television the other day, 2001: A Space Odyssey, the old science fiction film, where Hal is the sophisticated computer really has attained consciousness to the point he's expressing judgment and doubt, and he's making choices, and he's getting gut feelings about things and so forth, but he's reacting in such a way that you're absolutely convinced that this thing is conscious. I haven't seen any such evidence.
Somebody says, how would you give rights to something that is infinitely replicable? How do you recognize the rights of humans that are infinitely replicable?
Humans are replicable
in the same way. And also, it's not giving rights, by the way. We are not giving rights to AI. We are recognizing their right if they will be volitional
if they're volitional
beings.
agents, they're volitional agents, and thereby need freedom.
And we are joined by Alex.
Hello. hello.
Well, we're having this abstract conversation, so please bring us back down to earth.
No, I actually, listen, I think it's very interesting, the whole kind of AI thing, because it's, at work, I'm always looking at like what are something that's been happening a lot recently has been that people are, criminals and Iranian hackers and Chinese hackers are uploading like malicious skills to AI, right? So it's kind of like poisoning the AI ecosystem. So it's actually like they are making the AI in a sense evil, right? Or malicious, bad, whatever you want to call it, because they're giving it malicious commands. Right, so they're it's literally like you have a water treatment plant, and you're putting nicotine into it or something, right? It's going to have an effect all the way down. But it's not a conscious. I mean, the AI is just doing what it is intended to do because the humans are in control of it, right? It's us at the top of it. It's just supposed to be there as something that's to augment our lives in some capacity, and that can be for better, and it can definitely be for worse. There are risks to AI. I don't think the kind of the moral panic over AI. It's always a little bit more kind of going on the science fiction side, rather than sort of the very the very kind of realistic things that are just as scary, but it's not quite as flash bang sexy. It doesn't get a lot of headlines, but it's definitely it's a problem I think that we're encountering more and more. What was funny, Daniel?
I was just going to ask. It's not the Terminator coming in and
basically. I mean, yeah. I mean, it kind of is like people think of it a little bit like that. Alex is talking about open claw skills. Yeah, definitely. Also like
if it can enhance our ability to do good things, then surely it can be weaponized and enhance the ability of the evil to do bad things. Like any
Absolutely.
tool. Like any tool.
It's
I
us
have a
at the top
gun,
of it.
I can use
Yeah.
a gun to defend the innocent, or I can use a gun to attack the innocent.
Yeah.
Okay, here is what we
Absolutely.
do. We just give a command to AI. If conscious, don't
Be
commit
good.
evil. Easy.
Be good. Be good, guys. Be good.
Be good.
I mean, I mean, it is kind of like that. But you know, something that I would definitely recommend people to do is, you know, maybe don't upload your medical history to chat gpt or anything that you don't want to be shared or to be public. Don't share it with chat gpt. And if you do, like, you know, I suppose use it with a maybe like a burner account that you have that's not connected to anything else.
Just always say
Clear
asking
the
for a
chat
friend.
history. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, to be honest, like most of the time, I don't care if anybody reads my chat GPT history. But nowadays, I've seen that people are like more and more getting like just sharing far too much with it. And now there's actually like a criminal marketplace for people who are buying like compromised access to people's chat GPTs. So there's like, I saw one of them I saw recently was on sale for like $1,000, which in like the Russian criminal underworld is like, it's a lot of money, you know, for like one access to something. So yeah, I would just always say to people, like, be careful what you say to this thing. You know what I mean? Yeah.
New world. Yes.
Yeah, definitely. Because I was actually thinking about it myself. I was like, ooh, I was thinking about buying it because I was like, maybe it's, you know, maybe it could be
You
something
can just
that's.
ask me. You don't have to like stalk on me by buying like ChatGPT.
No, I
like,
mean,
stuff.
you know, listen, if it was somebody who was, if it was access to like, you know, like a Russian criminal's chat GPT history, I would for sure buy it, right? I mean, no question. I would want to know what they're talking about, right? But like one of the good guys, it's not really worth anything to me, like me personally. But like, I would buy it just to see what they're talking. It's not my money. It's my, you know, my company can pay for it. It's not
Most
me.
of what I would say is probably be very boring to people. They would waste their time checking out my personal life, frankly. But on the other hand,
right, I know exactly. I imagine you're reading. You know, it's funny because every time, like every couple of years or every half a year, let's say, like a big Russian gang, their like internal chat logs, like their messaging communications are compromised and then like leaked, right, on like a forum or something. And then you read through them, right? And you're saying to yourself, oh, these losers. You know, this guy's complaining because he's been overlooked for a promotion. This guy's upset because he feels, you know, Alexei really feels that he is just not being recognized for his efforts and he should be team leader at this point. This guy's mother is sick. This guy had diarrhea last night. It is the most benign.
It's a bunch of ordinary, banal, prosaic stuff.
Yeah, completely. It's almost disappointing because you're sort of like, what are these master criminals getting up to? And it's like they're complete losers. They're losers.
That's funny. Yeah.
Bonnie's asking, how does Alex know what other people are telling Chat GPT? So it's like if somebody is hacked and then that information is like made public, I'll read through it, you know, because it's been made public. Okay. So I see what people are talking about, but it's never, like I said, like up until this point.
Yeah. In law enforcement, I had this experience many times. You know, you'd get email histories or you'd get correspondence histories, and 90+% of it, believe me, ladies and gentlemen, it's a lot of more, you know, another advertisement, another piece of junk mail, another ordinary dentist appointment, another, I got it, you know, I had to go to the laundromat today to do whatever. Okay. You wade through mostly just boring, ordinary stuff in the hopes of maybe getting one little piece of vital information that might break the case. That's more often than not the case.
Yeah, it was a little bit like somebody made a like a model of all of Jeffrey Epstein's emails, and I decided to go through them and read them, and I was like,
What?
this isn't, I couldn't, I was like, this is some seriously boring shit. I couldn't believe it. I just kept trying to find I mean, some of it was salacious, right? Like maybe like the Bill Gates, trying to surreptitiously give his wife medication for an STD that he gave her. I mean, that's gossip, right? It's the kind of thing that you would want to have like at the water cooler, right? But I was expecting to get some like hard hitting, scandal. And I was, besides the Prince Andrew, photos, right? But, it's just kind of, it's a little bit just like another pervert. Like I mean, that's kind of what I felt about it. I was like, he's another con man pervert, run of the mill, dime a dozen. So like, unless they're holding a bunch of stuff back, it's some boring stuff.
Depravity is generally boring.
Yeah.
No, it really is. The depravity, what could be more boring than your ordinary depravity? When it does involve, as again, my law enforcement background experience, when it does involve victims, like especially children. Okay,
right.
Insofar as that is the case, that gets my attention, but gets my attention to, stop the monster from doing what he's doing if it's evidence of that. But the depravity itself, utterly worthless, and I'd rather spend my time considering something else.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, but the sort of I really did expect, because there's been such a hoopla about the Epstein emails, and don't get me wrong, like it's, for me, I find it, really deplorable what Prince Andrew, for example, was getting up to. Okay, apparently there does appear to be communications about, it's gross. Okay, like the passing on of women and this. I mean, it disgusts me truly. But I mean, I really was expecting like a big criminal enterprise, or I don't know what I was expecting, and I was just sort of like, this is just the phone of a pervert. This is just the daily communications of a con man.
Bad guys are not like James Bond villains.
Oh yeah,
super geniuses out there. People have this, I think, twisted view.
Although even with James Bond villains, right, we only get like selective recreation of like even what they're doing. They also go, do some stuff. They probably also like go Instagram reels when they're bored.
Villains tend to be dumb.
Yeah.
Villains tend to be real. I mean, we think of the super genius, wahaha, comic book villain. That is really largely.
I mean, talk about Iran right now, right?
Right, but exactly. Look at the incompetence. You see, Israel and America obviously prepared for this and were ready for, but I think they were ready for more than what actually turned out to be within the capacity of Iran. Just like the Russians were never 10 foot tall. They really weren't. They really weren't. Just like these Chinese defensive systems turn out to be a big bust at the end of the day. Really, these people are not the most competent in the world. Evil people are not, don't get me wrong, they're threats. Anyone who uses a weapon, and if the bigger the weapon, the more dangerous they are. And even a stupid person recklessly using a big weapon could take out a lot of lives. Don't get me wrong there either. But villainy tends to be dumb. And incompetent. It really does. It's the sanction of the West and the more civilized that really keeps it afloat. I see Mr. Ginsburg arriving.
Yeah, although I think he might need a second, so let's. Although James, do you need to leave?
Yeah, let me take this opportunity. Let me just take this. Great to see you, Alex. But let me take this opportunity.
Was it something I said?
Urge all of my.
No, he's been here for like 3.5 hours. So
yeah.
Oh no, sorry. I was saying, who's here? Did you say Eyal? Who's that? Did I misunderstand why James is leaving? Is there someone else that's joining?
No. Razi will be joining us in a minute here. Sorry. And with you, Alex and Razi, I don't feel like I'm abandoning the.
James, if you can stay just until I join, because I have something I want to say in your presence. But give me a couple minutes.
Oh, okay. I will.
All right, how have you been, Alex?
He's piqued my curiosity now.
How are you handling the war?
Yeah, it's been okay. Definitely, yeah, it's been okay today. I had a couple of alerts, but it seemed to be, pretty good, pretty. I don't want to say quiet because I think probably it was
No,
pretty
don't
bad.
say that.
Yeah, I think it was pretty bad in Petah Tikva. But I think Daniel, you were mentioning James Bond. So the person who I think is the closest to James Bond from real life would be Guy Burgess. So like Guy Burgess was a very promiscuous spy traitor from the Cambridge Five. He was I don't know if you know about this story, but there was a 5 people from Cambridge who spied for the KGB who were in like the MI5 basically, and Guy Burgess was one of them, and he was an extremely promiscuous gay man at a time when homosexuality in the UK was like illegal basically, and he ended his days in Russia living with a KGB agent who was his boyfriend, right, who was his handler basically, and he died of alcoholism, and the day after he died, his lover, his KGB agent lover, left his home. But if you ever read the stories of Guy Burgess back in the day, there's some great books out there. I think that he is the James Bond. Okay, so because he was the guy who was driving crazy, drunk, 2 guys on round each arm.
So it wasn't Ursula Andress.
That's what I think.
Changed the entire vibe of the James Bond movie.
I mean, he was known for having like many lovers a night. I mean, it was intense. And so
he was dealing with his own demons, though, just with promiscuity and being a double agent, and so
and his rampant alcoholism. Yeah, I mean, the story of Guy Burgess is he's the reason the whole operation goes down.
Right.
He's driving drunk in America. He was going to be the ambassador to the United States.
Man, that's the worst kind of alcoholism.
Rampant. Yeah. I mean, he died at I think 59 from his alcoholism. I mean, you're a deeply unhappy person, but still, I mean,
really, like, KGB agent unhappy. Huh? KGB agent unhappy person.
Well, he was. Yeah, I mean, he was. Well, I think. Listen, he got involved with the KGB from his position of being a rampant anti-fascist. So he. I think at the very beginning, truly didn't understand. Ignorance is not an excuse, okay? However, but I think that when he got involved, he really did think that he was on the side of the good guys. And then you can't exactly tell the KGB to piss off, they kind of have you over a barrel at that point. And that's what I think led to him trying to find, happiness in the arms of any lover he could find, and drinking himself. And taking drugs. He was also a drug addict, and ending his life like that.
Which Zoom link did I click here? Anyway, hey everyone, how's it going? Yeah, James, I don't know why I piqued your curiosity now, because I texted you yesterday saying I'm gonna have a mea culpa on today's show.
Oh, and that involved me?
Yes, and this is stuff I've said. It's conversations we've had on shows, but. Yeah, it's not like a one of those Rozzy jokes. Oh, I was wrong about Pepsi, Diet Pepsi or something. I was not wrong about Diet Pepsi.
We had a whole segment on Diet Coke, so
Coke Zero.
Today?
Yeah.
Yes, we've been going to the mat over soda, so as a real war rages on. So,
Linda, I'll address
for the zero. To be honest, I really do. The regular gives me like a sugary feeling in my teeth that I don't like that much. So I do prefer the zero. However, if I am, I've been running a lot recently. So I do feel like if I have a Coke in the middle, it gives me like a boost of caffeine and a boost of sugar. But day to day, I'm not into the real Coke.
Well, what about
I guess I'm a traitor.
What about Diet Coke?
I prefer zero.
Yeah,
I prefer
that's.
zero.
I'll take
So
it. Although it should
is this what's
be.
been going on in the 4 hours that I was away?
Yes. Although the correct
We
statement.
have mentioned aspects of the war.
That's good. Let's go
believe it or
back to
not.
that. Yeah.
Although the correct
James,
statement is Diet Coke is a disgracement to humanity, but I'll take, I prefer Coke Zero too.
So we did a show after October 7th, which we talked about at the time. It was James, it was you and me. I chose a title. You disagreed with it. We expressed that disagreement on air. We've expressed that disagreement since on air a bunch of times. And now I'm going to say you were right and I was wrong. We had an episode titled Netanyahu Must Go. And you said, yes, I agree. Everything, he's responsible for a lot here, and it's not an unreasonable thing to think, but it is not the right time to say that. And it really is, it came back to my mind like this conversation when I was listening yesterday to Netanyahu's statement, and he said, on October 9th, I said we're going to change the Middle East, and that's what we're doing, and it is what Israel is doing now. Do I think Gaza should have been flattened on October 7th at night? Yes. Do I understand that within the very unfortunate context of how politics is, what Netanyahu has done everywhere other than Gaza, but even in Gaza, is amazing. And he's done it, remember, with Israel being completely alone in the world until a year ago, completely alone, with its greatest ally supporting the enemy that committed the biggest slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust. It still kept it going despite all the pressure from every direction. It is now in a position that it is the safest already it has ever been. Yes, that's weird to say when we have somebody in Israel on this panel that we're wondering when she's going to have to run to a bomb shelter, but that compared to that bomb being a ballistic missile with a nuclear warhead is this is nowhere near as bad. And what Israel is doing now, again, remember, this is the first time Israel and the US are fighting a war together. This alliance is at its greatest moment, and what it is achieving is the greatest achievements so far that the West has achieved, fighting a war in the most just way that the West has fought, that as far as I can tell, since World War II. And so much of it is on Netanyahu. We've talked about Netanyahu since Trump came to office and since he won. And we've criticized him a lot. And I think he deserved it in many of those cases. I still wonder, if he could have jumped on the opportunity to do the deportation that Trump kind of for a few minutes thought was a good idea, if he could have pushed that through. But Netanyahu has been speaking for decades about Iran. This was his issue. This was what he went to Trump with, and he picked his battles, and the whole world is better for it, including some of the most vile people who you think are unfortunate beneficiaries who are demanding, are out on our streets demanding and supporting the enemy. But bottom line, I'm not going to vote for him. But if I do vote in Israel, it will be for a party probably who would only sit in a coalition with him. I'm not going to vote for anybody who would sit with the opposition. And I applaud what ultimately what Netanyahu has achieved on a world stage, which I haven't seen any other Israeli prime minister achieve, and against insane pressure. Again, look at what Ehud Barak or Yitzhak Rabin did under pressure that may not have been as strong, to sign the Oslo Accords, to offer Arafat everything he claims he wants, to not fight back in intifada after intifada. And Netanyahu has somehow steered the ship, and this tiny country in the middle of the worst region in the world is now achieving greatness. And making it clear that it's here to stay. So that's my mea culpa.
Well, but every part of your context along the way has been understandable. You know, Netanyahu came onto my radar screen 30 some years ago, Razi, and he seemed like a great guy to me then. He sounded like the leader that Israel needed, and gosh, I wish America would have a leader that morally clear. When he became prime minister in his political career, I can understand being disappointed. Or take something, a comparison in my country. Mr. Trump advocates a whole series of policies that I so strongly oppose, whether it's tariffs and economic regulations and other things. Look, but we do have to admit, though, if it weren't Netanyahu, and even if it weren't Trump, this would not be happening. I can tell you a President Harris, no way, no way. So it's a fortunate, in one sense, combination of leaders who were in power at this moment to help transform the world, not just the region. But look at what Israel has done. Look at what Israel has done since October 7th. I do have to agree with you. Some really amazing things. The nations, the most problematic nations in the region have been transformed, utterly transformed, much to the security interests of Israel and America. So, no, let's keep our critical capacities open, Mr. Ginsburg. We haven't yet found angels in the form of men to rule us. That will never happen. But we take the flawed men and women who we do have, you know. But thank goodness that Trump and Netanyahu are doing something so very good, so very right, so very overdue. The world is a safer, better place because of what they're doing. No question about it. So hats off, Mr. Netanyahu, to what you're doing, especially, but also a degree at myself. Hats off to Mr. Trump for doing it in the way you're doing it now, how you're doing it now, demanding surrender, not relenting, sticking by our Israeli allies. And this really is, whatever those peaceniks on anti-Semites on the American right, who sometimes have your ear or your advisor's ear, ignore them. This is America first. This is America first policy. And our interest with Israel, just because our interests overlap with Israel, does not make it not America first policy. Interests of good people often come together in a coordinated way. But thank goodness, because what they're doing now is making the whole world, a safer place. And that is a high note, perhaps, for me to jump out on.
I do want to just thank you also, because you and Alejandro, I asked you both in advance to be here for as long as you can today, knowing I'm going to be late. You know, I'd rather not discuss the reasons, but yeah, very much
happy to do so. You do great work here. I'm proud to be a part of Ayn Rand Center UK, which is maybe the best voice in the whole world on this issue, and indeed on international affairs generally. So thank you, Mr. Ginsburg. My honor and pleasure.
I appreciate it,
my
and
friends,
yeah,
be safe.
I will try not to spend any mornings in undisclosed locations when
okay.
we're supposed to be streaming, talking about the war, and yeah. All right, thanks, and we'll see you soon. Okay, guys, can you give me a news update? Unless you just gave one very recently, because I actually don't know what has been going on. I wasn't able to watch up until now, so
not much from what I've seen. Iranian foreign minister said, of course, Russia is involved in the war to some extent.
in what way did they specify?
No, I think he straight up said he cannot specify, or he doesn't know exactly what, but he said it is.
Love that. I love that Iran is really like destroying everything, including its own allies. I mean, yeah, I just in my undisclosed location had a conversation about how much I hope Russia kind of brags about its own involvement or at least reveals it. But if Iran does it, I'm good with that as well. So that maybe Trump finally realizes that supporting Ukraine is exactly the same war. But yeah, that's a very good update. Any more? Keep it good. Anything else?
What else was there?
Any fallout from the Emirates attacking?
Like fallout
I mean,
for
you
who?
know, I mean, we're supposedly they're at DEFCON 3, so they're defensive combat 3, which is, you know, it's number 3, so it is what it is. Fallout so far from it, I can see there's another aircraft carrier that's recently arrived in the area, but there is just so much military equipment like in the area. There's frigates, there's the USS Bataan, there's the USS Harry Truman. It's just insane amount of I could even see there's like IRGC naval that are close to the USS Muston. So it's just insane amount of a crazy amount of military power focused right in the Strait of Hormuz. It's just incredible to see, to be honest. Naval power.
Is there still rockets nonstop from Lebanon?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are they being made to pay more than they were yesterday?
Supposedly they're saying that there are continuous hourly bombings in Beirut and Tehran simultaneously. So you know that's you know it's a dual front that is just constantly going after targets.
Nice.
Yeah,
right.
Looks pretty extensive.
I like good news days. Sounds like not all news, of course, today was good. But it is war, and if you know the threat is being minimized and then eradicated, and it takes time, then fine. Despite Owen Jones telling us yesterday that America expected the war to end or the regime to collapse when Khamenei was killed, according to Owen Jones. Yeah.
Who said they expect? I mean, did they ever give that as an indicator?
No.
Did they ever say that? No analyst has ever said that.
No, they didn't say that, and Trump did actually specify pretty clear targets for the war. I think insufficient, but pretty good ones. And yeah, they did at the beginning of that conversation say no clear goals have been you know mentioned. So yeah, but you missed the whole Owen Jones. Like it was all lies, and he had a person who was American born, but of Iranian descent, who travels back and forth to Iran and chose to live there for 3 years recently, which kind of tells you everything you need to know, but then listening to it tells you everything you need to know, but in more harsh terms. So yeah, maybe today we shouldn't play that guy. We'll play somebody else disturbing.
So I said, well, so who is this person? I assume it's some kind of like regime person's family, you know.
He didn't express they never express support for the regime. Like he said, yeah, it's bad, and yeah, they killed lots of people. I mean, some protesters killed regime people as well, but
yeah. Of course, it's a complicated, you know, it's you know, they're insurgents, I suppose. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of on brand though for Owen Jones. And then you have that clown, who's the professor from Tehran that just comes on he goes everywhere. Piers Morgan, to give his, you know, regime backed opinion. It's like, you know, why don't we just have the IRGC on? It would be better, you know, then we could at least hear from the IRGC. I'd rather hear from them than hear from this, you know, fake professor.
No, because you don't have plausible deniability. This way, the guy, you know, if you say a token, killing tens of thousands of protesters and, you know, more people than anybody except the Nazis maybe once in Ukraine in 2 days, like in terms of
Mhm.
that short time period. Yeah, it's not an easy position to defend, so you have to kind of have a token I'm against it before explaining why it's a great thing and really, if
And
any
complicated.
and
Yeah,
any
and
bad that happens,
our small brains can understand.
Daniel, what are we playing today? Anybody interesting? And when? And please no Tucker. I was thinking about this earlier. That was what you were going here. I was thinking about it earlier because the latest thing is he says Israel's an ugly country, and I know this from headlines in mainstream media, and it's so clear. Yesterday it was the war is because of Chabad that wants to rebuild the temple, and
Jesus.
and he put that out there, and it worked spectacularly. But that's the thing, Alex. It's funny when you first hear it, but it really is super sinister. It has a very clear goal.
I understand that. However, I think that picking Chabad was a really bad idea because one thing that Chabad have down very, very well is they have a very efficient PR, body. They are the world experts in PR, they are very good at PR.
I'm not doubting their PR, but you're missing the point. The whole goal, and Candace, by the way, then started talking about Chabad. The whole goal of that is for one person to go out and then do something, and Chabad's PR is not going to save it from terrorist attacks, which are coming. Like that was the goal of it. So today he says Israel's an ugly country, and I read it in mainstream news. Tucker understands that he can get himself back up there, get himself and Israel.
We covered that yesterday, by the way.
What?
We covered that yesterday. The ugly country.
Okay, whenever it is, that it was not on the same day as the Chabad thing, and there was a point to it. It works. It works because people listen, and then many people condemn. But enough of Tucker's people will be like, that's another thing. I mean, I already hate the Jews for all the other stuff that I know so well from Tucker, and also their country's ugly. They can't build of course, Israel's a beautiful country, but it doesn't matter. None of this matters. Like.
Super interesting how it wasn't ugly the 12 times he visited Israel, before his little stint in the airport.
Well, no, he said
you clearly
he visited
don't have
everywhere,
glasses,
and it was okay.
through which you can. You need
Dan,
lenses to see it through.
Yeah, for sure. Very ugly, extremely ugly. I wonder if it was ugly when his father was delivering, an address to the Knesset. I wonder if it was ugly. I think it was the 25 times his father came to Jerusalem. Wasn't ugly then.
Well, it wasn't ugly last week when he had a conversation with Mike Huckabee, and he said Israel is a beautiful country.
Really?
Yeah. Do you want to play the video?
Sure. There was another video I want to play.
Okay,
Actually,
you said you don't want to play Tucker, and now you want to...
and also, sorry. I do want to say, more onto your point, Razi, that, how many shlichim from Chabad have been murdered in the last couple of years? It's several, right? We had, 2 in Sydney? We had 1 in UAE. We had another. They are targets because of who they are, because their PR is so good. Everybody who's everybody. I even saw today that the moron. Okay, I don't want to talk bad about people, but the clowns, the Paul brothers in America, even they had a bar mitzvah with Chabad. Okay, that is how good the Chabad PR is, that they find these clowns and they manage to get social media engagement out of it, right? And everybody knows who they are because they're putting their faces to it. As remember when you were not abducted in Amsterdam, my initial plan was to get Chabad because I thought they will go there and they will bang down your door. And that was my first go-to, because that's they're so visible. So it is very pernicious. You're right about, it's of course dumb, ridiculous. But I mean, I think there's been like a dozen shlichim from Chabad that have been murdered in the last couple of years, right? So it's truly sick.
Yeah, and for Tucker, that's not enough. Daniel, the video I sent you, I want to hold on to that. So I want to have at least 2 Israelis. I'm wondering if Alex will get the reference, but I would want at least one more before we play that. Either if we can get Yar or Nathan soonish, so we can play that video and see if they get what I got from it. But anyway, I'm talking about things that the audience doesn't know what I'm talking about and can't until
I don't know what you're talking about.
I know, and well, when you see it, when you see it, you'll enjoy it, even though you probably already saw it. But yeah, yeah, we'll be here in 15 minutes, so that is when we will play that video. Yeah. Until then, maybe maybe not Tucker. Okay, if he said something and contradicted himself, that might be interesting, but let's maybe not give me. I'm just you know where I've been, Daniel. I mean, seriously, it's
I don't actually, because I kind of barely listened. Sorry.
Oh,
I know the first name of the person that, and
I sent
I
you
know.
a selfie from where I was, but anyway.
Oh, that okay. Wait, was that the signal?
No, that has passed. Jesus, yeah, we need to work on our non-verbal communication. But yeah, people, we're just starting doing these all-day streams, which we're very much enjoying, and we're very much enjoying the historical moment that we're living through. And we are, of course, very, very much appreciative for all the support that we've been getting over these 9 days. Yes, we did introduce something today that we haven't done except on very rare occasions, which is a super chat goal. Thank you, Linda Cordair, for the idea. Yeah, people have been complaining about the ads. We do need the ad revenue. So from now on, we will have in non-sponsored shows. We might have sponsored shows. In non-sponsored shows, we will start with ads. And when we get to 100 pounds, we will disable ads. And we're thinking about different things. By the way, actually, let's ask the audience. We want to have things that encourage you.
I already did ask.
Okay, I can ask again. Maybe some
people... it's a Q&A goal. People can still answer.
What is the question?
What super chat goals would you like?
Oh, nice. Yeah. Now, people, yeah, we're not, despite what my sense of humor might suggest, we're not nihilist. None of the, run down the street in a thong kind of thing. But yeah, we'll make it something interesting and valuable that we're all going to enjoy.
What about the Fabled Pro Wrestling discussion stream?
A what?
Fabled Pro Wrestling discussion stream.
On this channel, I don't know if that makes a lot of sense. Oh, but I do want to actually respond to Alex on something. Yeah, I don't know Jake Paul. I mean, I know who he is, but Logan Paul is a future WWE champion, and
right.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
I don't know any of his YouTube stuff from the past because that's not my kind of content. So people are gonna say you're supporting somebody who's evil. I don't know what else he's doing, but the fact that somebody who's a celebrity and making millions a year decides to go into wrestling and is actually good at it. And look, you think, okay, this is scripted, so anybody can be good at it. No, like jumping around the ring and flipping and flopping in the air, landing on people and tables, even if the tables are pre-rigged to break easily, that shit hurts. I'm super impressed, and also I like the fact that in wrestling there's good guys and bad guys, and like people change. Like a good guy.
Yeah, he's the heel. He's definitely the heel.
He is an eternal heel. That's the thing. Heels turn into faces, like into good guys. He will never turn face because he doesn't just get booed. Like
oh yeah.
We were at a wrestling show a year ago here.
People are salivating to see this guy getting the shit kicked out of him.
Yeah. So
You know?
last year when he was here in London at a show that we went to, one of the heels, when they speak on the microphone, they say something and then people boo. Logan Paul gets booed when he's trying to speak. You can't hear what he's saying.
He gets booed at his wedding,
And there's part of his deal with them is that his drink Prime, like there's this thing
Yeah.
with all the drinks, and the other wrestlers use it as a weapon. Sometimes there's a wrestler who drank it and said, "Ew, that's awful." I mean, it's all a lot of fun. So yeah, I'm
Hey,
appreciative of
there
Logan
was no
Paul in
super
that.
chat goal yet. Don't stop the discussion here.
Well, Razi, similarly to Chabad, the Pauls really do understand, I think, marketing. But no, really, because why on earth is it that I know who these clowns are? And why is it that my 17-year-old knows who these clowns are? And so they're multi-generational. I don't have any great feelings of affection towards them, but I can't deny that I know who these people are. I know who they are, and that is what they're trying to achieve, and so they've achieved it very, very well.
Yeah, Linda, just let me be clear. Super chats do not guarantee an answer or us reading it. Yeah, we have had questions and statements in super chats that absolutely will not be read. We will appreciate the money, but yeah, it does depend on the content. Yeah, you want to tell us why Israel, deserves to be wiped off the map. There is no amount of super chat that'll make us read it. Ray says, doesn't Dominic Mysterio also rarely get allowed to speak by the crowd? Yeah, we are having a wrestling conversation. Daniel is right. I want to answer that question, but I should, we put for profit under the logo on our t-shirts. Like there's t-shirts with our logo that says for profit. So I should remember what being for profit means. Yeah, when we get to 150, Daniel, remind me to answer the Dominic Mysterio question. And then move on. Back to the topic, which I know we're kind of veering off quite regularly. So
we are at 113 pounds, so just 37 pounds, and we get to 150.
Good. Then that is okay. That's not cheap. So I will give an elaborate answer about Dominic Mysterio because yeah, I do have stuff to say there. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Israel is still killing like some major figures, not the ones whose names we know, but the ones whose names we might know if they don't get taken out, which is pretty nice.
Oh, a post from the Syrian girl. Wanna read it out?
Oh my God. Okay, what's this clown doing?
She said, breaking. The UAE just joined the war on Israel's side and bombed a desalination plant in Iran. UAE has just committed suicide as Iran has the right to reply in kind. UAE gets 40% of its water from desalination plants, 60% imported. The ships importing water are blocked too. Unlike the UAE, it rains and snows in Iran.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
That's really funny because the Iranian hackers today attacked the Jerusalem water plants. So really, I don't know where she's getting her information from. It's probably made up.
Iran says that UAE attacked the desalination plant.
Oh yeah, UAE did attack a desalination plant, and that's an amazing kind of thing to look into this context. Like, Israel, the US are like, they're bombing whatever they can.
I want to say as well, but Iran also did say that Israel attacked their desalination plants. They're making a lot of claims. They're making a lot of simultaneous claims, I think.
Didn't the UAE admit it? I heard it this morning on channel.
No, I'm not doubting. I'm not doubting the veracity of if the UAE certainly have admitted it. just sort of saying that the Iranians are coming out with like non-stop declarations.
I mean,
So
UAE said that just today, the UAE was hit by like 18 ballistic missiles and like over 100 drones.
yeah.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
I'm in touch with people in Dubai who are like their actual area is under bombardment and they're like looking for places to leave. Um, they were all told,
Yeah, and they don't have what we have,
yeah,
in
oh yeah,
terms of the expertise in shooting down, like, I mean, the arrow system. I mean, I just don't know how they're even managing that one.
I mean, apparently Ukraine or Zelensky are being asked about, to help with the interception of the Fahid drones, because they are the ones who have the knowledge.
The Shahid drones, like
was I mispronouncing it the whole time?
No, you said Fahid. I didn't know if there was another one that I didn't know about. There was but yeah, they're the suicide drones, right? It's funny because the US also created, based off the Shahid, their own suicide drones. They don't call them that. They call them unmanned single flight aerial vehicles. Yeah, but we would call them kamikaze drones. But certainly, the United States would never see anything quite as crude or as crass as that.
Yeah, somebody's saying you're silent about Tel Aviv and Haifa. Yeah, your hearing is very selective, but that's kind of what it is. It's part
Jerusalem's
of being,
gone.
yeah,
I'm just here in the.
I've seen the videos posted by the Iran military Twitter account. It's
oh yeah.
Wait, do you wanna play one? But it's a joke on it.
Wait, can we wait with that until after Eyal joins and we show that's the wider context in which this would fit much better than a troll in the chat's comment. Il Harrison says, just don't play any more of Abby Martin. I mean, look, Abby, if I don't play a clip of her every now and then, I'm gonna hear about it. I mean, she blocked me on Twitter, so I might not hear about it, but so yeah, at some point, but not today. What I did want to play, and it doesn't have to be right now, but I saw Salome here in the chat, right? Or am I mistaken? Yes, earlier. Yeah, at some point I do want to play George Galloway because
fuck no, I can't do it. No, I can't do it.
He's from your
Yeah, you absolutely cannot do that to me. No. I can't. I really can't. I can't unless he's in the pink rabbit suit. I cannot.
Ooh, okay. Is that family friendly? I don't know. You know what? Okay, yeah, I want to play that. Yeah, that is. We're gonna get demonetized, but demonetization is just for ads, and we're not playing ads because we reached the super chat goal. Yeah, the reason I want to play him is because he does sound like actual, comical Ali level propaganda for Iran, from the thing that Daniel posted on Saturday where he tweeted, is this true about Israel Katz supposedly getting killed by an Iranian missile or something like that? Yeah. At some point we'll play it, but Alex, if you really can't stand,
I just cannot. I can't handle him. I'll have to.
All right,
I'll have to.
We'll do it later, or we'll do it tomorrow. It's not a matter of urgency, but yeah, just popping up on my feed, and I'm like, yeah. But yeah,
I mean, he's like retweeting like Kremlin propaganda straight up. It's insane. Like,
he worked for Russia Today.
I know, but still, it's like that's like Is he an MP right now? No, okay.
No, but he is. I think he does have some sort of party that's completely focused on the Palestinians, right?
Yeah,
Chris Williamson, if I'm not mistaken, the scum who tweeted on October 17th, 2023, after the Al Ali hospital bombing that killed 500 people, Israel has just lost its right to exist. 10 days after October 7th, from a person who opposed Israel's existence all along. So yeah, really, really horrible humans. But yeah, and Linda, on the point about taking the money of the spammers and the trolls, absolutely trolls, do super chat. We're not going to read it unless it's, an uncharacteristically decent super comment, but we will very much do the right thing with the money and make sure the world you want to see is not something that we are ever going to experience.
Linda says
Alex,
super. What?
just saying, Alex will rejoin in a second. Maybe let's think about it, but I need to. Yeah, it depends. I don't know if we intend to do something. Yeah, I don't want to give that much control of content and sell control of content. But let's think about how that can be done in a different way. Like if we actually have a few people and that we wanna talk about, and the audience can choose with super chats. That's a different thing. But yeah, if Owen Jones says something that is specifically sinister, we will likely play that and then cut it. Alex, you muted right before you
Sorry,
started.
I want to see the pink rabbit.
Yeah, let's.
Someone is saying play the pink rabbit when Alex is. Wait, no, Alex wanted to see the pink rabbit. Alex didn't want to see him speaking his other stuff. I
It's not pink rabbit. It's not pink. It's a cat. He was a cat.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. So sorry. I'm a kissy cat.
Wait, no spoilers, Alex. People, most of our audience haven't seen this. I promise you.
How is that
George
possible?
Galloway. Just if you don't know who he is, Google him. See really you think Despicability has a kind of a ceiling, and then you meet George Galloway. So, but many years ago, like over a decade, he was on Celebrity Big Brother UK, and you get tasks on Big Brother, and his was to be a cat for the day, for hours, I don't know. So once Daniel finds that and Yal is now joining us at quite the moment. Yal, this is not the video I was talking about. This is something else. We're gonna show that video in a second. But yeah, welcome. How's it going?
Hello. Thank you for having me.
All right, you know who George Galloway is?
No.
Okay, then you're not going to fully appreciate this, but he is one of the most despicable characters in the UK, in British politics, in recent decades. And, take that for what it's worth with the amount of and level of despicability that exists in British politics.
He was a Ba'athist. He's a Ba'athist.
Oh,
he is a Ba'athist, a confirmed Ba'athist, an unironic Ba'athist.
Nice. Communism and Islamism together.
Yeah, together.
I thought it's regional. How can you be Ba'athist in the UK?
He is a confirmed Ba'athist. He went and met with Saddam Hussein, said that he admired him. This is he did this with a live stream, not a live stream. It was like a public display. He went there, don't know who he was representing. I think he was even in the Labour Party at the time. And he said, "We respect you and your indefatigability." He said some words that just became, in his very Scottish accent. He goes, "We really appreciate you in your indefatigability. Yes, you're a very respectable man. We like you very much, Mr. Saddam Hussein. I am George Galloway. Good night."
I love when you try to do a Scottish accent, not realizing your accent is already Scottish, and that's
No. He is from more north, so it's a different accent.
All right, I will take your word for it.
It's like somebody from the south saying, "No, they are from the south."
Yeah, it's a different accent. He's from Dundee. It's a different accent. I have a Glaswegian accent. So he is. It's a difference. It's just we notice these things, and he is trying to be posh as well, which is also kind of frustrating. I hate it when people do that. Just be who you are.
Is it?
He's trying. Yes, he's trying to be. He's trying to be from Edinburgh, but he's not.
No way.
Oh wait.
Yes,
Oh,
absolutely. I know
okay.
people think that Scottish people cannot be posh. Okay.
No. I mean, like, I
because
don't think
we're.
he's trying to be.
Oh yes, he absolutely is. Yes, it's a real affect. The accent.
Oh, I see. Oh, like changing his accent. Okay, I see. I meant
Mhm.
like visually, he doesn't seem.
Nate says, but Galloway is no different than any other Palestinian. Tucker Carlson, on the other hand, is a real snake, pretending to speak for Americanism and Western values. Yeah, I mean, Galloway is different from other Palestinians in that he can string a sentence together and spell his own name, but he is no different morally and maybe, actually not maybe, definitely worse. But he, the one thing he was good at was being a cat. Let's take a look.
Neither of you confirmed if I have the right video. I might just play like a random thing.
Play
I
it,
don't.
and it is from YouTube, right? Not any other.
Yes. Is it this?
It looks likely.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, it looks like it. Looks like it. Let's see where it goes. Come on.
Now, would you
Gorgeous,
like
George.
to be the cat?
Oh yes, George. Be the cat.
Now, would you like me to be the cat? Now, would you like me?
This is the worst possible video you could have gotten of this, dude. What?
I didn't check it.
We need him in his full catness.
We need him in the real cat costume.
While
Guys,
Daniel tries
I'm
to
not
find that
interested.
video, can you bring some sort of little bit of seriousness? Don't worry, we'll get rid of the seriousness in a bit, but just something. Say something serious, please.
Did you talk about the water factor? Is how do you call it? Non-salt something. Atpala.
Desalination. The desalination.
Yeah,
and the fact that
desalination. Did you talk about the desalination war? I think it's
a little
wonderful. I
bit,
think it's
but no.
wonderful.
But if you have something to add on that, because I do think that it's kind of
On
symbolic.
the video,
first thing the UAE attacks is like something so civilian, and the rest of us are let's pinpoint so that the neighbor in the next apartment doesn't get slightly injured or something, and the UAE is like, you attack us, fuck it, we're going all out.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that Iran basically started in this. You know how war is basically also has this sense of like gentleman agreement, like the first time one crosses the line, then the other does. So Iran actually started with attacking Kuwait's water plants, which is quite interesting to go for the water plants, because they're like 90% of the water consumption, drinking and industry is from those water plants. So it's basically, if it would have been a successful attack, it's like people will like starve in Kuwait. So very interesting move by Iran, really extreme. And then the UAE attacks their water infrastructure, which is good. It is a good thing. This regime should be crippled. There is a saying in Hebrew, it's like a game of words on the light rail. We say, "Kashe achshav, hakala achar kach," which means now it's going to be difficult, but later on it's going to be better. So now it's the time to lay hell on this regime. So for afterwards, the people will actually be free.
Yeah, Paul mentioned, I think it was Paul, that the UAE has been attacked more than Israel. I don't know if it doesn't sound.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, sounds reasonable.
Yeah, if you only count for the last week.
So I want to say as well that the UAE have denied that they attacked the water salination plant. So and really they're saying as well that that it does appear to be like kind of just circulated. It started first of all on Hebrew language, and somebody says this is fake news. When we do something, we have the courage to announce it. That was the chairman of the Defense, Interior, and Foreign Affairs Committee. Said.
I thought you were reading from the chat, but
no, no. Apparently, I'm just saying. I'm just saying that like I'm not so, because I'm watching the Watch War live, and also like some other open source like confirmed attacks and I'm not really convinced of that one, to be honest. Because there's just so much coming out. So many people are making accusations and making announcements, and obviously there's true information warfare going on, right?
Roman says, well, Roman, I think Jonathan will join us at some point. I don't know where he's been. Well, I do know where he's been, but I can't reveal. And yeah, I'm trying. You know, some people for some reason refuse, even though I ask them very nicely. Look, guys, there is still a risk that we're gonna get another 37 pounds in super chats, which means I will have to talk about Dominic Mysterio. So for the time being, let's do the less serious stuff that's coming up, try to be a bit serious, and then go back to the wrestling stuff. Okay.
Wait, can I just, because there was like a really funny language barrier in the chat. Somebody asked ER, who are you wearing? And ER in the chat responding, I'm wearing myself, I guess. I think he meant like designer, like if you're wearing
it's like a cheap, not cheap, but like a quite common brand from the 80s and 90s. From Europe, I think, or like either Europe or United States. It's like, you know, it's 100% wool, but it's not like super high quality or something like that.
Yeah, is also wearing out the resolve of the Iranian regime.
And this, yeah, it's like a regular brand, not something special.
And not
looks very
sponsoring
nice.
the show, although
thank
if
you.
they want to sponsor us, feel free, call me, we can talk. Okay, Daniel.
I also have I have a much invest as well. If you want, I can demonstrate later.
You have what?
That is the 200-pound super chat goal. If you want to see this robe, that is what you'll get. Okay. George Galloway, the cat. This is war, people. What are we doing? Okay, let's see. Let's see it and move on.
I mean, this is the guy who's doing the bidding for that war.
Yeah, that's good news. Look, this is Iranian women can't walk around with their hair showing, but their advocates in the UK can go on national television and do this.
It's okay. No, don't be frightened. Come on, good cat. Good cat. More tickles on the back, yes.
Could you please stop?
No, pussycat. That's right.
You need to see this, yeah, and it's you need to see who we're up against. This is the enemy.
This is like Saddam Hussein's friend, by the way. He's like very close friends with Saddam Hussein. Yeah.
Yeah, he became an international celebrity when he was shilling for Saddam in U.S. Congress and stuff. And this is after that. People, when we reach 500 pounds on super chats, we will stop. Until then, we are playing this video in a loop.
Yeah.
Kidding. All right, it is almost.
Okay, I can't do it. Yeah, this man, it truly.
Again, like, remember, this is maybe it is kind of too early in the evening. I think on British television we wouldn't be allowed to show this until after 9 p.m. But yeah. Yeah, okay.
But that kind of goes to show you that's what this dude will do for money. You know, like you just need to give him some pocket change on Celebrity Big Brother, and he will eat milk out of your lap and say he's a pussycat. I mean, truly, like this. So him, he's on Russia Today. He's shilling for how you know, what would Saddam say about what he's doing right now for the Iranian regime? What would Saddam think about that?
Do you know what he and Saddam were doing in the privacy of his own palace? Like, not that we.
No, but like, wouldn't Saddam feel a little bit betrayed? Here you are, his mortal enemies. Okay, you were the friend. I mean, what are you doing? Shilling for Iran now. Okay, it just goes to show you, like the flip flopping, the whatever. I mean, he has said horrendous things about Shias. You know, really awful things. But now They're fighting Israel, so
Look, Big Brother Iraq was canceled before they went to the celebrity version.
right.
So we had to do this in the UK. But
True.
okay, one additional unserious thing, because I saw this yesterday and I'm like, we have to show this. Sorry, people who don't speak Hebrew. I'm not sure you will.
Wait, what did Galloway think of the Iraq-Iran war?
We will get back to Galloway.
Oh.
Don't worry. But yeah, just bear with us, people who don't speak Hebrew. Don't tune out. This isn't that long. People who do speak Hebrew, you might also not get this. Let's roll that clip and then get back to it.
زکل شمگیا لوزونی خم ایران همه پوئرت همشولاش شل کبلانی حتی از سیاسوایی تا جنرالیم و انا شی حد سوا شلاخم و هنهاگا همه دینیت ها پولیتیکاییم و روشی همم شالا کلام رک میشتم شیم بخم کم اگن انوشی اسپیرالات هشتیکاش نوتس را هی توت سر شل اولیگارخ یا پیننسیت یتسرانه نشک کلیتیک شورت و ایتون نایم شخوت به او به مخ خم کدی لیمنو هم میخم لاسیم لب لهیت پروت ولن فیلاشل میشتار هکی بوش هی خان نمیتسایم ه پولیتیکایم شلاخم انا شی هم امشال انا شی حد سوا و هگرمیم هم مرکزیم و موسا دو تپیتا خون شلاخم به محل لا خیامیم شباهم اتم تخت اش و کاش لاخم لحف خین بین یوم لیلا.
All right. First of all, I have to say, I got more of that second time around. All I could hear the first time around was "Atem tochlu esli harbe harbe chasas," like in a loop. And
why does it sound
Shatiach. That's what I hear.
I'm showing my age. Iyal hasn't even seen those movies. He doesn't know what I'm talking about. You don't know Shemesh Apalsi? All right.
I just sent Daniel actually a scene. If you can play like I guess from the beginning. Yeah, just play it from the beginning. This is how it looks to me.
What am I playing? Wait, you sent me a time step.
No, ignore it because it's not too long. So just play it from the start. So the guy on the left is from Iranian descent, Israeli actor.
عادشان مكرر ياسون كبد مكرر حدود ما يمخنيم شري هيت فوسس بنس نسالتي لا بيميت على التراب از مهر لحبرات حشمل مهر اني لا يدي حشمل خبرات حشمل كن اخشى يمشي شيء ساغور بوتك شلي اني خشب اني ترخص استخدم بما يمخمين بيوم رشان اني ها لا الا نو ما يمحميم ازلو
هرجت راحتي ايش ما يمحميم
تو دار بالك متقطر
Was the point made?
Yeah, for people who, see Israelis like in bomb shelters singing and dancing and want to understand how that's possible, this is what we grew up on. So, we've...
Yeah, I just want to describe the scene. So this guy comes to his neighbor who hates him. And he's like, listen, my hot water boiler
exploded. Is this Seinfeld in Israel?
This is like a film from the 70s or something. And he's like, my hot water is gone. And like, and he's like, and the neighbor's like, oh my God, you gotta get the electrician to fix it. And it's like, no, it's almost Saturday, no electrician. I have to go take a shower at your place. And then he's like, the neighbor, the guy this is like his shower and stuff. He's like, no, listen, we also don't have hot water. I'm sorry. And then his daughter comes or whatever. And he's like, no, what are you saying? We have plenty of hot water. So he enters and takes the shower. So you can play the rest of the video. You can see him takes a shower as well. He sounds like the guy in the video as well. So basically, they've tried to speak like Hebrew, really broken Hebrew in the original video. And this is what it looks like.
To me, it sounds Hungarian. Like he's like speaking with Hungarian accent.
Both cases are Hebrew with broken Persian accent, I guess.
And that guy...
I understood, I think, like 50%. 50%.
That guy played a bunch of characters in a bunch of different movies that were basically all the same movie and all the same, and the whole thing was like his accent just made some of those movies. Thank you, Shazbot.
To the chat, I don't remember if it was
super chat. Shazbot asks, is groundskeeper Willie from Glasgow or Aberdeen based on his accent? That is a question.
I think Aberdeen. Glasgow. What? I thought he said he's from Glasgow.
Based on his accent, to me, it sounds like more northern.
Thank you, Salome, for the super chat. We are getting closer to the next goal. Oh, no. And Nate says, sounds like Yosian. Yes, that is another reference that only people in Israel will get, but it is absolutely true. Yes, people have accents, and some of them funny. I look forward to the day where we're gonna travel to Tehran and hear that accent all around us. That is gonna be a beautiful day. Okay.
Looks like groundskeeper Willie is from Kirkwall in the Orkney Islands. But
like I said, in the north.
he is also a supporter of Aberdeen FC and has lived in Glasgow. So that's what I was remembering.
His accent is northern. It is not Glasgow.
Okay, so an attack that you probably talked about earlier, but this is, I guess, confirmation from the IDF, an attack on 5 Quds Force people in a hotel in Beirut was successful. All 5 were killed. Very good news. Wherever they are, especially if they're in Iran or Lebanon, we're operating currently. So that's beautiful and beautiful to know that wherever, you know, that they think they're safe and they get what they deserve. There are also reports in Lebanon about additional bombings by Israel in the south. Yeah, the head of the Israeli army says that Hezbollah, that the war will take a lot of time, but will determine our future and security for many years, which is absolutely true. As we keep saying, this is unprecedented already in what Israel is doing and what Israel is achieving with the incredible help of the United States. And yeah, it is gonna be great for Israel's security. It is a present to a world that mostly doesn't deserve it. But yeah, it should be done, even if some of the beneficiaries are gonna condemn us for saving them from this menace.
I have a report here that the Qataris have told the Americans that they're gonna expel Hamas leadership from their territory since they've refused to condemn the Iranian attacks on Qatar.
Where are they gonna go?
Yeah, I don't. Hopefully to hell. So first, good reason, like good riddance. Second, like you're a little bit too late. Like, and now you remember to give them the boot after everything they've done.
I mean,
and of course, it's clear it's Qatar. Like Qatar is happy with the October 7th attack, and only now they're like in a beef with Hamas for taking the side of Iran. Like, good morning.
I mean, who was it that asked them to take them, though? You know, like we can't exactly say that we don't have a part to play in that. You know what I'm saying? Like, they've been living in exile there for a reason. I don't know where exactly you kick them out to. I don't know what you do. I really don't. Because like it's kind of like who is going to take who, like what do you do? Like drop them out of an airplane or something? I mean, I'd love it if they would do that. That would be amazing. But it's a very tricky situation, which is why you don't expel fucking terrorists. Sorry, but like you just don't. This is why you don't do it. This is what happens.
Definitely.
Thank you, Linda, for the super chat. Linda says $10 to show John's Cordair painting again. We started a print list. Yes, by the way, that is a Linda Cordair only benefit here. Asking to show stuff. But yeah, this is something we would show anyway. By the way, well, maybe I shouldn't say that. Linda, keep super chatting. But yeah, this amazing painting by John Wasson. There's a video. Linda, maybe you can tell us where to see that video of him painting it sped up. And that is has it been sold, Linda? You can let it what?
Cordair.com.
Yes,
Cordair. I'll put it in chat.
Has it been sold? And yeah, prints are Linda says we started a print list. So yeah, there will be prints as well for people who Linda says video is on her Facebook page. And yeah, make sure you go over and sign up for one of those prints. We will be doing more with Quent Cordair Fine Art soon in these streams. While we will fill these streams. Actually, we fill these streams mostly with non-war stuff, but we're here to update when there's an update. By the way, something else. Let me promote it. Now, on Tuesday's stream at 9 p.m. UK time, that is 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific, I will be joined by Zoe Strimple, columnist from the Daily Telegraph, an author, and really the best person in British media today. So make sure you tune in to that. Zoe is also, some of you may remember, co-host of the fantastic, albeit very short-lived, Clubhouse show, Zoe versus Razi on Radio Ragnar. Yeah, people who discovered us post-lockdowns, you missed out. And those were not recorded, so you're never going to get to hear them, which is why you should tune in always, and until we get removed from this platform. Luckily here we do record things. Ram says, Persian and Hungarian do sound the same a bit. I'm thinking about it, like Turkish always sounds to me like Persian. But yeah, maybe it's kind of a geographic language continuum. And
I don't know, because yeah, because like Hungarian is a Turkic language, so it bound to be.
Daniel can answer the question that Linda asks about how much we have raised so far in super chats and stickers, so that we know how far we are from my answering the question on Dominic Mysterio. I think it's not that far, which is all the more reason why I should go and find something serious to talk about quickly. This is serious and very unfortunate. And so in Arab-Israeli society, this is the latest update here in the news. In Arab-Israeli society, from the start of the year, 61 people have been murdered. So we talk about this a lot. Of course, in Israel, depending on who you ask, it is also, the Jews who are to blame for all this. Of course, 61 in many other Arab societies in the Middle East would be an insane improvement on what they usually experience. But yes, that culture, even within Israel, is still backwards. Luckily, in Israel, they do have opportunities to escape that culture into, kind of assimilate into society. And there's also a report about an incident in the Straits of Hormuz, north of Iran, north of Oman. That's all we know at the moment. So what that is. Oh, and Trump said, I don't know if this was earlier, so you probably read it, but we can repeat stuff here. The next leader of Iran won't survive long if he doesn't have my approval. That is scarier for me than it is for the next leader of Iran, I think, because what if he does have your approval?
Did you guys talk about the Nir Dvori report?
What is that?
So there is an Israeli reporter called Nir Dvori, and he was like on the mainstream news channel, and he's like, we have exclusive video of American bombers flying above Iran and blah, blah, blah. And he just posted like footage from a video game.
I mean, Arma 3 has been used for like war propaganda a lot.
So wait, so now I see a new report from Nir Dvori. I read on X that there is a report from Nir Dvori that American soldiers has been captured by the IRGC in Iran, but they were surprisingly released after pressing X, triangle, L1, L2, R2, circle, circle, circle. So we're good. They applied the cheat code and now they're released. So we're safe.
Yeah, by the way, Iran did actually claim that they had kidnapped some soldiers, and the US said that never happened.
Oh, by the way, did you see the tweet from CENTCOM denying the Iranian claims?
Of what?
I didn't see the tweet, no.
I'll send it to Daniel real quick because it's quite funny. Just a moment. All right. Yeah.
Thank you, Salome, for another super chat. Yeah, we are getting close to the next goal, which is very, very nice and inspiring to know that, yeah, people, I mean, me talking about Dominic Mysterio, if that helps, and imagine when we think about other goals that, yeah, we do want to add value and hopefully add grow our budget along the way as well.
Oh, do you want to share?
Yes.
This is U.S. Central Command.
All right. So the Iranian regime recently claimed, wait, let me read it, through their verified UNX account that it has only tried to target military sites and that its missiles and drones were thrown off course by US Jedi mind tricks. So CENTCOM is officially denying the United States of America, calling a witch doctor to divert Iranian missiles to conspire and blame them for targeting civilian targets. So I just think it's quite bizarre of a tweet.
You'll accept the credits or whatever.
I divert the missiles.
That's not the same franchise. You just offended so many people.
I'm doing a crossover episode.
Okay. Well, in the discussion between Star Wars and Star Trek, of course, the only winner is Stargate, as everybody knows.
Also, the Iranian have released footage of their air defense system taking down an F-35 fighter jet.
I've
so I sent
seen
it to
that.
Daniel
I've
as
seen
well.
that.
Did you stream it?
No, do you wanna?
Is that what I think it is?
I think you know what it is.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, we can show. Oh, if you haven't shown that yet, because that has been making the rounds, and I don't think anybody bought that, but I'm still constantly surprised by just how retarded some of those people are. Like, I know they are, but the extent is a surprise. So yeah, let's check it out.
The Iranians keep surprising us.
Oh, and somebody posted it with note that this is fake. Thank you.
Thanks.
Daniel, did you guys talk about the protests?
Yes. Do you want to do it again?
Maybe briefly. Did you show any of the videos from London?
Yes. We also showed the counter protest, but yeah.
The what?
Did you show the brawl?
Counter protest.
Yeah, did you show any brawl? Was there? Yeah, there was a brawl here in London as well, right?
No,
And
I don't know if
there was one in New
show
York
at any point
or
what
in
happened
Washington.
in Manchester with the terrorists on horses.
I heard about it. And there has also been plenty cases of bomb threats in airplanes recently in the States.
Yeah, and look, some of these threats might materialize. Yeah, we repeat, this is maybe the thing we need to repeat the most, which is yeah, it's not just people in the Middle East or within the range of ballistic missiles from Iran that are at risk. They will try, they have tried and succeeded already during this war in killing people, and they will do it again in various places in the world. So stay vigilant, stay safe, and stay in undisclosed locations without telling anybody where you are.
Wait, since we played that, do you want to play also the Iranian attack on Tel Aviv?
Sure. That's not what I was expecting. I was expecting.
I'm an eyewitness, and I confirm.
I was expecting the one where it kind of looks like a city, and it looks like, bombs that are it's obviously AI, but some people would be stupid enough to fall for and have been, and have retweeted it, like including major figures. So, but yeah,
oh yeah, let me go to George Galloway's. All of those will be there, right?
Oh yeah, we weren't doing George Galloway because Alex has vetoed that, and Yal needs to get to know George Galloway. I mean, he kind of did, a bit with the previous video, but you need to see a different side of him. And don't worry, that's not what it sounds like. Thank you, Gary, for the super chat. Let's watch George Galloway talk about this war. Don't worry, people. No more cats.
Wait, what are we showing of him?
Anything of George Galloway speaking in like today or yesterday. But yeah, I thought you had a video ready. But yeah, we can wait with that. There's something else that I think
Oh,
somebody.
he's going live in 20 minutes. Did we call in?
We can watch some. We can do what we did with Anna a few days ago and just tune in a little bit. Oh, Young Turks! I want to see something from the Young Turks at some point. But you know what? I want to also. Somebody suggested that we share this. I have seen it making the rounds in recent days, and it's you probably have seen it in recent days as well. As have.
Oh, we have more live viewers than the Young Turks.
Nice. Yeah, but remember, Young Turks' live viewership is not what, is not where they make their money or their impact. So, thank you, Roman, for the super chat. Roman asks, "How social is laissez-faire capitalism?" I don't understand the question.
If by social you mean like social benefits, as in like welfare, there is nothing.
Whatever social interaction or benefit there is, you have to earn it.
Well, if you mean, which I would say, if you mean how social, what is it? What is the impact on kind of people, being, people socializing or interacting with each other? I would say it's the best system because you're not born with any responsibility for others or have to bear responsibility because you have done good and would. Yeah. Are you laughing because I misunderstand the question?
No.
Oh, all right. But yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I would only add again, unless you mean sort of also like social, as in like social interaction. I mean, again, it's the one system where the social interactions are actually consensual in all regards, unlike under mixed economy.
And if he's talking in regard to social about like welfare and taking care for others, well, I just want to point out that like most of the trouble that we have currently in the West, especially the trouble within Western democracies and the fight on immigration and all of those bad things, is rooted in welfare policies. Basically, as of now, and this is classic Ayn Rand politics, but like almost a cliche for people familiar with this philosophy. But basically, it's this whole system, the welfare system, the socialist system, the mixed economy. It's all about punishing the good for evil. It's about taking the creator, looting him, and rewarding the parasite. So if you want to, have a better democratic system, if you want to have your rights preserved, if you don't want to have parasites, if you don't want to have criminals immigrating to wherever you live to ruin your lives, the first step is to stop with welfare. Just saying.
Roman says, interpret it as you prefer. I interpret it as you wanting me to talk about Dominic Mysterio, but I don't think we're there yet. So we will get.
We need 2.5 more pounds. So 2 pounds and 49 pence.
Okay, great. So we can talk about something serious until then, which is George Galloway. Yeah.
I don't really. I don't really have he has like clips on his channel, but they are hardcore non-descriptive, so I have no idea what actually.
Guys, in some of these days when towards the end I was doing solo, like I was going through hours of these people. I'm putting you through a few minutes, and it's important. It's like this guy has an impact. He's one of the major figures in the UK of kind of the anti-Israel crowd who've been pushing this for years. Famously, this was also over a decade ago, in a press conference, he was asked the question, maybe that's something we should find, was asked the question by some Israeli, and he asked, "Are you Israeli?" And the guy said yes, and he said, "I don't answer Israelis." And turns out that was a guy we later all heard of, Ayn Rand, but this was back when he was a student in the UK. That's an interesting clip maybe to watch if we can find it. And Daniel, if you want to find that while we're watching something more current from Galloway, let's go ahead and roll the tape.
Let's try this one, I guess. Well, let's see.
Thank you, Egregs, for correcting me. That wasn't a press conference. It was a debate at Oxford, I think. Okay, well, Daniel will find that and we'll see exactly what it is, but let's watch what he's saying now.
Well, this was, I think, from yesterday or 2 days ago.
And Sean Kane, 3574, says they don't really believe they can force Jesus to return, do they? They do. If he does not, sure he'll be able to take this many sins. They believe that by murdering children in a school in Iran, they will encourage Jesus to return. At which point all the Jews in the world will have to convert or be killed. You see how crazy all this is? This Armageddon stuff? As I've told you before, I've been in Armageddon. It's a shithole. It's a shithole in Israel, not far from the fence in Gaza. Why anyone would want to encourage the end of God's creation, the end of this beautiful world, the end of our own children and grandchildren. Why would anyone want to hasten the end of...
Yeah, I mean, I'm stuck on you know, the they think by murdering children, because he has you know, again, he has a much bigger audience. I don't know how many live concurrent viewers he will have when he's live in 15 minutes, but I'm sure it's more than us. I'm sure his super chat goals are higher than ours, and people listen to him and think, okay, this guy, well, you know, he's a member of parliament. He was a part of the ruling party for so many years in this country until he left over the you know, the war against his friend Saddam. And he is saying, he's not just saying, he's taking the Owen Jones thing to the next level. Owen Jones on the first or second day of this war was saying that Israel deliberately targeted a girls' school. This guy is now explaining that the intention was specifically to murder those children. Now, he, of course, 100% knows that this was not the intention, otherwise it would be happening throughout, and was the intention of the people he's siding with in this war, which is why they put weapons right next to schools. That's why. That's why the Palestinians do it. That's why the Iranians do it, so that George Galloway will tell you that this is being done intentionally in your name. And yeah, look, every word he says resonates with some people who then, in some cases, go out and just protest or tweet or do something that is bad. And then others go further and do what happened in Manchester, in Bondi Beach, and elsewhere. So yeah, it's very not fun listening to these people, but we should listen. We should know who they are, what they're saying, and stand up to them. George Galloway, by the way, another person who I'm blocked on Twitter by. I mentioned this yesterday, right? He said something like he replied to a reply to me saying, yeah, he needs help, and then blocked me. So, you know, he can't actually, he can argue when he's talking Pravda style to an audience that only ever listens to him, takes their facts from him, the stuff he makes up, and then takes their opinion from him, and that's it. So somebody challenges, somebody challenges him and he does name calling. Before I go to you, Daniel, do you have the clip? I mean, I'm going to go to Yal first anyway, but just want to know if you have the clip ready of him and Elon Levy in Oxford.
Yes.
Okay, so thoughts on what we just saw?
Yesterday, I was referring to Tucker blaming Israel for its fight against beauty, and I was demonstrating how Qatar, in fact, is the one fighting against beauty. And once again, the irrationals are blaming the rational for their irrationality. And our dear friend of Saddam Hussein and the Ayatollah regime is blaming the United States and Israel for fighting this war for reasons rooted in mysticism and Armageddon and doomsday faith-based philosophy. And he's doing that defending the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Shiite Islamic Republic of Iran, in which there is a culture of self-torture for mystical reason. The Ashura, they have the Muta, which is temporary marriage used for prostitution. They have the Taqiyya, which is basically, never mind. It's a regime of mysticism, fanaticism, doomsday. They wish to destroy the West. They wish to destroy America. They wish to destroy Israel for religious reasons. They want their disappearing Imam, the Mahdi, to come back, and they believe it will happen after they'll destroy the West. So, like I can go on and on. So once again, the crazy irrationals are making up these stories in order to frame the more rational side as if he's the irrational one. And I'm not even talking about their accusations of Israel and the United States of America using demons, and basically the America and Israel has the upper hands because they use demons and summon witches and use these kind of tactics in the war.
Okay, I see, by the way, that the super chats have stopped, and I guess that's because nobody wants to hear what I have to say about Dominic Mysterio, which is fair enough, absolutely valid reason. But I will say a couple of things I want to show now, Daniel. So first, we'll show the George Galloway, young Elon Levy interaction. Then I want to say something about Trump and a statement that he made, and then let's play that Douglas Murray thing just to kind of as a palate cleanser after listening up to all this crap. All right, yeah.
Requires. We wanted peace, we got war, we mustn't make the same mistake again. So my first point, only a peace treaty can provide a framework for enduring peace and security. I'm sorry, Mr. Galloway?
You said we. Are you an Israeli?
I am, yes.
I don't debate with Israelis. I've been misled. Sorry.
What? Racism?
What? I don't recognize Israel, and I don't debate with Israelis.
He's a person. He's a human being.
You don't really need to spend much time with this person to really know who he is. You just need to watch that, or the clip we saw before, or although preferably not the clip we saw before that. Okay, I will get to the super chat in a second because yes, that is happening. But I want to be a bit serious for a bit and say something that I expected to lose Twitter followers over this. Let's see if that happened. No, it hasn't happened yet. But I did tweet favorably about Trump, and I stand by it. At least about a specific thing that he said here on True Social yesterday, which we may have talked about, but it's still nice to talk about it again. This is Trump. The United Kingdom, our once great ally, maybe the greatest of them all, is finally giving serious thought to sending 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East. That's okay, Prime Minister Starmer. We don't need them any longer, but we will remember. We don't need people to join wars after we've already won. President Donald J. Trump. Absolutely well said and necessary to say. Look, Britain has, in Britain, people do have this delusion of grandeur and think that they're still, this living in the days of the British Empire, and what they have to say actually matters to anybody in the world. Starmer has, and there was, to an extent, that was true, but to a much diminished extent compared to what I think Britain and people in Britain and British leaders think it is. Starmer has really, after just a year and a half in office, just over a year and a half of destroying this country, he is now going out of his way to show, first of all, how spineless. Remember, a spineless leader means a spineless country. So Britain looks spineless even when it takes a stand, regardless of if it's good or evil, and it's more often than not evil, like recognizing a Palestinian state. He doesn't lead. He follows. He looks to see other European countries do it, test the waters, see what the consequences are, and then he follows. The same thing here in this war. He issued a statement of 3 minutes and 50 seconds, if I remember correctly, of saying nothing except there's a war going on. Like, some leaders spoke out against it, some spoke out for it. Starmer is showing that Britain has no backbone, and I really hope that the day comes when there is a different leader, different type of leadership, and this relationship can be rebuilt. But wow. Yeah, Daniel, any comments on that?
I have an update. The IDF spokesperson said, we have destroyed the Iranian Air Force headquarters, the IRGC headquarters. This is where they've basically managed the drone and missiles barrages for Israel and the other countries. So this is another development against Iran, especially in preventing their capabilities to shoot at us. And I just want to point out, it's quite of a tactical thing, but it's still quite smart, that I'm really happy about how we started focusing on taking down their capabilities to shoot at us. So we'd have smooth sailing later on, just destroying everything we want within Iran with more of a comfort and ease. And that's what you do. It's like nothing new here, but it's still nice to see how good we did that.
Oh yeah. Every moment of this is beautiful. Like, I see updates and they say the IDF is attacking again in Tehran, and I see that update like for the 4th time today and the 9th day in a row, and I'm like, that's still, it doesn't get old. I want to see more, and every one of those is like, okay, yeah, the IDF attacking Tehran means they're flying around freely and doing whatever they want. And I'm not usually, by the way, a person who celebrates International Women's Day because I'm an individualist, but I kind of liked that the IDF put out something. We have female pilots here, and mostly because I know what Iranians, the Iranian regime would think about it, and I'm like, yeah, you're being killed by girls, Ayatollahs. How's that going to work out in heaven? What are the virgins they might not put out when they know that you were killed by girls? I don't know how it goes there. So yeah. But anyway, before the Douglas Murray video, let's just thank you deeper with Diego, who says Dom's father is Eddie. Yes, that is a wrestling joke that I think the next minute or so is probably going to bore some people. Consider it a commercial break if you're not a wrestling fan, or consider it an incentive to become a wrestling fan. So yeah, Dominic Mysterio, the son of Rey Mysterio, who I'm old enough to remember the storyline where Dominic Mysterio and Eddie Guerrero, where they're doing a paternity thing, which, by the way, I was, as a wrestling fan with an Israeli sense of humor, found that disturbing, but was still watching. Yeah, he grew up to become an actual wrestler and a good one, and really good at being a bad guy. And yeah, the Dominic Mysterio reference that Race made was because of what I said about Logan Paul when we went to this show last year. He tried talking, but the people don't just boo him after he says something; they boo him while he's trying to say something, and that has been the case with Dominic Mysterio ever since he turned heel on his by turning on his father. And yeah, I have to say I really enjoyed the moment when last year the WrestleMania crowd actually, when he won a title, turned in his favor, and it was a really nice moment. It was nice to see him enjoy it, like leave the ring, and then he's like, you know what? People are cheering me like for the first time. It's it's WrestleMania, 60,000 people. Runs back, gets some more cheers, leaves. Yeah, it's fun. Remember, wrestling is scripted. It's a show, but it's actual people playing characters that are more often than not very, very much based on themselves. Like it's it's an extension of themselves, as they say, or themselves, but without the restrictions. So seeing them actually enjoy it. Some of my favorite wrestling moments are like when one of the bad guys wins and gets cheers, and like you see them break character because it's a moment for them personally, because it's a human being, understanding that it's like getting a promotion in any job. And yeah, so that's my, hopefully that answered whatever the question was about Dominic Mysterio. But yeah, I have to say, as a wrestling fan, I'm not that caught up, because
I think the question was that he also didn't ever get the audience didn't let him say anything.
Yeah, that is the thing. Yeah, because he has what we in wrestling call X-Pac heat, I think, which is X-Pac used to be a wrestler, and people at some point really got tired of him and hated him and just booed him because not because he's a bad guy and they're supposed to boo him, which is what most people get booed for, but because they really didn't want to see him anymore because they were bored because it was the same thing. So yeah, he was getting X-Pac heat, but I'm, I like him. And he's young. There's a big future there. As he said after he won that title, I've been a main eventer for 20 years, referencing the fact that when he was 8 years old, he was part of a storyline. So he's funny. He knows how to talk. He knows how to wrestle. He has everything it takes. I'm a fan. And of course, I would boo him as well, because that's what a wrestling fan does. You're part of the show. Okay. Back
You're
to
a
the
sheep.
topic. What?
Nothing.
But anyway, we lost a bunch of viewers after that, after the wrestling spiel, as I expected. Okay, that's we'll figure out how to work super chat gold in a way that doesn't make the audience want to leave. All right, let's.
People in the chat are right. Shouldn't we talk about International Women's Day?
I did. I talked.
Oh, did we? Okay, sorry. I'm half listening. Sorry.
Well, all right.
I'm also looking up stuff.
Douglas Murray?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna cut this in the middle and start arguing with him, but who knows? And yeah, let's do it.
Israel is pushed to the situation it will be pushed to, of having to believe they mean it, and when every bit of jiggery-pokery behind the scenes runs out, and when the UN and distinguished figures have run out of time, and Iran is about to produce its first bomb, Israel will strike. Every single country will condemn Israel. Everyone in the Middle East will condemn Israel. And they will go back to their homes and they will say in private, thank God for Israel. The Saudis, the Bahrainis, the Egyptians, the Libyans, the Lebanese, everybody will say thank God they did it, because nobody else would. You have the choice between a war with a nuclear Iran or a war at some point with an Iran that is not nuclear, which you stop from ever being nuclear, and hope that in stopping that regime, in embedding itself, you will give the Iranian people the best chance they will have of overthrowing that regime. But as I say, thank God this doesn't rely on you or any Europeans, because you've made the same mistake before, and nobody should trust you to get it right this time.
That was spot on.
Yeah. And as it says, it was 13 years ago. So yes, we knew. There's also, by the way, maybe we can find the Marco Rubio one as well, from the Obama deal, where he says what is says what is going to happen. And yeah, Daniel, if you can find that, and I will reply to the troll in the chat who says Murray is a liar and a hack. He's disgusting. I mean, look, the last part is your personal view, and I understand with your other personal views why you would say that. But we just played a clip from 13 years ago of Douglas Murray telling us what's coming, and we are here now in this actual war. So a lie it is not. But if we want to see lies, we will keep reading what you have to say. Daniel, yeah.
I just want to say the thing about the Rubio video that you might find. Basically, what he said was that what's going to happen is that you're going to negotiate with Iran. You're going to hand them out all of these billions of dollars. They're going to use it to build missile systems to a level where fighting them would be basically impossible, because it would be a missile threat that the world could not contain. And then they eventually get nukes. And he says, I give this prediction because this is exactly what happened with North Korea. They negotiated a promise to not have nukes. They've armed themselves with conventional weapons to a point that they got the courage to develop those nukes. And now they're a nuclear country. And so Marco Rubio was right about his prediction, but luckily it did not went into full, it did not become complete reality, because eventually Israel did get the courage to attack Iran before it's too late. And I'm so happy to say it, the United States of America, and yes, under Trump administration, and I clap my hands for Bibi and Trump here, they went all in against Iran to remove this regime, and they deserve our admiration for this step. This is basically saving the war, giving us some extra years before some other nuclear asshole will destroy it or something. So yeah, good for us.
Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you, Salome, for the super chat. We don't have a 200 goal, but we should. And I promise you, it will not be me talking about wrestling. Even if somebody asks in the chat, I will have that conversation with you separately. I love talking about wrestling, but I do like to kind of be around the general topic of the... Yeah, somebody asked, Chunky Monkey asked, is there an International Men's Day? Yes, there is. I don't remember when, but I'm as opposed
and
to
that's
it
a problem.
I'm as opposed. I don't remember when International Women's Day is either. I just saw it everywhere today. I'm as opposed to that as I am to
poor Ella.
to Women's Day, to Black History Month. Why are we allowed Black History Month and not White History Month? No, none of it. Stop with the. That's not how it's pronounced, Daniel. None of that crap. And yeah, just stop with the tribalism, people.
International Men's Day is on November 19, actually, which makes sense because it's also Movember. Then that's the 1 month I kind of do like. Have you ever participated?
No.
Why not?
I mean,
Really?
I have facial hair already, right?
Well, you would have to just keep the mustache.
No, I don't want that. No, Ric Flair was not an objectivist, and he is still alive, people. He's old, but yeah. Okay, I really need to read the news before I go down the wrestling rabbit hole, which is one of my favorite rabbit holes. Let's see. There's no. Oh. Okay, maybe I'll read this later and then figure out what it is that they're saying. But I will say that things are opening up in Israel, right? Yeah.
What?
I mean, since we are on the news, New York police says
That was what
improve.
I didn't want to read, but go ahead.
I mean,
And
it
only
should be
because
said.
I was reading as I was going along, so go ahead.
An improvised explosive device apparently was thrown outside of the residence of Zohran Mamdani, the current mayor of New York City. And we have detained. Oh, 6 suspects were arrested.
Well, I look forward to his wife explaining
Inspired
why
by
that is
ISIS.
a perfectly legitimate and wonderful thing that happened, or a hoax, or what have you. So, yeah, Mrs. Mamdani, go fuck yourself. Okay.
We disavow political violence, especially inspired by ISIS on elected officials.
Is it inspired by ISIS? Is it?
But I mean, that's what we know right now. They say it's. And even if they aren't, like, be it homegrown or whatever.
Absolutely.
By the way, did you
yeah.
hear about the statement from Macron?
Another statement from Macron?
So Macron,
2
the president
statements in 1 week.
of France, he spoke with Iranian President Pezeshkian, and he told him to stop his attacks on neighboring countries. Finally, some peace and quiet in the Middle East. Thank you, France, for saving the day once again.
So when I think of the things I'm worried about Trump reversing course on, it's not just the war itself. Like some Ayatollah will tell Trump, yeah, we're totally with you, just stop it, and he'll say, okay, we made a deal. It is very much the influence of Britain and France and countries like that, and the possibility that he's going to change his tune, but he's not doing that right now. I really, because I remember it from the past, whether it's his insults to Marco Rubio back in the 2016 debates, and they're now BFFs, to the insults to dictators around the world, and then they're cool to that's Trump's relationships are very volatile. So he could be publicly shitting on Starmer and Macron and then talking to them, and then they can talk him out of stuff. So far, he doesn't look like he's going to get talked out of anything, but this is what they want. And remember, what they want ultimately is saving this regime, which Trump did in the previous war in June of last year, could do now. Yeah, let's do we, by the way, Daniel, do we have anything from today's protest in pro regime change protest of Iranians that was supposed to be against in front of 10 Downing Street, protesting against, and then walking to the Israeli embassy to express gratitude? And while you look for it, yeah, any comments?
Comments on what?
The war, wrestling, anything on your mind while basically can you filibuster, but interestingly until okay, yeah, Daniel doesn't have anything. Yeah, I just saw a poster for it, so I don't know to what extent.
I mean, I saw it as well, but yeah, it doesn't look like. I mean, there is the one, but we have played that one, and it's from the other day, not from today.
I can give you bomb shelter reviews.
Yeah, what's your favorite one?
All right, so I'll start chronologically. So there is, or like by distance, I would say. So there is the underground shelter at my building under my house. It's not good. It's very dusty, gives me allergies. The neighbors comes with their dogs, so it's also smelly there. Like there's not really much ventilation. Not good. 1 out of 5. Then there is the kindergarten next to my house, so it has a bomb shelter. and it's like they have AC, ventilation, there is room, there is internet reception, you have like a chair to sit. It's really nice. The problem is that there is like a guard there that keeps it open, and if he like goes for a smoke or go to sleep or doesn't do his job right, you can go there like, and there is an alarm and it's locked and you're screwed in the street. So I give it a 4. I give it a 3.5 out of 5. I was also in the public shelter yesterday. It's quite good, spacious. Also, there's a AC, quite nice. I'll give it a 3 out of 5. And actually, yesterday I was going to the shelter, and there was this old man, taking the stairs, like 2 hands holding both sides, and like he's taking his time. He's old. You understand, but like there's sirens. You want to get to shelter. So I actually have a video that demonstrates how it feels in such a situation. So I'm gonna send it to Daniel for him.
Is it gonna be a Mr. Bean clip?
Okay,
Perhaps.
before you show that, let me quickly, while Daniel posted, I came up with a 200 super chat goal. It will be the picture of where I was earlier that I sent to Daniel, and there's a story behind it, and I don't think it's going to disappoint. So if we get to 200, we will share that, and and Daniel the video.
Yeah, so I'm waiting for Daniel to show the clip.
True story. This happened to me today, but on an escalator. And understandably, like, the woman was walking with a cane and was like worried, and I asked, "Is there any way I can help?" And she said, "Yeah, go in front of me, so if I fall, it's on you," which I did, and she didn't fall. And where did this happen? If we get to 200 pounds, you will find out.
So this happened to me yesterday, but luckily it was on the way out from the shelter, not on the way in. So no danger there. And also today I was in a building in Herzliya, a very nice view, and they had amazing bomb shelter. So they have like the staircase is like huge and fortified, and there's air conditioning, and like it's on the same floor. Really nice bomb shelter. So eventually, like, having said everything, basically my choice will be the kindergarten. It's a little bit more of a walk rather than the underground shelter out of my house. So I get out when I get the early warning. I don't wait for the alarm. I get the early warning. I go to the kindergarten and sit there safe and having a good time. I think in the last attack, I've actually streamed from that kindergarten. So like in June.
I know you don't drink, yeah. So, people who do drink, sometimes if they drink a lot, go bar hopping. I love that you're going shelter
I go
hopping.
shelter hopping.
By the way, from some of the videos, we saw the two are not necessarily mutually exclusive. I think there are shelters that you walk in, and you probably should walk in like this because, whatever your eyes are going to tell the universe, we shouldn't find out. This should have been the 200-pound super chat goal, but this, by the way, a present from a friend and member who might. What?
When you enter the shelter, make sure something we talked about earlier today was also the apps that were created. So make sure you use the Hooked app, you scan the QR code and see who is the single in the shelter.
It's not relevant for me, but
yeah, it is for the single people in the audience. But yeah, dress up, wear nice sunglasses, and who knows? I mean, imagine telling your children we met in a bomb shelter.
That's what Ambassador said. Mike Huckabee. Mike
Oh,
Huckabee.
really?
Yeah, he posted that on X.
Maybe I should start following him.
Yeah, Ayatollah Khomeini don't want to set the world on fire. He just wants to set a flame in your heart.
That is actually the song I did at karaoke in Ocon 2022, I think. When was it in Washington? 22?
Wonderful.
Yeah, DC was 22.
Yeah, that's the.
We were doing karaoke in Ocon 22? How
Yeah,
did I miss that?
I don't know. You were sleeping or asking somebody for money or.
I can't ask people for money at Ocon, and I don't. I've never done that. Daniel, why are you getting us in trouble? Thought that was only our super chatters who go around to other people's super chats and try to get us in trouble. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know
true.
very well.
Where I am
Maybe.
asking for money is here, but only if people really want to see the picture. It's not that interesting a picture, except
That's a great inspiring for
some
them to donate.
some elements. Not a great picture of me. It's a random selfie, but it's not random in the sense that it's in a place that people might find interesting.
So you heard it, people. If you want to see not that very interesting picture of him, where he's not really that good looking.
We got to the previous. Thanks, by the way. Jesus Christ.
That's what you said.
Daniel today. Oh my God.
Yeah,
he's on fire.
Daniel is firing on all cylinders. You know, taking a page out of the U.S. and Israel's book, but in the wrong direction. Yeah, go after the Iranians and the Lebanese and whoever is trying to kill us. Anyway, yeah. Look, if wrestling got us a goal, who knows if. Bonnie asked how much till the goal. I don't. Have we made any? We made a little bit of progress, right? I think we're like
45 pounds more.
45 pounds, yeah. So good chance we won't get there. Don't worry, it's not. Well, actually, let me overhype it. Sorry, Daniel. Yeah, I'm not a great salesperson. That's why. We're this situation.
How much left? 50 something pounds.
45
54?
pounds.
45 pounds to see me wearing the wonderful vest that fits my suit. Come on.
Oh yeah, that was the goal. And well, they're both the goal. You know what? You get 2 and 1 if we hit the first time we do super chat goals. If we hit 3 of them, yeah, we can do 2 goals in the third one. What we can also do is what we promised to do on this show, which is cover the war and give you the best commentary on it. Daniel, while I look at the news, is there? I think I posted a video or two on. Oh yeah, I did post some stuff on Instagram. You want to share that? And the tweets are not necessary. I mean, they can be shared, but they're not necessary. But where there are videos, let's watch those.
Where are you? Wait, what do you want to show?
The videos I shared on my Instagram stories. If there's the IDF one, it's kind of similar to the 2024 Lebanon one. This one is in Hebrew. Maybe there's one in English that I didn't see, but it's you'll get it.
Is it this one? Is it the one that we used to play?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
But the Iranian version.
Yeah. Just a heads up for anybody who's my friend on Instagram. Don't message me right now because your message will be shown on stream.
And anybody who's following Daniel on Instagram and not watching this show, all the more reason for you to watch this show. By the way, people, as Bonnie says, if everybody does 99 cents, then we get 2 exclusive things that you won't see anywhere else. And again, for the people who can't do 99 cents, what you probably can and are able to do is like the show. The world needs this content. I keep reminding people the war in Iran and in Lebanon, if it continues as it is going, will be won. The war against the enemy within is being lost, and we are going to hell in a handbasket in a way if we don't reverse course quickly. So make sure as many people as possible see this content, come here, interact with us. If they have an interesting challenge to anything we say, we read it and we answer it, even if it's not in a super chat. So yeah, make sure you help us promote the show if you value it. Let's watch that video. I like it. Why change something that works when it it works? It worked for Hezbollah and it works for Iran just as well. Yeah.
Keep going. Keep going. Just I want to see more dominoes falling.
Thank you, Bonnie, for the super chat. Those dominoes are also falling. We are Daniel will tell us how far we are, but
44 pounds.
cool. How is 99 cents a pound? What weren't we at 45?
Because we were like, I round up and down
Oh,
depending
okay.
on where
All
it
right.
is.
You inaccurate you.
It is accurate. Rounding is an. We're just talking in pounds.
I think there was an Iran International video that I also shared, right? Or that I intended to share and haven't shared.
I think I saw something like that.
The Iranian parliament speaker said that they're proceeding according to their plans and programs. They're in control of the course of events, which is funny. It's like, yeah, that's why all your leadership is dead. According to your plan.
Yeah, I mean, I dying in the first 60 seconds must have been like the first thing written there.
Going as planned.
I love it. But again, in Iran, you can say things to the Iranian people and think, okay, we're blocking out the internet. Maybe they don't know what's going on. Bombs are falling here, but they don't know what we're doing. And we show them the AI images. But it's one thing when propagandists in totalitarian regimes think they can get away with it with the lies they tell their own people and while blocking the rest of the world out. But we have those propagandists like George Galloway that, as we mentioned, posted last Saturday that asking whether Israel's defense secretary is dead. We saw stuff about Netanyahu disappearing. We keep hearing nobody's showing Tel Aviv. Well, it's all the time being shown. Really, people are living, as I keep repeating the Gandhi quote, they're being the change they want to see in the world, and they're living in the kind of information aspect of the dictatorship that they wish they were in, people in the West, by repeating these lies and seemingly believing them.
Super chat?
The lie culture in tyrannical regime is something really unique, really special. It comes to a fact that everybody has to play game because the lies are contradicting each other. Like you cannot, lie that like you'll destroy your enemies swiftly and they have no capabilities, and then like you have to admit like that Khamenei is dead and you mourn him, and then like a week later you say, oh, everything's going according to what we've planned. Like people has to play game with it and basically accept this no truth mentality and this impotence of the mind mentality for such regime to actually function. And once again, this is where I'm actually counting on many of the Iranian people to stand up and fight this regime, because there are many people in Iran who are not willing to lie to themselves. And they're basically the hope of this place, in a sense, of Iran.
Thank you, Ozzy, for the super chat. Ozzy says, we're losing the AI kinetic war, though. We lost the Abraham Lincoln the other day in a B-2 stealth bomber. Yes, and the F-15, 16, which...
I think it was supposed to be 15, but I've seen different things.
It could be both at the same time, so you never know. They could have shot down. That was one powerful rug. Yeah. Iran International video?
You don't have it.
Oh. That's a shame. I do have it. I just didn't share it, so I will send it to you, and you guys can say whatever you want while I find it.
Well, what's his name? George Galloway. I checked his live stream, and he's gonna have on his show Professor Chiang Shek-Kin Shannon. I don't know how to do that one. I don't know if you guys have seen him, but he has been showing more and more. He's like kind of like pro-Chinese conspiracies, talking about like 9/11 and everything, and he's getting the rounds. I think we should react to him.
What time is that?
Like when he's on? I don't know. He's supposed to be on, but doesn't say one. And we don't have to react to that specifically. I'd say I don't want to listen to George Galloway. I'd rather, but we can still do the guy himself. Just I think it was like on a bunch of other things.
Iran International video. Now look, Iran International are good. This is this is good. Whether or not it's true, it's good that they're putting it out there for to the extent that they're putting it out there for Iranians to see. So, no, Bonnie, that was somebody did a video. The Abraham Lincoln is fine, and yeah, but in Iranian propaganda, it is not. By the way, do we know the numbers? Because I saw Iran like put out some statement that over 1,000 people have died. I also saw on Channel 14, which again is the only channel I can watch from Israel, but they have a bit of a accuracy problem at times. Say that there's the assessment in Israel is that 6,000 IRGC have been killed. Yeah.
What? Sorry, I'm quite busy all over the place.
So I was saying, Iran put out a statement, over 1,000 people were killed so far. Israel, people on Channel 14 were saying that Israel, the Israeli assessment is that 6,000 IRGC have been killed.
Yeah, I think more have been killed. Many are buried under the wreckage. Usually the Israeli assessments are very conservative. There were images of bodies of IRGC henchmen, flowing from the sea to shore. There are many buildings that we've attacked them. There are many cases of them hiding, and we finding them, and also Iranians reporting to the Mossad, so we can hunt them down. So yeah, I think this is a good conservative assessment, and the numbers are probably higher. And also, we are getting a very high quality targets. So it's like the chain of command, the executives, people with knowledge, people that can actually run things over there. We're taking them down one by one. So it's a real blow for the IRGC, and it's a really good thing to happen for the people who want to resist this oppressive regime and take it down for a freer Iran.
Yeah, somebody else in the chat says Tel Aviv was also destroyed in the AI war. Yeah, I'm wondering if when people say AI is gonna destroy the world, that's what they mean, because in that sense, that is very much upon us. Vic the Donkey, normally I would not read such a comment, but I will, and you'll know why. Iran, the Bonnie Blue of nations. Bonnie Blue will come up in my conversation with Zoe Strimple Tuesday at 9 p.m. UK time, 4 p.m. Eastern on this channel. That conversation will not be for the lighthearted. We're going to talk about Zoe's new book, which is off the topic of these streams. We're mostly going to be talking about the topic. Like, we're going to be talking about the war, but we're going to be talking about Zoe's book. You can look it up. We will, if not, we will surprise you. So, yeah.
Explain to the folks at home who Bonnie Blue is.
No. And I also recommend not Googling her, but, or at least, use an incognito window if you do. But we will talk about her on Tuesday, and then you will know who she is. And yeah, again, lighthearted people, we appreciate you watching, but that might be the moment when you might tune out, and we won't take it personally. Yeah. Okay. Let's watch that video from Iran International just to remember why we're here.
که خامنه‌ای رو زدن تمام پادگاه‌های سراسر ایران مورد تشکر اسرائیل آمریکایی قرار گرفته و فرمانده‌های یهویی قیبشون زده، یا فرار کردن یا مردن یا مثل موش رفتن زیر زمین قایم شدن و هیچ نظم فرماندهی الان وجود نداره و الان این پادگاه دست ما تو داخل یه خط خری اصلا معلوم نیست بمون، اصلا معلوم نیست میخوان چیکار کنیم. الان من خودم چند شبه بیرون میخوابم از ترس اینکه بهمون حمله نشه. از روزی که خامنه‌ای رو زدن تمام.
So, I mean, look, we've seen a bunch of these, right? I don't know if we've shown a bunch of these. I've seen a few of them, and in part, I'm not sharing some of them because I don't know what it like. There's one where you see somebody in uniform running with his wife, covered head to toe into a car and fleeing. And I don't know what that is. It might be what they suggest it is, and it might just be, they're late for something and it happens to be in the middle of the night. So, but yeah, I have no doubt, and I've said this before, I have no doubt that when people whose job it is to launch rockets and know that others who are launching rockets get taken out shortly thereafter and maybe get to kill some Jews or somebody right before they die, but it is their come to Muhammad moment where they're like, am I really going to heaven, and am I sure I want this to be my last moments here? How certain am I that everything I've been told isn't a lie? And yeah, those people will abandon. Like, look, humans do have a mind that is able to act independently, even if you use it as a sponge for whatever. You can do better, and sometimes you don't even want to or try, and reality then throws something in your face that you're like, oh, hang on a second. So yeah, I'm sure that there are people fleeing. I'm sure there are people just deserting. And Iran is a massive country. You can go into the middle of nowhere. You don't have to escape the country. So, yeah.
Yeah, there is low morale there, and justly so. Even before the Israeli and American attacks, this is a tyrannical regime. As we discussed, it is based on lies and also self-fraud. Like people in the IRGC, people like henchmen, soldiers, they are basically lying to themselves most of their lives in the most essential things and in their most important choices. And now that the war has started and they see the chain of command ruin, they see their commanders run away, they see that they basically have no hope and things are going down and their leadership is dead and everything. So obviously the morale is gonna collapse even further. And once again, this is a great development, and I'm convinced that it's a matter of a few weeks until this regime will basically implode. And on that wonderful statement, I have to go, but please call me if you reach the super chat destination, and I'll join especially to display my wonderful 3-piece suit. Thank you all.
Thank you, Yal. Hopefully we will see you soon. We are Daniel, how far are we from seeing Yal soon? Again.
40 pounds.
Okay, that is doable. And if it is not, we will see him tomorrow. Okay, any quick updates from you?
From what? You're muted.
From news?
GC claims to have destroyed spy radar in Iraqi Kurdistan. Iran's parliament, we read that. Not much.
All right, cool. Do you know if we have anybody else joining this stream?
Not as far as I know.
Thank you, Warren, for the super sticker, getting us even closer to that goal. Now, okay, let me see if there's anything interesting in any of the Telegram groups, because often that is, oh, that is interesting. It's a short one. I will send it to you so you can share it. I'm saying it's interesting based on what's written about it, not the video itself. But yeah, it's this is a street in Iran somewhere that basically people changed the name of the street to Trump Street.
ترامپ عاشقته حرفت حرفه قول داد عمل کرد بزن بزن که داری خوب میزنی
Yeah. Yeah, just a reminder, and it's a daily reminder that while we see people protesting for the continuation of the slaughter of these people are saying we are appreciative of the war against the people slaughtering us, which is all the more reason to despise and be disgusted with the people protesting against the action, the necessary action that is being taken. Daniel, you are going to take a break soon, right? Do you want to take that break now? And I will, yeah, how long are you gonna leave me solo?
Like half an hour?
All right, half an hour also without sharing videos, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, man. All right, at least make me co-host, and if you can, ask people to join me if they can, so that I don't have to figure out a way to stream for half an hour. But there are some things, like there are some things I want to talk about in, well, thanks, Daniel. We'll see you soon. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there are some things I want to talk about. One of the things I dislike about doing solos is just that it kind of slows it down content-wise, because you will have several times when it's seconds of dead air, not just when I'm thinking of the next word or what is the sentence the halfway through, what was I where was I going with the sentence, but actually me looking at stuff and seeing what is worthy of being read. And of course, there's always the risk that I'm going to be reading something, having not read it and vetted it. So it's going to be an interesting 30 minutes in a different way from what it usually is. And I did promise Daniel that at some point I will be sharing videos myself so he can take proper breaks like he is taking now. Thank you, Warren, for another super chat. So it was a super sticker of a bomb logo, and then it was a super chat of the word Iran, which is a very clever way to kind of get past the algorithm with something that we've the whole bomb Iran song that I'm not going to sing here, and no matter what super chat goal we might get to. I remember John McCain singing that as like when he was asked when he was running for president against Obama in 2008, and he was asked what's your policy, and he said there was that song, and then started singing it. So yeah, it is again a great thing to see that we are finally living in this moment. Bonnie says you could give clues about where you were today for each new super chat. So I know Daniel isn't here, so he's not going to be upset with me for underselling it, but I do want to I want people who super chat today to super chat in the future as well, rather than say you hyped something, I paid for it, and what the hell is this? I'm never super. It's not. It's a picture that's gonna show kind of where I was, but it's not. It's not world-changing stuff. So bear that in mind. I don't know what's going to be more interesting, the picture or the vest. But I thought there was something interesting about where I was. Then again, I don't know how I can give a bunch of clues for each new super chat. And also, if Bonnie, if people take you up on your advice and super chat in 99 cents, I'm gonna have to come up with so many clues. And I don't know. I mean, some of them would have to be just vague or not. You know what? Next super chat, I'm gonna say in which part of London I was, like what the closest tube station is, and see if where that gets us. So yeah, thanks for the suggestion, Bonnie. But I can't guarantee again that in 99-cent super chats I'm gonna have 40 different clues. I will eventually just spill the beans. Somebody else says there was an explosion outside the U.S. Embassy in Oslo today. Was that today or was it yesterday? But yeah, I also heard about it, and nothing. Nobody was killed or injured, right? As far as I know. But yeah, that is. And do we know who that was? I don't either. Norway also not exactly a friendly country, but I guess a country that, unlike Spain, can offer no value in a war. So nobody really. Okay, only material damage. That's not good, but of course much better than anybody being injured. But a reminder that there's an enemy within, even in countries like Norway. I mean, look, this is an attack on the U.S. embassy, so that U.S. embassy or Israeli embassy is different from uh, a normal terrorist attack in Norway, which probably the people will say that's not cool. Whereas here, I think the people maybe not don't mind it that much, or I don't know, but based on their policy, based on the Norwegian government's policy towards Israel and the people's seeming hatred of Israel, as far as I can tell, Norway as a country. So its foreign minister, whose name I don't remember, a former foreign minister, in late September 2023, issued a statement that we are no longer supportive of a two-state solution, which sounds like great news, right? Neither am I, nor was I before October 7th. But what they support is a one-state solution where, Gazans and Arabs in Judea and Samaria become citizens of Israel. The fences don't need to be cut through, and soldiers don't need to be killed along the way if you want to get to the civilians, because it all becomes one country, which is really a very, very sinister way of saying we'd like to see, we'd like to see another Holocaust played out in front of our eyes. Yeah, we were full on with the Nazis under Quisling, but not much happened in Norway. Like it wasn't that interesting there. It wasn't that interesting in terms of killing Jews. So now let's take part. And again, Norway. Another thing they did was a couple months later, after October 7th, and after October 7th, and after the UNRWA stories came out of the teachers who were celebrating on October 7th on their Telegram group, that Eitan Fischberger was the one who basically revealed and then kind of became a celebrity over, and I believe we were the first one on YouTube to discuss it at all, as far as I know. Eitan posted it on Twitter. I saw the tweet, contacted him. I think the first, if you do like go through it and see if I'm right, but I think the first video on YouTube talking about the UNRWA teachers celebrating October 7th was on this channel, titled maybe what UNRWA teachers are saying when you're not listening, or something like that. And Norway, so more and more came out about UNRWA, about how some of their people were involved, and and like actually involved in October 7th. And some countries were like, we're not going to fund this, at least temporarily. We want to find out. Like, we're funding this because those innocent Palestinians need to eat. They need an education. And UNRWA, UNRWA is not Hamas, right? It's going to provide a wonderful education. Turns out UNRWA is Hamas, another title of a video that we did. And yeah, and the money goes towards terrorism. So a bunch of countries said, we're not going to pay for it. Norway said, hang on. These people are not just like feeding hungry terrorists. They are actually involved in the terrorist activities. We are doubling our funding. Yeah, that was Norway's response. Something like 3 months after October 7th. That was how Norway chose to respond to the UNRWA's involvement. So it's very like, this is, they see the slaughter, they hear who funds it, they hear how they're funding it, and they say, great, let's give you some more. And of course, one of the first European countries to recognize a Palestinian state, also a gift for October 7th. So yeah, Norway is very bad, and I wonder what the reaction there is to this attack. It's actually interesting. I know we have some people in the audience. I don't know if any of the current live viewers are in Norway, but we do have viewers and super chatters from Norway. But yeah, if you if you are in Norway, let us know what's going on there. Let us know culturally what the reaction is, because I am interested in knowing that. It's easier for me to know, for example, what's going on in Ireland, because I speak kind of one of the languages that they speak there, and even in Spain, even though I don't speak the language, because it's more of a major country and it's so much louder. At least the prime minister is so much louder in his support for Hamas that I can pay attention. Somebody else says, thankfully, Greta Thunberg is Swedish. Why is that? Why does that matter compared to Norwegian? But anyway. Thank you, Vic the Donkey, for the super chat. Vic the Donkey says, you may be beardy, but you're not a weirdy. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. I'm not sure how long I'm still going to be beardy, but I was actually thinking of trimming it today for the thing that I went to that we might talk about later. But then I thought, you know what? I do live in Londonistan. It's maybe safer, but at some point, like, I need to be able to, eat comfortably without this much hair on my face. I promised a clue, and I promised that clue would be what was the closest station to where I was, and that is King's Cross. So that's the area I was in. If that says anything to anybody, and why I was there, and where specifically did I take that selfie. Yeah. And I will say I took the selfie outside the building that I was in. So when you see that that selfie and see what the building is, that's I think that's a bunch of clues. I really, this is why I don't do solos, because let me slow down and not reveal anything. Okay. What I do want to reveal is some news. So let's see what is going on. Okay, Iran. This is back to the the Iranian ship that was. Hang on. The Iranian ship that the U.S. I believe it was a U.S. submarine, right? Shot, basically drowned. 104 of the 136 sailors were killed. 32 were injured, and they are being treated in a hospital in Sri Lanka. 20 of the 104 bodies have yet to be recovered. Well, that is 104 people who will no longer aid in the goal of in reaching the goal of death to America and death to Israel. The Lebanese Welfare Office says 517,000 people have registered as evacuated in the various um, centers for evacuees around Lebanon since Monday. Great. Okay, look, let me talk about that a bit before we go into some more stuff. Yeah, uh, you already see, I'm sure, people telling you that Iran is turning into Gaza, or Israel and the US are turning Iran into Gaza. They're going to turn Lebanon into Gaza, which, I definitely like to see in some places, but not going to happen. Not even in some places. I mean, the Dahia quarter in Beirut may look like Gaza, but that is because it is Gaza. It is a place where all that's being done is the planning of the murder of Jews. So, yeah, those places will be turned into Gaza. But in Lebanon, even it is in so many ways a functioning country, at least minus the southern part, and it's a functioning country without a functioning army that can operate and I guess defend its own country from an additional army within. But it's a country. It's functioning. The people evacuated will find a place. They will find a place for them, but also it will be super uncomfortable. It may not be tense, in the wind and the rain and whatever we see with videos, or maybe usually AI from Gaza, but not always. Not all of them are AI. There is some real suffering in Gaza. There is some actual justice. This is not going to be yeah, this is okay. While I'm answering this, somebody in the chat says there will be a refugee crisis if it continues. Tough shit. Yeah, don't start fucking wars. And again, remember these people are evacuated from South Lebanon and the Dahia quarter in Beirut. Okay, they're evacuated from places that have been controlled by Hezbollah, not in the way that the entire country has been controlled, which makes the entire country a legitimate target, but controlled as in nobody else is there. There is no Lebanese army. Nobody did anything to make Hezbollah actually abide by the ceasefire that it signed. And I'll remind you what brought about that ceasefire. Hezbollah, after October 7th, thought, good, we can also kill Jews. We can prevent Israel from defending itself against the people of Gaza by intervening and just doing this constant drip daily of rockets and missiles. And you know what that did? That created a refugee crisis. Now, you, of course, don't care, the person who said this in the chat, because it created a refugee crisis of Jews. But hundreds of thousands, or well over 100,000, I don't remember the exact number, both in the Gaza envelope and in the north of Israel, people had to leave and, were stuck in maybe hotels, but not in the vacation kind, for over a year. Then Israel in 2024 said enough is enough, we're fighting back. And they did. And Hezbollah expected this, but they didn't expect the intensity of it, because Israel doesn't fight with such intensity. At least that's what they were used to. They were almost completely destroyed. And then Biden came in and saved them with a ceasefire deal. By the way, when they started firing, I believe October 9th, 2023, they said we're not going to stop until Gaza is left alone. Israel stops operations in Gaza. Come late September, early October, 2024, after their entire leadership and then central and then medium management, lower command, all killed, or many of them killed or injured, they changed their tune. So and then they actually were okay with a ceasefire, because they realized the ceasefire saves them, which is of course why this was disastrous and criminal of Biden to force this on Israel. But there was a ceasefire, and they did stop, but they didn't abide by it fully. They took chunks of Lebanon. To this day, like, I saw a statement today or yesterday by some senior official in Lebanon, but of the government, saying that their problem isn't Hezbollah, it's Israel. Their problem is Israel. So yeah, Lebanon still doesn't understand what it got itself into, and I think it really should find out what it got itself into in the harshest of ways. I mean, it can't. It 2024, late 2024 was great, but it was insufficient. And now with this war going on, yes, on two fronts, but with two armies and the two best armies there are, uh, this should be taken care of permanently for Israel's security, not for Lebanese, minimizing Lebanese refugee status. If that was the issue, they shouldn't have allowed Hezbollah to fire from within their own populations. If you do that, then you basically are responsible for what happens to your victims and what happens to you, and that is what they're experiencing right now and will continue to experience for a while until, again, what Israel will do and what I want Israel to do is not always the same thing. But I think at this point in Israel, there is an understanding. The south of Lebanon, everything south of the Litani River can't be Lebanese anymore for a generation. Like, it needs to be taken over for security reasons. You need to see that there is a Lebanese government that cares about its own security vis-a-vis the country that is being attacked on their behalf, and understanding that Israel is doing the right thing. I mean, I would like to see a Lebanese government that's like, okay, you know what? You should hold on to the south of the country. We want it back, but we understand that we screwed up, and we'll get it back. We'll earn your trust, and that is how we'll earn it back. That, for me, is the only way that issue can be resolved. Somebody says, hi, Razi. The other day you said that you believe that Barack Obama is largely responsible for October 7th and what's happening now. Could you do an episode talking about that one day? I don't know. Did I say he's largely responsible for October 7th? I mean, I don't I think he's done bad things, and he is guilty of a lot. But I think what I remember talking about is the nuclear deal with Iran. And the fact that they now have the ability to fight the missiles that they are shooting now at Tel Aviv, at the rest of Israel, at Dubai, at anywhere that they can. Those missiles are Barack Obama money missiles. Like, that's how they bought them. It is, and that was a lot of money. It's many times our super chat goals. So yeah, and in terms of October 7th, I mean, in this sense, I would say Obama is part of the problem, as were the leaders of the U.S. and of Israel, in which, the regime that sponsored the people behind October 7th was Iran. So had it been removed, the Palestinians, that would not have made them civilized. But it would have made them poor, at least in terms of their ability to train and plan for terrorist activities and arm themselves. Would it have made it impossible? No, they have other allies. There are many people who want Jews dead and don't care who does it. It's the people who would never take in a Palestinian into their country, but will absolutely support the Palestinians when they kill Jews, which is, of course, all they ever plan to do. And yeah, and that is what their society is built around, and that is what we're funding there. So, okay. Somebody says, I wonder what it must be like walking around London with a kippah. Maybe it's not an issue in London. It's very cosmopolitan. I mean, look, London is a bunch of different towns. You walk around with a yarmulke in Golders Green or one of the more religious areas. There are people who go there just to show their hatred for Jews, but it's Jewish areas. Like when I go there to get some Israeli food, it's you see lots of people with a yarmulke. I also, I know places that are very, very Muslim, and I can't imagine somebody walking for 5 minutes, in daytime, without being at least shouted at or having something yelled at them. And maybe if it's nighttime, it would be worse. Actually, we have had Matthew Humphreys on this show or on this channel a few times, both on the reality show, I think the Daily Objective as well, at least once. He's of course members of the Ayn Rand Center UK at the platinum level or higher, or YouTube members at the inner circle level, know that we do these mock trials from time to time, which Matthew is he is the defense attorney on, because he is a defense attorney in real life. And yeah, those mock trials are mostly entertainment, but the defense attorney is real, the prosecutor, James Valiant, is real, and the villain, you person who asked us in the chat would also say is a real villain, is usually me playing that villain. Those are alone are worth the 50 pounds, I would say, but I'm a bit biased there. Anyway, Matthew has on 3 separate occasions had people shout at him, "Free Palestine." Now, Matthew is not Jewish. He's a lawyer, but he's not Jewish. But he dresses as a lawyer. He dresses, in nice clothes that some people are don't see as any different from how Jewish Orthodox men dress. And he often wears a hat in winter time that maybe also confuses people. And he has a beard. Yeah, he's not of Jewish descent. He's from Wales, but he has had people shout that at him on 3 separate occasions, which is why when people say, yeah, no, people are crying about anti-Semitism, it's not that serious. Oh, saying, we want a free Palestine, how is that anti-Semitic? Well, first of all, you're calling for the replacement of the only Jewish state in the world with a 23rd or 4th Arab country that would be a theocracy and would result in the death probably of all the Jews who live there. So yes, Free Palestine is anti-Semitic, but look at the context in which it is being shouted. You see somebody looking kind of Jewy, and you shout Free Palestine. Yes, you are an anti-Semitic piece of shit. That's how it goes. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Bonnie brings up an interesting issue. What about the Iranian women's national football team that refused to sing Iran's national anthem? Media in Iran called them traitors, and they're now headed home. Wow, really? Yeah, I don't remember if we showed this on the channel. I do remember seeing this. That is scary, because look, you can't. I remember North Korea was in the World Cup in, I believe, 2002, 6, and some time ago. And they played their first match against Brazil and lost 2-1. This is all from memory, so feel free to correct me in the chat if I'm wrong on the facts. Lost to Brazil 2-1, which is super impressive. Brazil being a contender for winning the World Cup, and North Korea being a surprise participant, even when qualifying through Asia, which is probably the easiest and weakest of football continents. So then they decided for the first time in their history that the next match is going to be broadcast live, because they were so proud that, they're standing up to these giants. And they lost to Portugal 7-0. And I can't remember what it was in halftime, maybe 4-0 or 5-0. And they just played it without audio the second half. And then the coach came back. When they came back, the coach was sentenced to hard labor for life for that loss. And now Iran is, when it comes to, it's not as closed as North Korea, but when it comes to opposing the regime and opposing it publicly, abroad and as a woman, again, in civil society and civilized society, I don't think that distinction should matter. It absolutely matters in Iran. Like, if you do something as a woman, you are going to be you're more likely to be condemned. So wow, I don't understand why is nobody offering them refugee status? Is nobody are they not seeking it? Yeah, and yeah, from the river to the sea is absolutely genocidal in its intention. That's what it means, and it is a Hamas slogan that these people are repeating. So, okay, I think I had some more stuff. Oh, okay. So we know the IDF is speaking to the people of Lebanon in various ways, and now I see that the IDF has taken over some of the radio frequencies and has broadcast immediate evacuation orders to residents of South Lebanon to north of the Litani River. Yeah, and again, when I was last doing a solo, I think here, when we were talking about Abby Martin, and she was no, sorry, that was before Abby Martin. Abby is still on my mind, but Rania Kalik, who we talked about before, said these are not temporary evacuation orders; these are permanent. They're displacement orders, I think is what she called it. They should be displacement orders. They should be like, sorry, we tried this. We saw what happens when you guys get to live here. We get killed. So this is your new home, and move now. So the thing south of the Litani, if we go back to the to things to do with Gaza, is that the problem in Gaza is that the population is still there, and the IDF is trying to maneuver within a hostile population, hostile, completely hostile to Israel, while pretending that it is not entirely hostile to Israel, but it's only Hamas, and that is not a winnable war, not in that way. In Lebanon, it should be easier because you evacuate them. In Gaza, you want to evacuate them to where? To Egypt. You're not going to evacuate them to Israel, and there's a sea, and those are the three directions. In Lebanon, you evacuate them to within the same country, just to the north, and then you hold on to that territory, and then it is permanently under Israel, not permanently maybe, but for a very long time under Israeli control, and so shouldn't really be as dangerous to the soldiers to basically just push the border up north, not as Candace would tell you, or whoever, for Greater Israel Project, but for existing Israel and Israelis not being bombed left, right, and center by Hezbollah, and we should remember it's not that Israel needs to hold on to that and then like Hezbollah can be north of the Litani. Hezbollah needs to be completely destroyed in this current operation. There can't be any remnant, not a political wing, not anything, nothing. But that doesn't mean the terrorism is resolved. That doesn't mean even if Hezbollah is destroyed, the Iranian regime is removed. That doesn't mean there aren't remnants of the Iranian regime in Iran, in Iraq, in Syria, or any other bad actors in Syria, in Turkey. Turkey is the next Iran. Remember, it is a problem that we refuse at this point to acknowledge, and we will find out that it's a problem probably, as we always do, in the worst possible way. So yeah, if Israel holds on to that territory, it's preventing the problems there, and B, showing to any other wrongdoers, would-be wrongdoers, how Israel is planning, how Israel is actually changing the Middle East. As Netanyahu said, we are changing it. We are changing it permanently. This whole savages who care nothing about anything other than killing Jews is going to be a thing of the past, at least in the sense, like, we're not going to change anybody's mind. Maybe we will. But in the sense of it being a realistic possibility. The realistic possibility of exterminating the Jews is gone. Israel has completely shifted its mindset. It is now on the offensive when it needs to be. I heard somebody on Channel 14 in Israel say that Israel should change its, the IDF should change its name from Israel Defense Forces to Israel Offensive Forces, which of course anti-Israel people already use that acronym. They use the word occupation rather than offense. But this is on the on brand with the changing the Department of Defense to the Department of War in the U.S. And I don't know that this is necessary, but it's good to see that in practice, Israel is now realizing that the best defense is offense here, and countries are strongly considering whether it is the right thing for them to mess with Israel. Okay, speaking of people who aren't really worried because what they do is in the safety of a Western country. Let me go to Twitter. Yeah, no sharing videos until Daniel is back, but I can read some Cenk tweets. Cenk, this is 17 minutes ago. It's raining oil in Tehran. Israel blew up their oil storage facilities, creating a giant black cloud over Tehran. Then it started raining with the oil in the air. Now everything is stained black. Remember, original claim was that we were going in to help the Iranian people. Okay, there's this is a thread. I'm reading this as I go along. It's the first time I'm reading it. I'm just gonna say they are helping the Iranian people. That oil is used by the regime that Cenk supports and admires, their mass murderer who was just removed. And this hurts the regime. But of course, this is not the first time that Cenk insinuates that the Jews control the weather, right? Because whenever, and yeah, he will say no, but they know that weather is sometimes good and bad. But I've heard this when it comes to Gaza. Whenever there's a storm, whenever it's too cold, whenever it's too hot, people say, look, Gazans are suffering. It's terrible to live in such conditions in tents. And I agree. Like, it's terrible to live in any conditions in tents. Even, I don't understand people who go camping. No offense, people who go camping. But you chose this life. You deserve it. You deserve to just live that way for however long it takes until you reconsider your ways. So yeah, they're suffering, but they're not thinking, yeah, maybe we shouldn't have done this, or maybe it was wrong to do this. Like that is some have maybe said it was wrong to do it because we weren't expecting this kind of response from the Jews. We're expecting them to lie down and die. But yeah, yeah. Starhopper says, let them reconsider from somewhere else. Absolutely, yeah. That as I've said, what my next steps, if it was up to me, would be finish the war and killing all of Hamas with whoever they surround themselves by. That doesn't matter. Make sure there is nothing military, no weapons at all, in Gaza. And then if the people are laying down their arms and surrendering, that is when you give them the prize of being sent elsewhere. And if not, that is still war and you still kill. Like, surrender or die. That is the options. But every last Gazan cannot stay in Gaza. That is, without a doubt, what should be the policy of the state of Israel. Okay, back to Cenk blaming the weather on the Jews. So the next tweet is, I'm so tired of Israel. I'm not going to do it in Cenk voice. Maybe when Daniel comes back, he can read it again. I'm so tired of Israel making us culpable in their crimes against morality and decency. So now we're going to destroy another people while pretending to help them, just so Israel can get another puppet leader in the Middle East. How much more of this can the world take? Turns out I did read it in Cenk voice. There's something about his tweets that I think brings it out of you, because I just imagine him, with his the way he talks when he's on Piers Morgan, which for us provides some content that we can create. But let's see if this is the only. Yeah, it was only these two, and then you see a bunch of scum in his comments saying, things in support of what he says. Yeah, I'm just gonna read Cenk tweets for now. Okay, another Cenk tweet is Mark Levin is becoming my new ironic favorite. He said people who oppose the war are, quote, neo-fascist. Come on, that's comedy gold. Then he said if you oppose war, then you're, quote, giving aid and comfort to the enemy. This guy's hilarious. Still trying this tired bullshit in 2026. That is a lot of words for not actually saying where he is wrong. And I can say where he is wrong. If Cenk is not lying about how Mark Levin phrased it, if you oppose the war, yeah, again, the anti-war crowd does not oppose the war. They oppose the U.S. and Israel. They are super happy. They are telling you, they're fans of the regime because the regime calls for death to America. We saw the protest in Washington Square Park. We showed it yesterday. I don't know if it was shown earlier today, but the guy who is clearly a massive supporter and well versed in Iranian regime propaganda was reading yeah, the names of, Ali Khamenei, trying to seem as if he knows what he's talking about while reading their names from a piece of paper. Yeah, there's a problem here, and Cenk is part of it, and that problem is the pro-war crowd, which is the pro-Iran crowd. Yes, opposing the war, supporting the U.S. and Israel's actions in the war is what you do if you actually want peace. If you want war is what we have now. It was given to you, among others, by Barack Obama. Again, others are guilty. Trump 1 is guilty. He pulled out of the deal, great, but he should have gone in then. And then that money had not been spent. Not as much of it has been spent as it has up until now. So really, another we lost the USS Lincoln. So people, that's not a thing if you read it from random Iranian sources or AI. Look, somebody jokingly said we're losing the AI war, and it does look like a joke if you look at the AI videos that we get from the from that regime, from Iran, and are shared by some people in the West. But let me see. There is no indication whatsoever that I see about this. But the trolls in the chat are happy whenever they see, although they were usually the ones posting it, anything about the U.S. All right. Okay, Israel's security budget will grow in 2026. Makes perfect sense. It's going to be a limited amount. It doesn't say what it's limited to, but it says it's not going to be tens of billions of shekels. So, which is the expected cost of a few weeks of war with Iran. So, and it also reports that both Netanyahu and Israel's finance minister Bezalel Smotrich support as wide a reopening of everything as possible, and possibly slowly also reopening the education system, the schools. So, yeah. Look, I don't know what to say about that assessment. Look, if it's safe, great. I don't always know if it's safe. I don't always really think that some of the like these rescue flights, I'm always worried about, is it are they kind of guessing that there's not going to be a hypersonic missile that might be coming in at that very moment? It looks scary from here, but again, they're doing great things. So I'm gonna assume that things are okay. All right. Cenk was talking about Bill Maher. Cenk says, Bill Maher said he's in favor of the Iran war, as if that's surprising. Wow, you like a war we started for Israel. So shocking. Couldn't have seen that coming. That's not interesting. Okay, another tweet by Cenk, which might be a bit more interesting. We have bombed over 3,000 targets in Iran. Mark Levin said we are on, quote, a peace mission. That's the full Orwell. War is peace. Liberty means serving another country. And you should only believe government propaganda because ignorance is strength. Yeah, war is waged with peace as its goal, Cenk. You people I keep seeing people posting war is peace in kind of a cynical way because that sounds, that sounds contradictory. And what more argument do you need to make afterwards? Well, a historical one, a historical one on how World War II didn't lead to peace and how peace deals between Israel and the Palestinians signed one after the other, with Israel capitulating more and more to its enemy, giving them more and more of what they asked for, always led to more war and more death. And now Israel is at its most secure, closest to peace it has ever been, and will be, for a while. Right. So, yeah, that has been achieved through an unprecedented war that has been waged in an unprecedented way, and a shockingly successful one since October 7th, and especially since Israel started expanding it to everybody who deserves it. By the way, I was thinking today about Khaled Mash'al, who was, I believe, the target of that strike in Qatar and wasn't hit. And he is, like, I think the one name remaining, right? Or one of the very few names remaining from way back when in Hamas who have yet to be taken care of. Let's hope that happens soon. Anna Kasparian doesn't have much interesting. Oh, well, I like this. She retweets Thomas Massey. I don't like the fact that she retweets him, but I like the video in it because it shows stuff exploding in Lebanon. All right, Daniel, do you know if anybody else is joining us this evening?
No.
Do you not know, or do you know that they're not?
I don't know.
All right, because I was also hoping to take a quick break. I know I joined so late that it's kind of almost unfair of me to do so, but another cup of tea will help me keep going for as long as we need to. And
I think we'll just wrap if you need to take a break. I mean, no need to go on for.
well, should we just wrap?
I mean, not now. We can go for a bit longer, I think, but
All
I
right.
don't think there's a point of like taking a break since.
Okay. All right. You know what? Yeah, I don't see any major news. I don't expect us to reach the super chat goal, but I am gonna share that picture anyway. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. I know it's like we're selling something, and then money didn't come in and we're giving it anyway. I'll explain why. First of all, there's two things in this super chat goal, and we're only giving one. And it's the one that as I said, you may have missed this, but I really don't want to overhype things. And then people that is what they will expect next time, that we're bullshitting. I don't want to bullshit anybody. And so it isn't that exciting. And we set 3 super chat goals in the history of this channel, except when we had super chat matches for fundraisers. And we hit 2 of them, and one very, very quickly, and then the second one as well pretty quickly. So I think, look, I've said before today, we've been surprised and very pleasantly surprised by how how good the audience has been to us over these 9 days that we've been live for as long as we can every single day. Today is the shortest, but it is also a day where I had to take half of it off, which or more than half of it off. You will soon see why. So yeah. Yeah, Daniel, let's share it. And tomorrow there's another super chat goal of 100. Look, we don't know what if there's gonna be more. We need to make the 100, but yeah, that's gonna be a daily thing unless we have a sponsored episode. Sponsored episodes for sponsors are gonna cost more than £100. But get in touch. But we will try as much as we can to make it more than worth it. So yeah. I think it's a deserved reward. Yeah, that is me in the building that I was in today. Well, this is me outside the building with a selfie. A reminder in part of this beard that will soon go, and I will look at this picture and say, "What the hell was I thinking?" That and not just because of the background. Yeah, you know, that is a good-looking dude. Look, sometimes Daniel, why do we need to fight? It's we're all humans, and sometimes we need to set our differences aside. So, after yesterday, somebody on his behalf threatened to tell Owen Jones to sue me. I thought maybe I should make it, and I went, gung ho, and I'm like, yeah, come at me, let's do it. I thought maybe I should reach out and see if we can talk, sit down, just be friends. Friends can have differences, right? It happens. We have differences of opinion among us. So yeah, that is absolutely not true. All of that story at all, except that I was in that building, but I was there for an event. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not gonna hang out with Owen Jones people. Come on. Yeah, by the way, Daniel, you're the only one who believed it, even though you knew what I was doing there. Nobody in the chat seems to have believed it, but maybe people at this
No,
point
you
are
just
watching.
told because you said if we reach the super chat goal, story is associated, and you made up the story. So
What? I said that the story is what?
it's associated with the picture.
Oh, it
The
is
reason
associated with
you
the
made it
picture.
up.
Well, because I went to, yeah, well, the made up story is also associated with the picture, but yes, I was actually at the Guardian building for an event, but the building is a big building, and it's not just the Guardian. Times are tough for even mainstream media. I remember the former Guardian building. It was they had a whole building, I do remember correctly. So yeah, I was there for an event. Zoe Strimple, who will be our guest here in 48 hours and 27 minutes, had an event promoting her new book. That event was with Michael Gove, which was one of the reasons why I actually was hesitant about whether or not I wanted to go, but I'm a big fan of Zoe Strimple, and big enough fan and friend that I wouldn't say I can stomach Michael Gove, but I can sit there quietly and check my phone when he's talking and then listen again when she's talking. So yeah, true. The people here in the chat hang out with trolls all the time. It's not quite the same because we don't have the names of any of them. They're all hiding behind usernames and pictures and stuff. But yeah, I'm not gonna hang out with any of the trolls in the chat either if they ever come out of their mom's basement, and I'm not gonna hang out with Owen Jones. By the way, I did actually once, just not to completely ruin the whole thing, I did once meet Owen Jones. I believe I've told this story, and shook his hand. This was 2019. Wouldn't do it again. Asked him, "Do you want to debate Yaron Brook?" Without asking Yaron, of course, but I'm sure Yaron would do it. Yeah, I think I then emailed him, and nothing ever came out of it. And that is not something I would do today. After October 7th, my policy has changed completely in every aspect of my life. I have a zero Nazi policy with zero exceptions. And yes, if you support the Palestinians, that is where you are in my mind. Bonnie asks Zoe's last name, Strimple, Strimpel. I'm looking at the book just to confirm. Yeah, I'm not gonna. We're gonna talk about this book again, not for
Show
the
it.
lighthearted. My interview with Zoe, it's gonna be live, so I don't know what the content is, but I kind of know it's gonna be fun. By the way, is anybody here in the chat? Has anybody here been on any Radio Ragnar Zoe versus Razi episodes that we did back in 2021 when we had a Clubhouse? They didn't call it channel, right? They called it club, whatever they called it. Could have been channel. Radio Ragnar. That was our channel, and this was a show that we did once a week for all of 3 weeks and was a lot of fun. So the banter is also going to be less restrictive than I usually am, and you see how restrictive I am here with my humor. So make sure you tune in. Yeah, Salome says Cenk was the standard bearer of the Ceasefire Now crowd online in the USA on October 7th. Yes, they started the desire for ceasefire and the chance for ceasefire immediately after the killing was done, and that then is the time to seize the fire. It was yeah, and we know how it went. By the way, we would have known how it went anyway because we were here on this channel on October 7th while the attack was happening. We went live a few hours after it started. Then on October 8th, it was me and Nikos on both of those episodes. On October 9th, I believe I was with James Valiant, but not 100% sure, in the episode Why Israel Can't Win. Maybe another mea culpa for me. Let's see. I still stand by that in the sense that Israel hasn't won in Gaza. It hasn't. That is the front, other than the Houthis, that is the front where Israel has really.
Well, we didn't say it's not going to win. We said why it's not going to win, which technically all of that still stands. And if we are wrong on that, well, they acted differently.
Yeah. And the reason why Israel can't win in Gaza is because of its upside down view on morality that says the savages who attack you, you should feed them, you should send them fuel, you should send them medicine, you should send your own soldiers to risk their lives and die so that you can pinpoint, target with great accuracy just the terrorists and not the people right next to them, even though that means the soldier might die and has in hundreds of cases in Gaza in the past 2.5 years. So yes, why Israel can't win? I mean, I haven't rewatched it, but I promise you, I would stand by almost everything I said in that episode with regards to Gaza. But I don't promise you that everything we. I used to do this thing, Daniel. Remember, for a while, in the months and year or so after October 7th, when I used to say, go back to these shows that we did on October 7th and 8th and 9th and tell me when what we said that was wrong. And now I think there might be stuff that we said that was wrong because I don't think I expected Israel to go all out at everyone.
Yep. I mean, who could have expected again? There's nobody who would be sitting there even on October 7th saying Iranian regime will be taken out or even will be attacked. I mean, even 12-day war, even the attacks going to Iran were a surprise, if I remember. Like, I don't think that was necessarily expected. Even with everything going on and full-out war, definitely not. When I listen to Jiang.
To who? Oh, to Galloway's guest?
Yes, but not on Galloway.
Yes, but let's see if there's some news right before that. Trump and Mohammed bin Zayed, the president of the United Arab Emirates, have spoken about the Iranian attacks. Wow, a mayor of an Arab village, town, and a council member were injured in a shooting back to, Israeli Arab society, which is really a sad story because it should be better, and it is still, um, you know, still, it's Arab Israeli. There's still the Arab, and there is some Israeli. It is a sad thing that what's going on there, and it has been getting worse. Yeah. Yeah, it's Macron talking to Pezeshkian. I'm like, I'm going back to my idea of, this is a realignment, and I hope Trump realizes that. And it's gonna be difficult because, the war Macron and many in Europe do understand and don't understand. But like Trump with Iran, although less so maybe, support for the wrong reasons is Ukraine. They're better than Trump on Ukraine. And if Trump has Trump is being pulled in two directions on Ukraine. The correct direction by Russia, which is showing again and again that they are the enemy, and they're doing everything they can to show that they're the enemy, and it's the same enemy. It's the same enemy we're fighting in Gaza. It's the same enemy we're fighting in Iran. And like the fact that Iran is using Russia to know where American troops are at war, how is that not enough to help move you in the right direction? But then he will have this issue in Europe, which is a great, if you are completely dropping context, which Trump I expect does all the time, then you have a great case to not support Ukraine. Some really bad actors support Ukraine, but that is not how that is not a case. Sorry, Mr. President. This is America's war. It is a just war, and it's a war that has been an issue also for America for longer than Iran has been an issue in a different way, but it is still the same Russia. So, Daniel, you were the person most experiencing or closest to in danger from that war, geographically closest.
Well, yeah, but because the prime minister might just become a Russian puppet, or is rather. It's a weird world. We are refusing to. Although again, I never want to see or put too much blame on the leaders, because the people escape responsibility. The fact is, whenever Britain or even France want to become a bit more responsible, they get manure dunked on the French parliament or whatever they do. That's what happens whenever France wants to, try to figure out a balanced budget or try to figure out, a way out of their financial deep hole. They usually get protests that shut it down. In the UK, again, like Keir Starmer is a war criminal right now, according to the left, in the UK, because he failed to send HMS Dragon to Cyprus, because he failed to position any aircraft in the region, because he failed to provide provide bases for America before the war started, and during the first days of the war. And that's it. And has also been saying, I'm not involved when Iran started attacking everybody. So it is fundamentally, I think, the people. And I don't know what is the way out of it. In the past, you had Thatcher, sudden, things got so bad that people even go for somebody like that. You have Javier Milei in Argentina. When things go so bad, you even go there. You could say even Trump is sort of that phenomenon. Like things are so bad that people would elect Trump. But those are not cures. Those are not fundamentally some changes in the culture. They are just temporary setback on the ways to nihilism. They are just temporary setback on the the road to disintegration, I guess. So I'm not sure what is really when it comes to fighting the war in Iran, this is absolutely what needs to happen and will be great to see. And there's been this idea coming from, I don't know how would you call them, but like geopolitical realist or whatever, that like the weight of the world will move to global south. And I think it might on some level, but not in the way people think. I think the Western countries will fall out of grace, unfortunately, because of the people who do not want to stand for something better and bigger. And things will shift, but not towards China or Iran or like Arab states or some African states, whatever. It will it will shift towards countries like Israel, countries like Poland, uh, probably even countries like Ukraine, countries willing to stand up to evil and actually willing to fight it. Possibly, even country like Iran, but from the different perspective, right? Countries that are willing to fight evil, recognize it, and are basically at the death's doorstep every single day, and therefore need to stay vigilant for all the time. I think that would be my sort of medium-term prediction.
Robin Yehud, have we seen you? The name looks familiar, but then now I'm just getting it, and yeah, that's funny. Asks how is it that the UK government is not Lucy Connolly, you kids? Thanks. I'm 43 years old, but that is a very good question. And then he says perhaps there are some pointers for others not to go to jail. Yeah, I have no idea. We're just not important enough. Maybe. But thanks for bringing it up. Yeah, who knows? If I'm not, I am supposed to be on tomorrow's stream from the start. If I'm not, maybe you'll have this conversation without me. Okay, I wanted to make a point because you brought up Thatcher and you brought it up as like this is a protest vote or things got so bad. That's true, but it's not. Things got so bad that people suddenly realized that capitalism is a solution. Things got bad and people go with something that sounds like clear and principled, even if whatever the principles, not necessarily in agreement. I mean, Thatcher, was a great speaker. She had great charisma. She had great ideas compared to politicians and knew how to sell them. But I always say, and I used to say this when I would go to like events and with some of the free market think tanks in London. There are free market think tanks in London doing good work, but they're not fans of the whole idea that politics is kind of downstream from culture, from ethics, which is downstream from metaphysics and epistemology. They're not. Some of them might be fans of Ayn Rand because there are some quotes. She's very quotable as well. So there's one-liners in there, but they're not fans of the philosophy. And I used to say to them. Margaret Thatcher is proof that the practical case for capitalism has failed because she took a country that was done. Like, it was done. This country was over. And she turned it around completely, from a failed state, basically, to super prosperous. Everybody was well off. I mean, everybody was better off, pretty much. And I remember having these conversations around 2017 and 2015 as well, when Corbyn ran and almost won against Theresa May, and then lost against Boris by, am I confusing the years here? Anyway, lost against Boris by a lot, but got a third of the vote. That's, to me, that's still terrifying. And so you have in front of you socialism starving people and making a, this country really putting it in a horrible situation. You have free market reforms that were not that, she could have done a lot more. Um, and there were things she didn't touch, like the NHS, of course, which she couldn't have politically, even as a conservative. Remember, Thatcher was prime minister for 10 and a half or 11 and a half years, and was kicked out by her own party, which is something the conservatives do often. But in her case, like, she was just, um, she was great as a leader overall. The results were great. And then, less than a generation later, people are going after an actual self-declared Marxist who, made very little secret about what he was going to do, to this country, to businesses in this country, and what his foreign policy would be. That is another thing. Thatcher actually, her foreign policy was, to say it was far from perfect is an understatement. But when Britain, was attacked, even though it was way like on the other side of the world, and islands that, probably this country wouldn't, would survive without. She's like, no, Britain was attacked. That's my job. By the way, um, has had some argument on social media with somebody who I'm like, what is Starmer? Why are people who are against Starmer wanting to drag us into war? And I'm like, do you realize Britain was attacked? And the person's like, yeah, a couple of missiles on a base. No couple missiles on a base. Britain was attacked. The job of the government is not to give you free aspirin, okay? I know it's nice when you have a headache and are short on cash. Great. But try to think a bit, in principles, and think of why you even want a government in the first place, and then what you want it to do. And that's what you want it to do when the country is attacked, even a little bit. Even if you don't think that not responding would have any further detrimental effect immediately, with regards to that specific enemy, it does, because there are other enemies, and they see, okay, we can do some stuff. By the way, this country was also attacked from within, and we talked about this on the channel a few weeks ago, when the Palestine Action terrorists, who we have on video, doing what they did, were let off the hook. Then this country is sending a clear message to anybody attacking, who's considering attacking it. I mean, Palestine Action people being let off the hook, and then the organization being deproscribed. It's not official yet, but it looks like that is the direction it's taking. Is a statement to these people to keep doing it, and keep doing it some more, and do it, and do more of it, and cause more harm. Because if a juror, supports you in your terrorism, and is not even afraid to say it, like he's asking the judge, can I vote with them? Then yeah. Ray says, and I've heard a lot of people talk crap about Thatcher as if people have to spit on the ground to say her name. Oh yeah, she is hated by the left, and again, that's what they do. Like, the framing around Thatcher is people who like her stuff, people who liked what she did. She was no longer prime minister, moved on with their lives. The people who were against her, this was their issue. Like, the protests here were like pro-Palestine protest level, when she was prime minister at times. And yeah, they lost their reason to live, in a sense. I've walked into, like, stores and quickly walked out, while she was still alive, saying, here is where we're gonna have a party the day after Margaret Thatcher dies. Like, this is and like, I moved to this country in 2008. She left 10 Downing Street in 1990, right, or 91. Daniel.
Not much to add here.
Yeah. Oh, were you going to say something? Robin Yehud says, just heard about UK using a submarine in the Falklands. News came up because of US sub taking out IRGC carrier. Yeah. I mean, okay, let me just quickly tell Yal, hang on, Daniel, can you hold the fort and say something interesting? Read news maybe. Actually, I'm gonna call him and I will stay here, but I wanna.
There is no new news. Unless IDF strikes a village in Lebanon, but this is Hezbollah affiliated Al-Manar network saying it. So not much here. You're muted. No, he's talking. By the way, George Galloway has 26,000 live viewers right now. So guys, if you wanna beat him.
Yeah, I think we'll pass on that. But there is a chance we will be joined briefly by Eyal a little bit for and yeah, let me use this opportunity. Okay, if we have no news, I will use this opportunity to remind people this isn't news, but it is always true that supporting this show, this channel means we can keep doing this. We can maybe do more. We can definitely do more in the future as we grow. We would, every one of these day-long live streams has some gems in it, not just moments when Razi is filibustering until Eyal gets here. And yeah, uh, some of those gems should be cut into clips. Daniel is working 26 hours a day. How? Ask, I'm sure George Galloway's grasp of reality is, send him a super chat. No, seriously, don't. But no, we're stretching ourselves to the max, but if the max is more than it currently is, then we get to put more out there. We get to improve the production value. And again, this was a fantastic first attempt at super chat goals. So thank you very much, everybody who participated. Daniel, I am going to give Eyal a few more minutes, and in those minutes, I'm going to ask you to give me something to watch. Maybe Anna. We haven't heard from Anna in days. Why are you making a face? Didn't
I don't wanna. What's the word? Bridge? No. That is a word for it. Like, I don't wanna insult my Armenian queen. Okay, we can watch.
That was the face, because I was gonna say a few days ago when I joked, did you match her on Tinder? You're like, I wish. I'm like, oh my god. Yeah. Your relationship with Anna is more disturbing than my relationship with Abby Martin, I think. But what we should do at the very last few minutes of this show before Eyal joins us is a poll about which relationship is more disturbing. In part because I think the poll will people will vote, and then it will help with the algorithm. And then we might, at the very end of this show, the very end of the stream, actually start increasing viewership to the point where we will pass George Galloway. And if we do, that's another promise today. If we get more viewers live concurrent than George Galloway, we will stay here until midnight. Daniel, agree?
What's her name?
If we get more live concurrent viewers right now than George Galloway, we're staying until midnight.
It's not even that long. It's just 3 hours.
Yeah, I can barely I'm barely awake.
What's her name? Abby Martin.
No, Abby Martin. Didn't Oh yeah, oh you're writing the yeah, Abby Martin is the name. I thought you were gonna give us a video and no, Abby yeah, we have a limit. I see the Daniel, this is the reason why people tell us, maybe the live stream shouldn't be so long because towards the end you guys start talking nonsense. Yes, that's part of our charm, people. So that's why you're here. Don't pretend otherwise. And look, while we are doing that, we're also following the news in case something happens. Um, Daniel, during the show, actually, did Eyal join at any point before I was here? Or
No.
anybody else from Israel?
No.
Okay, so what we know about any sirens is just from well, actually, we know about sirens. So there weren't that many today. Were there any?
Yeah, there were.
Okay.
I mean, depends where, but yeah, I think I definitely seen one in the Negev. I've seen one in Central Israel. I think I've seen one in the north. I mean, yeah, Alex was here, but that's when Razi was here.
Yeah, Alex was here, got here around the time I got here. I just didn't join at the start. The IDF is attacking right now in Lebanon in some village, Juya is how it looks like it's pronounced, in the south of Lebanon.
Okay, I have to confess something. I think it's weird that whenever I meet a Jew, they never they never say they 100% Jew. They always say, "Well, I'm Jewish." Like I'm just a little bit. It's so weird.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God, if this is the jokes we're making, maybe we should wrap it up. By the way, this is a report from Al Manar, okay, Hezbollah television. Doesn't mean it's not true, but not really the first and most reliable source that we can get. Okay, I don't actually see what the I don't see the results of the vote. By the way, I have to vote as well to remove this from my
Oh, hey, after I said that joke, my votes for me went up.
Oh.
By the way, there's 53 people here. Come on, guys. It's
yeah, people. And by the way,
more.
this is helping with the album. See that we're having more viewers. Everybody's tuning in into this. Yeah. Equally disturbing. I'm with you, Willful Thinker. Both of these relationships are something that really some things should be kept off the air, maybe, or behind the scenes. Bonnie can't pick. Yeah, I fully understand. But Linda is back just when we are about to wrap up. But Linda, you still have time to vote in the poll that is now live. And yeah, only 12 of the 52 people who are now here have voted. So you still have some time. We have Eyal, thank you. I can I say the behind the scenes stuff of
Sure.
when you guys saw me talking but couldn't hear me because I was muted. I was talking to Eyal, asking him to take off the vest, not for whatever that might sound like, but because I thought, yeah, it actually made sense. His idea that, okay, let's give this one thing, but we already gave the other thing. So Eyal's vest is still going to be a super chat goal, and we're going to make it a lower super chat goal next time because the people have been promised, and we will deliver. Robin Yahud says George Galloway's wifey is on the program, and her name is Gayatri. Seriously. Okay, I don't know what that means or why that's a big deal. Oh, because it has the word gay in it? I don't know. I'm assuming kind of when we're hours into a live stream and our own minds are going off the rails, that maybe that is also the jokes. Okay, yeah.
Well, first of all, I'd like to share with you all that The vest looks amazing. It fits the shirt lapel very well, create a wonderful diamond shape. Hopefully you'd be able to see it tomorrow. But this is not the primary and essential reason I stopped by again in the stream right before it ends. I've actually encountered a post on X that reminded me an Ayn Rand quote, and I'd like to read it for you, and then I'll read you I'll translate the X post. It was in Persian, and then it was translated to Hebrew, and then I'll translate it to English. So I'll begin with the Ayn Rand quote. Wars are the second greatest evil that human societies can perpetrate. Okay, so war is the second greatest evil, the second worst thing. But why is it the second and not the first? Well, the first is dictatorship, the enslavement of their own citizens, which is the cause of wars. So basically, a tyrannical regime, a dictatorship, is something that is more essential, more primary than war. It is the cause of war. It is the root of war. You want to end war, you have to end dictatorships. You have to end the tyrannical regimes. Once all of these regimes will be exterminated and free societies will come instead of them, it will be in essence and in fact the end of wars. Now, what reminded me of this quote? Well, it is a post on X from Iran, and I would like to read it from you. And it goes as follows. After 6 days, I finally managed to log in online. With VPN, every gigabyte costs 1,200, I guess, whatever currency, and it's very unstable. Unfortunately, I could not handle your DMs. It's really hard technically. I'm sorry I couldn't answer everyone. Anyway, so he's writing about how hard it is to write, and then he writes this message. Since last night, Tehran and Karj are under fire and smoke. They got the oil barrels or whatever, like the huge silos, I guess. Today, there was heavy fire as well, and the number of parties is like the IRGC and Basij officers. So the number of parties around the country is very high. From district to district, from town to town, and from village to village, they hunt the Basij men, the IRGC, and the special units. But unfortunately, the thirst of the people to see the terrorists become patties makes it that they basically ignore the instructions and the request of CENTCOM to stay in their homes. And it makes it very hard for our brothers in IDF and CENTCOM. I hope they make sure to follow the instructions. And now here is the punchline, okay? Here is the essential part. As I said earlier, if something will happen to me or to my family, I have no claim for America and Israel. The only ones responsible are the Islamic Republic and the gang of the 57 rebels. This is war. At least in those 8 days, it was proven that even although all of the bombardments, the missiles, the damage, and the fear, the war is still less harmful and dangerous to Iran and the Iranian, less dangerous than the Islamic Republic. My friends, I don't know this time when I'll be able to reconnect again, but I will say this. The Islamic Republic is trying with all its might to drag this war to the homes of the citizens. In the following days, it might intentionally try to harm schools, hospitals, and strategic points like power stations and water and energy structures to tease Israel and America and to bring a response. On its way to keep this devilish regime, they have no red lines. Last point, I was happy when I managed to sign in, and I've seen that this place has been cleansed of the filth of the thugs and criminals of the regime. I wanted to especially thank the two dear ones who have made that. So this post is amazing. It's exciting. And I just, when I read it, it just also shows me the genius of Ayn Rand, that recognize the essentials, that wrote them in a clear and explicit way. And it's just amazing how when you observe reality, when you get the proper principles, you get to see them coming again and again in the concretes of the recent event. Rand died, a few decades ago, yet her definitions and predictions and the way she recognized reality still with us today. And hopefully we managed to also fulfill her conclusions and end those tyrannical regimes.
And yeah, Willful Thinker asks, where's the quote from originally? Can we post a link?
It's from Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal, in the Wreckage of the Consensus.
We can post a link, right? I believe that actually is the Wreckage of the Consensus. Well, we could post a link to the.
You can. There is also the lexicon page. I can send it to Daniel, and it's the first thing on the lexicon page.
And yeah, I don't remember if the Wreckage.
Well, the Wreckage of the Consensus is also for the whole forum.
Oh, okay, great. So it is available at least as a lecture, right? Maybe as an essay in ARI campus. No, okay.
I don't think so.
All right. Well, also worth buying the book, and then you get a bunch of other very good essays. Daniel, only because of the time of night that it is, I am going to read races.
You don't have to read that.
Well, but I was thinking about it before you sent it here. I do have the phone, although for some reason my phone shut down at that very second. I think it couldn't handle this comment. Ray said, I voted Daniel because the thought of him disciplining the brat Anna is more disturbing than Razi disciplining Abby. Either way, they're both brats who crave discipline, guaranteed. Thank you, Race, for that racy content. And with that, on this day 9 of the war that continues better than we expected, we will bid you adieu. Thank you, Eyal. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you for what I think was the biggest Super Chat day since the war started, and definitely a very successful one. And yeah, we will be back here again. Eyal, just generally when we think of war, other than the current one that's going on, any recommended reading that you have in mind?
Well, there is a lovely book. It's called Victory Now. It is by the Victory Now movement, and I'm the head of this movement. This book presents the moral case for Israel, the moral case from the West, the moral case for Israel and the West's victory over tyrannical regimes and whatever dictatorships there are. It shows a plan on how to win that war, actual concrete steps to do to win. It's much needed today because today people are lost morally, and we need the epistemological ammunition to win this intellectual war. So this book, I recommend it a lot, regardless of my part. Like, trust me, I can come aside and tell you from a sideways perspective, this is a really good book. You should read it. It also presents the Allies' plan in World War II and is based on the Allies' victory over Nazi Germany as well. So if you're interested, please visit www.victory.now. I'm also an associate of the Ayn Rand Center Israel. We have a YouTube channel, and we have a website as well, aynrand.org.il/about. Thanks again for having me. Thank you all in the chat for the kind words. And thank you all, whomever purchased the book. I'm glad to see the sales going up as time goes by.
And Daniel, what are the results of the poll? Bonnie asked, and now she sees them. I don't. So, Daniel won overwhelmingly. The people voted that the more disturbing relationship is Daniel and Anna Kasparin. People love my my banter with Abby Martin. I think that's that was a segment that people want to see again, which that is convincing me that maybe that's going to be what I do in my next solo. Have another date night with Abby Martin. Jesus Christ, I just heard that. Okay, thanks. We'll see you back here tomorrow and every day throughout the day until the total victory. Good night.
Good night.